Chapter 70. The Conference. It is evident that these words could not possibly belong to Izuna. It is likely another fabrication by Chikage. However, the method proposed by Chikage is indeed worthy of consideration. Currently, all matters, trivial or significant, within the clan are reported upwards. The past 2 years were manageable as my father would handle them alongside me. From this year onward, however, my father has gradually begun to delegate authority to me, leaving the weight of all responsibilities squarely upon my shoulders. Moreover, the sheer volume of trivialities is overwhelming and quite vexing. Ban contemplated for a moment and remarked, adopting the model of the Senju could be an option, but querying Hashirama will undoubtedly yield little clarity regarding their methods. Chikage immediately volunteered. I can inquire with Tobarama. No need, Ban dismissed. He had long sensed Tobarama's underlying hostility toward him. Initially, he presumed this animosity stemmed from the age-old rivalry between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Later, he speculated it might be due to his close relationship with Hashirama, leading Tobarama to feel that his brother was being usurped. It was only during the recent wedding ceremony of Hashirama that he discerned the source of Tobarama's animosity lay with Chikage. This was indeed perplexing. After all, he was a member of Chikage's clan, and he had yet to hold Tobarama accountable for Chikage's behavior. On what grounds could Tobarama harbor animosity toward him? Nevertheless, he was indifferent to Tobarama's attitude towards him. It was simply that such an attitude from the other party meant they were equally matched. Thus, he could hardly afford to be cordial in return. Ban stated, I just communicated with my father regarding the future site selection for the village, and, as anticipated, he is opposed to relocating the Uchiha clan from their ancestral land. However, he mentioned that in due time, he would extend an invitation to the Senju clan to convene at Uchiha to further discuss this matter. Therefore, concerning the approach to decentralization you mentioned, I will raise my inquiries with the Senju in the name of our family at that time. There is no necessity for you to privately question Tobarama. Oh, Chikage thought to himself. Whether to inquire or not was merely incidental, as he still needed to find time to seek out Tobarama regardless. His understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique was rudimentary at best, and his attempts at practical application were fraught with difficulties. Achieving success even once in 10 attempts was commendable. Thus, he needed Tobarama's guidance. After a rebellious 3-month escapade, Chikage returned home and behaved himself for a while. During this interval, he did have Yuki send messages and items to Tobarama, yet he remained perplexed as to what might have irked Tobarama. The items were accepted, yet not a single reply was received. Yuki, being mute, could only wag its tail, and when pressed, would respond with a couple of barks. Chikage was at a loss regarding the situation. It was not until the autumn harvest season, when the Senju clan, at the invitation of the Uchiha clan leader, sent Hashirama, Tobarama, and several clan members to discuss the site selection for the village, that Chikage encountered Tobarama once more. During the daytime, the two clans deliberated on pressing matters. Although Hashirama represented the Senju, it was Tobarama who actually made the key decisions. By evening, out of courtesy, the Uchiha hosted a banquet inviting the Senju to partake. Amidst the clinking of cups, Hashirama ultimately took the lead, declaring that this was an adult gathering, suggesting that although Tobarama held substantial influence, he should entertain himself elsewhere. Tobarama, being ushered away from the banquet by Hashirama, felt rather bemused, even more so when, just a few steps outside, he sensed a familiar presence beside him. Before he could utter a word, the individual placed a hand on his shoulder and instantaneously transported him beneath a tree. Wow, what luck this time! The Flying Thunder God actually succeeded. Chikage exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. It's quite a feat for me to achieve success even once. Where have you brought me? Tobarama surveyed his surroundings. They found themselves in a small courtyard, featuring a single room and a cherry blossom tree, though it was not the season for blossoms, rendering the tree rather bare and unappealing. Oh, this is my room, Chikage replied nonchalantly. Your room, Tobarama echoed in surprise. Indeed, Tobarama scrutinized the cherry blossom tree once more. It wasn't so unattractive. It simply lacked flowers at the moment, but during the blooming season, it should indeed be quite beautiful. It is indeed a rare challenge to see you, Qianjing expressed candidly. I had Yuquan seek you out on numerous occasions, yet you chose to disregard me entirely. Toby observed Qianjing in silence, his gaze unwavering. That expression seemed to convey both anger and a hint of sorrow. Sensing the unease, Qianjing cautiously inquired, Have I inadvertently offended you? You mentioned wanting to see me? Toby queried. Qianjing hesitated before nodding slightly. Toby's gaze fell upon the red string around Qianjing's neck. The collar of the Uchiha clan's attire was high and wide, allowing a faint glimpse of the string, yet the pendant remained concealed. Nonetheless, Toby was aware that it bore the small rabbit he had gifted her. Toby averted his gaze momentarily, hesitating before saying, "My sister-in-law mentioned to me." He uttered merely 5 words before falling silent once more. Qianjing urged him to continue, asking, "What did Sister Mizuho say? By the way, why wasn't Sister Mizuho able to come this time?" "My sister-in-law is pregnant, hence my brother decided against bringing her along." "Sister Mizuho is pregnant." Qianjing was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Then you shall soon become an uncle." Toby could not help but curl the corners of his lips into a smile. "Not quite. The child is not due until next year, and only then will I earn the title of uncle." "Oh." Qianjing nodded. "Then I too shall become an uncle next year. I will be considered an elder." "What elder are you? You are still just a—" Toby's voice dropped to a whisper, and Qianjing could not catch his words. "What did you say?" "It is nothing. I wish to ask you something." Toby raised his eyes to meet Qianjing's gaze. "What do you think of Uchiha Madara?" "Madara?" Qianjing was perplexed by Toby's sudden inquiry about Madara, but considering Toby's apparent strained relationship with him, he refrained from praising Madara in Toby's presence, simply stating, "He treats me quite well." "Is there anything about him that you find unfavorable?" "Unfavorable," Qianjing pondered. "If I must say, it is merely that he constantly perceives me as a child. He is older than I am, thus I will always be younger in his eyes. Is that not a bit excessive?" Setting aside other matters, when reflecting on the original story, Naruto and Sasuke experienced so much at his age. Why was it that he was expected to remain obediently at home, never venturing out? The more Qianjing contemplated, the more aggrieved he felt, lamenting to Toby, "Speaking of which, I wish to seek your advice on how your brother can regard you as an adult, consulting you on various matters. We are of similar ages. Why then does Madara always treat me like a child?" Qianjing wore an indignant expression, while Toby regarded him in silence, secretly wishing to retort, "How many years have you studied the Flying Thunder God technique? You still marvel at each successful attempt. You may excel at nothing, but your talent for evasion is unmatched. If not you, then who?" However, despite Qianjing's words, Toby felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Qianjing was astute and perceptive. If there were truly anything amiss, he would not perceive Uchiha Madara as merely viewing him as a child. They should currently possess nothing. If that were the case, then it mattered not. They were all on the same starting line. He had not lost. Chapter 71. The Founding of the Village. If one wishes to be regarded as mature rather than a child, one must engage in actions that reflect such maturity. For instance, Tobirama paused, glanced at Qianjing's expression, and deftly shifted the conversation, suggesting, "Perhaps, having journeyed such a distance, as your host, you ought to show me around your clan's territory?" Indeed, Qianjing nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Hashirama and Tobirama were busy drinking with Uchiha Taijima, leaving the elder brother unable to host. "I'll go call Azuna to join us," Qianjing declared as he took a step forward. "Do not summon him. It shall be just you and me," Tobirama interjected, stepping in front of Qianjing. Realizing Tobirama's relationship with Azuna was not particularly cordial, Qianjing reflected that Tobirama's ties with his entire family seemed strained. Tobirama is actually quite a good person," Qianjing thought as he nodded affirmatively and led the way towards the entrance of the clan. He guided Tobirama around the clan, briefly introducing various notable locations, such as the marketplace and tavern. As twilight descended, these establishments had already closed their doors, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. Qianjing whispered descriptions while Tobirama strolled leisurely beside him, absorbed not in the layout of the Uchiha territory, but rather in the comforting ambience of listening to Qianjing's voice and sharing a moonlit conversation. "Qianjing," Tobirama suddenly interjected. Interrupting Qianjing's narrative, "You mentioned wanting to see me. Was there something on your mind?" Although Qianjing's words were melodious, Tobirama surmised it might pertain to yet another issue with the Flying Thunder God technique. This thought displeased Qianjing. "Indeed, I had Yuki search for you countless times. It was I who sought you out. You vanished without a word, leaving me to fret. Did you not consider that I might worry about your well-being? I was nearly driven to run away from home again." During that period, he had been preoccupied with discussions with Mito, prompting him to reflect deeply. His indecision had led him to avoid confrontation, but that was no longer the case. "Did you contemplate running away again to seek me out?" Tobirama asked. "Is your intention to return here every time you feel the need to escape?" "Of course. If you do not seek me out, I must come to find you. You are my sole friend. Who else could I turn to?" Friend," Tobirama remarked, casting a glance at Qianjing. Qianjing bore a countenance that blended displeasure with an air of entitlement, expressing a deep reliance on him. What if, one day, You found yourself devoid of any friends. What would you do? Tobarama inquired. Impossible, Qianjing exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Do you harbor any grievances against me? If I have erred in any way, please tell me. We can resolve matters openly. Do not bottle up your feelings. As Qianjing grew increasingly agitated, tugging at Tobarama's sleeve, he spoke rapidly. Filled with a sense of urgency and grievance, just tell me, and I will amend my ways. Do not ignore me. His tone was so pitiful that Tobarama felt a pang in his heart. Unable to resist, he turned and embraced Qianjing, assuring him, rest assured. As long as you come to find me, I will never disregard you. Sighing in relief, Qianjing felt reassured by Tobarama's words, indicating that all was well. While being held, he rested his hand on Tobarama's arm and gently called out, Tobarama. Yes, have you grown taller again? Tobarama. During this time, he had indeed gained a bit of height, but given the pleasant atmosphere, was it truly the right moment for such a remark? Qianjing was particularly sensitive about height. He unhappily withdrew from Tobarama's embrace and began to gauge his height visually, exclaiming, How tall are you now? How is this fair? It has only been a few months since we last met, yet you've grown so much. Tobarama's sudden embrace had made Qianjing acutely aware of their significant height difference. How tall was Tobarama in the original story? He could not recall the specifics, but the current situation was undeniably infuriating. He felt like the shortest person in the world. Even Izuna had surpassed him by several centimeters. What was happening? Did everyone not consume the same food? Why was he the only one not growing taller? Tobarama took a deep breath, pointed a finger at Qianjing without uttering a word, and turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? To the reception area. Then walk slowly. Wait for me. Having long legs is nothing special. Ultimately, Qianjing escorted Tobarama to the reception area, whereupon Tobarama concocted an excuse to fetch a drunken Hashirama, returning Qianjing home before heading back to the reception alone. The following day, the preliminary meeting regarding the establishment of the two clans continued. This series of negotiations spanned an entire week, during which both Madara, representing the Uchiha, and Tobarama, effectively the decision-maker for the Senju, were exceedingly busy. The only one with leisure was Hashirama. The outcome of the discussions was promising. The initial plan outlined that the village would be based on the current territory of the Senju clan, expanding outward while designating a fertile area exclusively for the Uchiha clan, who would relocate from their current grounds to the new site. Simultaneously, the Uchiha would retain independent administrative authority, functioning as a distinct entity within the unified village, closely linked yet independently existing, to safeguard the rights of the Uchiha and ensure their comfortable residence within the Senju-led community. The inaugural leader of the village would be none other than Uchiha Madara, with Hashirama nominally serving as the deputy leader, while Tobarama would serve as the actual advisor. Following the first leader's term, subsequent leaders would be elected by the villagers. Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma would continue as the heads of their respective clans. Yet clan interests would be secondary to those of the village. In other words, upon the village's establishment, Madara would become the supreme leader of the village. As the representative of the Senju clan, Hashirama concluded the meeting with a single statement. There shall be no more wars between the Senju and Uchiha from this point onward. This declaration stirred significant waves of discussion within both the Senju and Uchiha clans, yet the overall sentiment leaned positively, as peace was deemed invaluable. It felt surreal that the Uchiha and Senju had united. No longer would countless lives be sacrificed, nor would numerous children meet untimely ends. As soon as the meeting adjourned, leaders from both sides began to mobilize. Even Izuna was called upon by Uchiha Taijima to initiate the training program for the next clan leader. Meanwhile, a restless Qianjing enlisted the equally idle Hashirama, and together they contemplated carving Madara's visage into the cliffside. Right here, little Qianjing? Yes, perhaps a bit further left. We must leave space for Hashirama and Tobarama's faces as well. How about here? Exactly. Hashirama, Madara's face is too handsome. It needs to appear more intimidating. Wait, but Madara already looks quite fierce. What are you two up to? From a distance, Madara, who was leading his clansmen to scout nearby lands for the village site, noticed smoke and dust rising from the cliff and initially feared an enemy attack. Upon closer inspection, he found Hashirama and Qianjing covered in dirt, seemingly playing in the mud. While Madara could understand Hashirama's antics, he was baffled by Qianjing's involvement. Ha ha ha, it's Madara. Hashirama was covered in dirt, looking as if he had rolled in the mud. Yet he greeted the sun with a broad smile. We are laboring for the village's foundation. And little Qianjing and I wish to contribute by carving your face into this cliff. Are you joking? Repeat that. Qianjing explained to Madara, right here. We intend to carve your face into the rock wall, creating a grand image that all can see from afar, proclaiming that Madara is the first leader safeguarding this village. Chapter 72, Konoha. Madara, Ban remarked, I believe it's unnecessary. It feels rather embarrassing. Banji, Qianjing interjected, interrupting Ban. Zhu Jian just said you look fierce. How could he say that Uchiha Ban is unattractive? I cannot tolerate it. Ban immediately retorted. That's far better than his perpetual state of despair, which is truly embarrassing. Zhu Jian's smile faltered in an instant, and he became despondent. Am I really that embarrassing? Ban couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed. It's quite embarrassing. More so than having one's face chiseled into a rock wall. With remarkable resilience, Zhu Jian quickly recovered from his gloom within less than half a minute. He stood beside Ban, gazing down at the Senju clan. Members of various families were collaborating using their respective skills, and new houses were beginning to rise around the outskirts of their territory. With a vigorous wave of his hand, Zhu Jian exclaimed, Ban, look. Our childhood dream is about to be realized. Indeed, Ban replied as he followed Zhu Jian's gesture and then shifted his gaze to Qianjing, who stood to the side. His dream had always been to establish a village where he could protect his younger brothers amidst the chaos of war. Now, with both Qianjing and Izuna alive and the village gradually taking shape, this dream was inching closer to fruition. If peace could be achieved, future wars could be averted, and having a place where those dear to him could live safely would mean his dream had been fulfilled. Qianjing glanced at Ban as he spoke these words in a soft tone. A gentle breeze rustled through Ban's long hair, carrying a few leaves along with it. He reached out to catch one leaf, playing with it in his hand. Ban, since that's the case, why don't you give this place a name? Zhu Jian suddenly suggested. Ban was taken aback. Me? Name it. Qianjing was equally astonished. This is a classic moment from the original story. You are the first Hokage of our village, so it is only fitting that you name it. Zhu Jian asserted with an air of certainty. Qianjing added, the first Hokage of our village. Zhu Jianji. I have a suggestion. Qianjing couldn't help but interject. Hokage sounds a bit lackluster. Couldn't we choose something a bit more unique? Perhaps something exclusive to Banji? Qianjing gestured with his hands. Like Hokage, for instance. Why don't you just say it? Zhu Jian looked bewildered. Huh? Qianjing, growing impatient, guided him. Look. Banji belongs to the Uchiha clan. And what are the Uchiha known for? Their Sharingan, right? And what else? Fire control. Zhu Jian glanced between Ban and Qianjing. They are skilled at that too. I got it. Zhu Jian declared confidently. Let us call the village leader Hokage. Qianjing responded. That's not wrong. But the way you arrived at that conclusion seems a bit odd. Ban chuckled softly and placed a hand on Qianjing's head. Don't pay attention to what kids say. Qianjing immediately stepped forward. Who are you calling a kid? Zhu Jian quickly intervened. No, I'm not just listening to little Qianjing. You see, you are the first village leader, and the Uchiha are skilled in fire techniques. This new ninja village will eventually be reliant on the Land of Fire, and the shadowy protector of the Land of Fire should appropriately be called Hokage. It fits perfectly. Is that so? Ban twirled the leaf in his hand and responded. Then, since the Senju clan is referred to as the Forest of the Senju, let us name our ninja village Konohagakure. Ban, you didn't put much thought into that name, did you? It sounds like you just said whatever came to mind. Zhu Jian fell back into his despondent state. Ban couldn't resist firing back. And yet your method of naming it Hokage is precisely the same. Hearing their banter, Qianjing couldn't help but laugh aloud. Zhu Jian and Ban exchanged glances and soon found themselves laughing as well. In the end, Ban could not refuse Zhu Jian and Qianjing, allowing them to carve their faces into the cliffside. Zhu Jian used earth techniques to sculpt a rough shape, while Qianjing refined it meticulously, striving to create a visage of Ban that was both handsome and striking. Ban felt utterly speechless and profoundly embarrassed, especially upon seeing that overly beautified version of his face etched into the stone wall. It made him feel inexplicably ashamed. For a considerable time afterward, whenever he came by the area to handle affairs, he would furrow his brow and turn his head away sternly, avoiding even a glance at the cliff, which only served to make his expression appear even more fierce, starkly contrasting with the gentleness of the image carved into the rock. Days turned into weeks, and the construction of the village progressed, spanning 6 months from the initial groundbreaking to the final completion. During these 6 months, the Uchiha and Senju clans first signed a peace treaty, after which several neighboring families expressed their desire to join Konohagakure. The Uchiha clansmen gradually relocated, and Konohagakure began to take shape in its infancy. As the inaugural leader of Konohagakure, Ban settled in the Uchiha territory within the village early on. He brought Qianjing along, but Uchiha Taijima refused to allow Izuna to leave, insisting on maintaining his pride and not moving to Konohagakure so soon. He claimed he wanted to mentor Izuna to take on the mantle of the next Uchiha leader, so Izuna remained at the old clan grounds for further learning. Ban had been incredibly busy over the past half year, and considering that he hadn't been eating well and that Mito was nearing her delivery date. Qianjing decided to roll up his sleeves one evening and prepare a meal. After completing the dishes, he sent a portion to the Senju clan and arranged the rest on the table. When Ban returned home that evening and saw the array of dishes, he was momentarily taken aback. He had only intended to drop by for a brief greeting and grab a quick bite before returning to work, but instead, he silently took a seat at the table, casting a suspicious glance at Qianjing. "Why did you suddenly make so much food today? What do you want?" "I don't want anything," Qianjing replied, looking exceedingly innocent. This time, he truly was innocent. "I just thought being Hokage is tough for you. So I wanted to treat you, nothing more than that. I just wanted you to taste what I made with my own hands." Ban's gaze fell upon the table. The sweet and sour pork looked bright and succulent. The fruit-flavored ribs emitted an enticing aroma. Alongside, there were dishes of tomato and mushroom soup. And the drink was a medicinal sour plum beverage, sweetened to Ban's taste. The entire table was filled with a delightful array of 4 dishes and a soup, all featuring Ban's favorite sweet and sour flavors. Moreover, the vibrant colors and the balance of 2 meat and 2 vegetarian dishes, along with both cold and hot options, showcased Qianjing's heartfelt efforts in preparing a home-cooked meal. Qianjing eagerly served Ban a portion of rice, and as he took a bite of the dish, Ban swiftly polished off the entire bowl without a word. "Is it delicious?" Qianjing asked, holding his chopsticks. "Yes, it's very good," Ban replied, setting down his bowl. Noticing that Qianjing had barely touched his meal and was merely counting grains of rice with his chopsticks, Ban frowned. "Why have you only eaten so little? The dishes are going cold." "Oh, I tasted quite a bit while cooking, so I'm mostly full." Seeing Ban's disapproving expression, Qianjing boldly knelt on his chair, pushed his leftover food toward Ban, and brought Ban's empty bowl toward himself, justifying. "I can't finish it. You should eat it, Banji." Chapter 73, The Steal. The Uchiha clan is a family with many rules. Not only is eating others' leftovers frowned upon, but even consuming one's own after laying down chopsticks is not permitted. Noticing Ban's hesitation, Qianjing let out a small huff. With a gentle sigh, Ban picked up Qianjing's bowl, took up his chopsticks again, and placed a mouthful of rice into his mouth. "Banji, are you using my chopsticks?" Qianjing suddenly asked. Ban coughed slightly. "Oh, I misread the situation. My chopsticks were actually in my hand." Qianjing smiled sweetly. However, Ban warned him. With one hand propping up his chin, Qianjing gazed at Ban, teasingly remarking that he seemed shy. His face flushed, looking quite handsome. "That was just a cough," Ban replied sternly, fixing his gaze on Qianjing for a few seconds before deciding to focus on his meal, ignoring Qianjing's chatter to avoid being choked again. "Banji," Qianjing called out. Ban remained silent, engrossed in chewing. "Banji, why are you ignoring me?" Qianjing pressed. Unable to hold back, Ban retorted, "Qianjing, one should not speak while eating or during rest. Do you understand?" "Huh, but you always say I'm still young." Qianjing feigned ignorance, adding, "And what do you mean by not speaking while eating or resting? We never keep silent during rest, do we?" Ban was rendered speechless. He hastily finished his second bowl of rice, claiming he needed to return to work. As Qianjing accompanied Ban to the door, they encountered Tobarama, who was returning a bento box. "Good evening, Hokage-sama," Tobarama greeted Ban, who nodded in acknowledgement and affectionately ruffled Qianjing's hair before leaving, instructing him not to wait up and to sleep early. "Oh, come back soon. I can't sleep if you don't." "I understand, I will." After Ban departed, Tobarama couldn't help but remark, "You two share such a great bond. My older brother and younger brother are nothing like that." Qianjing envisioned a scenario where Tobarama was as affectionate as the Uchiha brothers, embracing and kissing Hashirama, only to conclude that such an image was too idyllic. Tobarama would never act that way. Qianjing explained to Tobarama that the Uchiha were different. "In what way?" Tobarama inquired. Qianjing's tone bore a hint of pride as he declared, "The Uchiha have an innate brotherly bond." After pondering for a moment, Tobarama asked earnestly, "But what if Hokage-sama marries in the future?" Qianjing's expression immediately soured. "Marry? He will never marry." Tobarama looked puzzled. "Why not?" "Look, my older brother is about the same age as your brother, and his child is about to be born. Shouldn't your brother hurry and find a wife? He is the Hokage, after all. Many girls would surely want to marry him." Qianjing was exasperated with Tobarama. Why did the honest fellow's every word prick at his heart? He snatched the bento box back from Tobarama and emphatically stated, "It's not for any reason. He simply has no wife. It's just how it is. Not only will he never have a wife, but your brother won't either." With that, he slammed the door shut. Outside the door, Tobarama was left bewildered. Why is he angry? How strange. And why curse his own family, let alone my brother? Inside, Qianjing leaned against the door for a moment, then angrily took the empty bento box back to the small kitchen. He proceeded to tidy up, wash up, make his bed, and curl up in the blankets, waiting for Ban to return home. Ban's recent busyness stemmed partly from the new developments in Konoha, with many affairs still requiring his decisive input. On the other hand, Izuna was just beginning to engage with Uchiha clan matters, not yet fully adept, and Ban couldn't entirely relinquish his responsibilities within the clan. Thus, during this period, Ban was simultaneously acting as Hokage and managing the Uchiha clan's affairs, naturally making him quite occupied. Fortunately, with Hashirama and his family assisting with Konoha's matters, only non-critical issues reached Ban. Moreover, Izuna seemed well suited for these responsibilities, being diligent and not engaging in social niceties. With Ban's support, he was handling Uchiha affairs even more swiftly than anticipated. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. The final step for the Uchiha's relocation was for the clan leader to personally visit the original shrine to welcome an ancient stone tablet from the old clan grounds to the newly constructed shrine in Konoha. To demonstrate the importance placed on the Uchiha, Hashirama, as Konoha's second-in-command, accompanied him. "You young folks can go ahead," Uchiha Taijima said, halting just outside the shrine and waving his hand dismissively at Ban and the others. "It's all because that old fool, Senju Tobarama, refuses to step down, leaving me with this nominal title of clan leader. I absolutely cannot lose to him. In reality, Ben handles the major matters and Izuna the minor ones. I'm no longer involved. My children can represent me just as well." Hashirama, who had followed along, chuckled awkwardly. Izuna hesitated before asking, "What about Qianjing?" "Qianjing?" Taijima looked at Izuna. "Ban has brought Qianjing to Konoha. What are you still worried about? I know you three share a close bond. You can all go together." Izuna glanced at Ban, who nodded in agreement. Ultimately, the ones entering the named shrine were the three Uchiha members and Hashirama. As they entered, Hashirama felt increasingly uneasy. With Tobarama absent, he couldn't make a firm decision and hesitantly asked Ban, "Is it appropriate for me to enter your clan's shrine?" "It's all right. My father has granted you permission," Ban replied, leading the way into the chamber housing the stone tablet. "See, aside from the tablet, there's nothing else in this room." The room was expansive, with candles lit at intervals, yet the lighting remained dim. Directly opposite the entrance, against the wall, stood a low stone tablet, which appeared to have some inscriptions, though it was too far away and too dim to read clearly. Hashirama continued to shake his head, insisting, No. I've heard that only the Uchiha clan leaders can view that stone tablet, and as an outsider, I shouldn't enter. I'll just wait here by the door for you." Ban hesitated. Hashirama's point was valid. He had seen the tablet before, but could not comprehend the inscriptions, which he suspected required ocular prowess to interpret. However, his current abilities were insufficient to grasp the specific content. If he couldn't understand it, then the symbolic significance of the tablet far outweighed its practical implications. Izuna was destined to be the future Uchiha clan leader, and he was no longer in that position. Since the tablet was meant solely for the Uchiha clan leader, it was inappropriate for him to view it now, while Izuna would certainly not mind. As an older brother and former clan leader, he needed to avoid any appearance of impropriety. "All right, then let Izuna handle it," Ban decided. He glanced at Qianjing, who was engaged in conversation with Izuna. As they spoke, they stepped into the tablet chamber together. Ban sighed, "Let us go together. I'll keep you company at the door." Chapter 74, The Arrival. On the other side, Qianjing and Izuna assumed that Ban and Hashirama had something to discuss privately, so they remained outside for the time being. The room was devoid of any superfluous items as Izuna approached the stone tablet. Curious, what language is this? I can't understand it. Qianjing leaned in, activating his Sharingan. "Let me take a look." He recalled that in the original narrative, this tablet was left by Sage of Six Paths to guide his rebellious child back to the right path, a child who was the ancestor of the Uchiha. Therefore, only those Uchiha who had awakened their Sharingan could comprehend its meaning. However, the content of the tablet had been tampered with by Black Zetsu, who fabricated a false historical narrative between the Senju and Uchiha, deceiving Ban into believing that to achieve peace, one must first become strong. The world of peace could not be built without destruction, and it led him to believe that by acquiring the Senju's power, he could gain strength and prompted Ban to obtain Hashirama's cells, merging their chakra to attain the Rinnegan, ultimately awakening the infinite Tsukuyomi to save Kaguya. What exactly is going on with Madara? It is quite perplexing that someone of his stature could still believe in such things. However, when Shuin looked closely at the stone tablet after opening his eyes, he found himself utterly bewildered by the indecipherable characters inscribed upon it, resembling nothing more than a series of cryptic symbols. Strangely enough, he recalled that Sasuke could comprehend even a single tomo. So was it not said that this tablet contained the methods for mastering the Sharingan? Why could he discern nothing at all? Shuin scrutinized the stone tablet from every angle, confirming his inability to understand it. Undeterred, he approached the wall, intending to retrieve a candle to illuminate the tablet further. Yet, the moment he grasped the candle, he sensed something was amiss. The candle moved, but the shadow of the tablet remained still. In that instant of realization, the shadow of the tablet surged forth like a living pool of black mud, lunging towards Izuna. Toad. Chuin flung the candle aside and swiftly performed a hand sign to summon his Shikigami. A long tongue shot out from the shadows near the door, ensnaring Izuna and pulling him into its protective grasp. Chuin hastily saved Izuna, but the black mud pivoted decisively and charged towards him. He instantly leapt back, shouting, "Madara!" Outside the door loomed two figures of shadow-level prowess. Even Izuna, once grown, would be dubbed a man without flaws, practically equivalent to shadow-level himself. He was not afraid, no, not at all. He was surrounded by so many. But in the next moment, he found himself enveloped by a cold, damp, and viscous entity. His body feeling as though it were being corroded by a repulsive virus, as if severed from his consciousness. His mind remained alert. Yet no matter the commands his brain issued, his body refused to respond. The moment Chuin was possessed, the toad that had ensnared Izuna vanished from sight, causing Izuna to tumble to the ground, urgently calling out, "Chuin!" Their voices echoed, almost overlapping. Chuin remained somewhat composed, while Izuna's tone brimmed with frustration and urgency, nearly breaking. Madara and Hashirama had never anticipated that a calamity could unfold within the Uchiha clan's territory, right beneath their very noses. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in jovial conversation, dreaming of a bright future for Konoha, only to suddenly sense something amiss. Upon teleporting into the room, they found Chuin and Izuna standing apart, each on opposite sides. Izuna had already drawn his blade, gripping it firmly with one hand while the other clutched its sheath. His gaze fixed on Chuin with a mixture of worry and indignation, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Chuin stood with a kunai loosely held in his right hand, his arms dangling at his sides, entirely unguarded, half of his body shrouded in shadow, head bowed, expression blank, and his eyes devoid of focus. Chuin longed to assert that he felt no fear. Yet, in truth, he was terrified. The unfolding events were entirely amiss. The entity possessing him could only be Kagaya's will. It seemed that having pushed it to its limit, Kagaya resorted to force. After all, its ultimate goal was the Rinnegan, with the prerequisite being the Mangekyō Sharingan. Madara could not afford to remain without the Mangekyō. To awaken the Mangekyō, someone close to Madara must perish to incite his awakening. Kagaya had likely intended to possess Izuna but failed, thus turning its attention to him. What would follow? Would it require him to be sacrificed to aid Madara in unlocking the Mangekyō? Rumors had not lied. Madara and Izuna had indeed awakened their Mangekyō on the same day they lost their dear friend. He should never have returned after running away. Izuna was too frantic to explain the situation to Madara and Hashirama. He himself was at a loss for what had transpired, finding himself inexplicably caught in this predicament. Yet, all three present could discern that Chuin was in grave danger, and the possessed Chuin served as the optimal hostage for Kagaya. The trio found themselves hesitant, fearful of taking any action. Chuin imagined that if he were in their position, confronted by the furious, hate-filled gazes of two Sharingan, his heart would surely race to 180 beats per minute. Yet, Kagaya maintained remarkable composure, even managing to chuckle softly while slowly raising the kunai, its sharp edge aimed at his own heart. Chuin believed he was trembling, but in reality, he was under Kagaya's control, holding the weapon with unnerving steadiness. "Who are you? What is your purpose? Lower your weapon. It could easily injure someone. If you have demands, we are willing to listen," Hashirama implored, attempting to buy time to devise a plan. Madara glared at the shadowed half of Chuin's body, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. "He cannot be human." Izuna suppressed his tears and replied earnestly to Hashirama. "This must be the Kagaya Chuin warned us about." Hashirama recalled something and raised his voice. "Do you wish for us to assist in rescuing someone? If so, release little Chuin first. Once he is safe, we will help you." Kagaya responded with 3 words. "I do not believe." Then, without hesitation, the kunai plunged into his heart. Madara and Izuna foresaw the move, but they could only manage to deflect the kunai slightly, resulting in the blade's wind severing the red thread of pearls that had shielded Chuin. A plump rabbit fell, colliding perfectly with the blade, causing the kunai to skew slightly, failing to pierce his heart directly. Chuin felt pain, a sharp, numbing ache coursing through him, his vision blurring, and his entire body threatening to convulse from the agony. Yet, the body under Kagaya's control showed no reaction, not even a reflex, remaining eerily calm. Thanks to Kagaya's influence, Chuin, despite the excruciating pain, managed to think clearly. He reassured himself not to panic. It was all right. Kagaya would likely attempt to flee after the assassination. Once he broke free from Kagaya's control, he could utilize the reversal technique of the Shinjutsu to recover, even regenerating a lost heart, especially with the Ein sealing technique in effect. He possessed an abundance of chakra, Self-rescue was undoubtedly within his grasp. Chapter 75, The Great Calamity. After succeeding in his strike, Kaguya began to retreat, just as Chuan had anticipated. The black mud gradually relinquished its hold on Chuan's body, and he felt a sense of revival, as if he were on the verge of regaining control over his chakra. He prepared himself, intending to activate the Ein sealing technique the moment Kaguya departed, unleashing chakra to reverse the damage to his chest. However, he suddenly heard Kaguya's voice. I know you possess medical ninjutsu. You intend to perform self-healing, do you? A sense of foreboding washed over Chuan. Kaguya continued. I have observed that your medical ninjutsu differs from ordinary healing techniques. It appears that as long as you possess sufficient chakra, any external injury can be instantly healed. Such an impressive skill. It seems everyone trusts in your abilities. None believe you would truly perish. That voice felt as though it were communicating directly with his soul, rather than merely spoken. But how can you survive? The Uchiha clan cannot awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan without witnessing the death of someone they hold dear. How can my next plan proceed? Thus, regrettably, for the sake of my scheme, I must bid you farewell. No sooner had the words left its mouth than a black rod materialized, piercing through Chuan's heart from front to back. The pain was manageable. He had already been numbed by the preceding agony. Yet, the chakra he had once felt within him now vanished without a trace, as if it had been sealed away. It was the black rod, a product of Kaguya's yin-yang release that could seal chakra points and disrupt the flow of chakra within the opponent's body. This was disastrous. Without chakra, there was no use in unsealing the Ein sealing technique. How was he to execute the reversal technique and proceed with the healing? The current severity of his injury, having been directly pierced through the heart, has reached a fatal level, rendering treatment impossible. Could it be that he is truly destined to perish here today? The moment Black Zetsu fled from Qianjing's body, Qianjing collapsed forward. Madara swiftly caught him, while Azuna brandished his blade and severed the escaping Black Zetsu in two. Out of the corner of his eye, Qianjing noticed Black Zetsu fall to the ground, struggling for a moment before lying still, appearing lifeless. He wanted to tell Azuna that he had been deceived, but he knew that such words would be futile. The original work proves that even when cut in half, Black Zetsu does not perish. So, when he opened his mouth, his voice came out weak and pitiful. You Qianjing? Madara's grip on Qianjing's shoulder tightened, and he immediately called out, Hashirama, come save him. I'm administering treatment. I'm administering treatment. Hashirama shouted. Qianjing shifted his gaze to Madara's face. In truth, his vision was darkening, and he could only see Madara as a blurred figure. He strained to muster the strength to speak. Yet his voice came out as if he were merely talking to himself. Madara, don't believe Black Zetsu. He did not wish to witness Madara fall once more into the trap of Black Zetsu's deceit. It was evident that if he were to die, Black Zetsu would undoubtedly weave his sweet words to ensnare Madara, perhaps even tricking him into creating a world where he existed, leading Madara down the same path of exploitation by Black Zetsu, deceived into awakening the Rinnegan, deceived into initiating the infinite Tsukuyami, only to ultimately be stabbed in the heart by Black Zetsu once more. Enough is enough. One Uchiha suffering from a heart wound inflicted by Black Zetsu is sufficient. Madara's hand trembled uncontrollably as he held Qianjing's hand. In the places where Qianjing could not see, Madara's eyes had already transformed from the tomo to the kaleidoscope. Qianjing was drenched in blood, and Madara was at a loss as to where to support him, fearing that any pressure would only cause Qianjing greater pain. He promised in a gentle yet trembling tone, All right, I don't believe him, I don't believe him. He then turned and shouted, Hashirama, Madara, please don't rush. Hashirama, sweating profusely, had his healing ninjutsu enveloping Qianjing's chest. Seeing that Qianjing's eyes were half open but on the verge of closing, he coaxed, Little Qianjing, don't sleep. Qianjing felt as though he had slumbered for an eternity, never before experiencing such a deep, dark, and heavy sleep, completely unaware of the passage of time. He dreamt a peculiar dream. In this dream, there were two black cats with red eyes, one large and one small, engaged in a playful scuffle. The smaller one, with a long tail, was persistently attacking, while the larger one, its fur standing on end, did not retaliate, continually taking the blows. Growing impatient from the assault, the larger cat's eyes became even redder. It inexplicably produced a gourd-shaped fan and with a swift motion, sent the smaller cat tumbling several times. Beside them was a long-haired black rabbit, frantically trying to mediate the tussle. The rabbit's fur appeared exceedingly soft, but as the larger cat grew impatient, it swatted the rabbit away with a paw. Just as Qianjing was captivated by the scene, he suddenly felt a tug at his side. Looking down, he saw a frizzy, red-eyed white rabbit crouching beside him, a towering stack of books piled nearby. The rabbit raised a paw to steady the books and moved its three-part mouth, making no sound. Yet somehow, Qianjing understood. The rabbit said, Stop sleeping, hurry and wake up. You still have so many lessons to finish. How could I possibly get up to study? How absurd. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon awakening, Qianjing felt a slight weakness in his limbs, struggling to sit up against the headboard as he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself lying on a single bed in a room that was not large but appeared quite clean, with a faint scent of disinfectant in the air, resembling a private hospital ward. Beside the bed, positioned by the window, was a reclining chair, next to which stood a tea table adorned with a vase containing several branches of flowers. They appeared to be cherry blossoms. It seemed to be springtime. While Qianjing continued to survey the area, the door was suddenly pulled open from the outside. The newcomer appeared to have rushed in, slightly breathless. Yet their eyes remained fixed intently on Qianjing. Internally, Qianjing thought, who is this? They look somewhat familiar, and above all, they are quite handsome. As the person stepped further into the room, they asked in a shaky yet tender voice, Qianjing, have you woken up? Yes, I'm awake, he replied. Am I not sitting here just fine? By the way, how does this person know my name? Are they someone I know? Yet, I have no recollection of them. Do I really know someone this handsome? The individual had black hair tied into a low ponytail and wore a deep blue robe, which accentuated their already fair complexion. Their expression was serious and solemn, with a sharp face, presenting an overall appearance that was both dignified and refined. Qianjing tentatively raised a hand and waved at the person. Hi. The person's eyes instantly turned red, and they hurried several steps toward Qianjing, enveloping him in an embrace, their tone affectionate yet tinged with reproach. You've finally awakened. Do you have any idea how long you've been asleep? Chapter 76, Reunion. Qianjing was momentarily taken aback by the sudden embrace, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to it. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that he must be seeing things. Did that person just have the Sharingan? Isn't the Sharingan something exclusive to the Naruto universe? Tentatively, Qianjing inquired, are you an Uchiha? The person froze, releasing Qianjing in surprise. I'm Izuna, of course. No. Wait, Qianjing frowned, placing a hand on Izuna's wrist to signal him to remain calm. I seem to have some recollections. From Izuna's tone, it seemed he had been asleep for quite a while, and perhaps due to the prolonged slumber, Qianjing's mind was a bit muddled. He recognized the name Uchiha Izuna as a character from Naruto. However, in his memories, it seemed he truly knew Uchiha Izuna, having grown up together. Their bond akin to that of brothers. Fragments of memories flickered in his mind, but the Izuna he remembered appeared as a child, while the adult before him was entirely unfamiliar. His recollections were a jumbled mess. Noticing Qianjing's distressed expression as he struggled to recall, Izuna gently touched Qianjing's forehead, saying, Don't force yourself to remember if it's too difficult. Brother Hashirama has said that if you wake up after such a long slumber, confusion in your memories is a natural phenomenon. If you wish to know anything, I can share it with you. Then feel free to tell me whatever you like. Perhaps that will jog my memory, Qianjing replied. Izuna informed him that he was a child of the Uchiha clan, having lost his parents and come to stay with Izuna's family. He also mentioned that he had an older brother named Uchiha Madara. He further shared that although the Uchiha and Senju clans had historically been adversaries, under the leadership of Madara and Hashirama, the current generation of Uchiha and Senju had reconciled and jointly established a village called Konohagakure. Moreover, Qianjing had been gravely injured while protecting Izuna from an enemy attack just before the founding of the village, narrowly escaping death but falling into a coma. Upon confirming that Qianjing had some recollection of what he was told, albeit with many details eluding him, Izuna somewhat reluctantly added, You also had a good relationship with Senju Tobarama. You were friends. Qianjing could no longer concern himself with why Izuna emphasized the word friends. He felt overwhelmed by the barrage of information. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama. There was no doubt that he was in the world of Naruto. But was the storyline of Naruto truly like this? It seemed it was not. However, as Izuna recounted the tale, sporadic images occasionally flickered through his mind, corroborating the veracity of Izuna's words. So what exactly is happening? Has he traversed into another realm? But this realm is merely a fanfiction? And within this fanfiction, has he also lost his memories? Qianjing, noticing that recalling the past was still a formidable challenge for him, Izuna attempted to shift the approach. The Sharingan. Do you remember how to use it? As Qianjing pondered the fact that he was indeed capable of wielding the Sharingan, a sensation of genuine competence surged within him, leading him to successfully activate his eyes. Upon witnessing the three tomo appear within Qianjing's gaze, Izuna smiled and inquired, Do you still remember the Inuzuka? Qianjing replied, If I recall correctly, isn't that one of the 10 shadow techniques from the Cursed Realm? It dawned on him that this was not merely a world of shinobi. It was a confluence of various universes. Observing Qianjing's silence, Izuna took it upon himself to guide Qianjing in performing the hand signs for the Inuzuka technique. Like this. Spread your fingers to form the ears of the Inuzuka, and curl your pinky finger up. Yes, then, Inuzuka, as Qianjing's words resonated. A colossal figure gradually emerged from his shadow. Contrary to Qianjing's expectation of two gentle, fluffy dogs, this was a fearsome beast with an intimidating countenance. A stark contrast of black and white that exuded an aura of ferocity. The room, already modest in size, was nearly overwhelmed by the presence of the Inuzuka. Qianjing, taken aback by the creature's stark divergence from his imagination, was startled. This was not the gentle Inuzuka he envisioned. It was a ferocious manifestation. Meanwhile, the Inuzuka, having not seen its young master for an eternity, felt a twinge of indignation as it was summoned only to be met with a master who seemed utterly unrecognizing and frightened, causing the Inuzuka to feel quite disheartened. Its tail tucked between its legs. Izuna comforted Qianjing. It's all right. It's simply that your Inuzuka appears a bit fierce. In truth, it possesses a gentle nature. Upon hearing this, the Inuzuka perked its ears, tilted its head in contemplation, and astonishingly began to shrink in size. It dwindled to the dimensions of a toy. Its formerly elongated limbs transforming into short, plump appendages, its fur fluffing up, embodying a delightful blend of ferocity and cuteness. It leaped onto Qianjing's bed, wobbling over to him, settling down with its hind quarters sinking, neatly arranging its paws, and sitting upright while playfully sticking out its tongue. Oh my, it appears to be somewhat adorable now. Qianjing couldn't resist lifting the Inuzuka into his embrace, which remained obediently still, its tail wagging excitedly. See, I told you your Inuzuka isn't ferocious. Izuna joined in, gently ruffling the Inuzuka's head, who remained happily nestled in Qianjing's arms, reveling in the affectionate attention from the two. Cradling the Inuzuka, Qianjing's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Izuna's face. He was somewhat enamored with appearances, unable to refrain from stealing glances at the beauty before him. Quite frankly, the Uchiha lineage was indeed remarkable. The Izuna from his memories resembled a charming young girl, particularly adorable, with a perpetually serious expression that heightened her cuteness. Now that Izuna had matured, his expressions were more varied, and his features had sharpened, unmistakably revealing him as a young man, yet still possessing an exquisite and classical elegance. He had never encountered a male so suited to long hair without being perceived as effeminate. The stunning Uchiha truly lived up to the reputation. At that moment, the door to the room swung open once more. Upon seeing the newcomer, Izuna rose and called out, "Brother." Qianjing was taken aback. "Brother? This is Uchiha Madara?" He had spoken too soon. The Uchiha had an even more formidable and striking figure. The newcomer, clad in deep crimson armor and with long hair cascading freely, exuded an aura so fierce that it overshadowed any semblance of femininity. After acknowledging Izuna, the newcomer's gaze fixated intently on Qianjing. Madara's expression was impassive, his features strikingly beautiful, yet emanating an undeniable aggression. He was formidable in every conceivable aspect. As he approached Qianjing, the latter felt as if a paper figure had stepped into reality, aligning perfectly with his every expectation, rendering him unable to avert his gaze. Yet, an odd sense of dissonance lingered. It was only when Madara reached the edge of Qianjing's bed and leaned down to meet his gaze head-on, their proximity narrowing, that Qianjing was suddenly jolted into awareness. Madara's eyes appeared devoid of focus. He raised his hand to wave in front of Madara's eyes, only for Madara to deftly grasp Qianjing's wrist. A surge of displeasure washed over Qianjing, igniting a flicker of unexplainable anger within him, and he furrowed his brow to inquire, "Are you blind?" Chapter 77, Side Effects. Madara had envisioned countless scenarios for when Qianjing would awaken. In the first year, he felt a mix of trepidation and hope. By the second year, he had grown increasingly silent, and by the third, he had nearly ceased to smile, only softening his demeanor in the presence of Izuna. Eventually, he found himself harboring a tinge of resentment towards Qianjing, even unwilling to hear his name mentioned by others. Why had he not yet awakened? Clearly, Hashirama had assured him that Qianjing's condition was stable, so why the delay? Hadn't he always called Madara brother, insisting that he couldn't sleep unless Madara was by his side? Such a little trickster. Without him nearby, he could still slumber so soundly, impossible to rouse. In the fourth year, he resolved to redirect his focus away from Qianjing. He was Hokage. Aside from Qianjing, he had clan members and a village to consider, responsibilities that extended far beyond a single individual. He began to wield the Mangekyō Sharingan recklessly, as if venting his emotions while guarding Konoha, driving the enemies who coveted the village to tears. In collaboration with the Senju's proposals, he convened a press conference in the name of the first Hokage, introducing the world to Konoha and the illustrious Uchiha Madara, inspiring other nations to emulate this model and establish their own shinobi villages, yielding a new generation of shadow figures. Yet, The side effects of the Mangekyō soon became apparent. Since the previous year, his vision had begun to deteriorate rapidly, and by this year, he could no longer see clearly, perceiving only vague shades and contrasts. You are blind? From his tone, Qianjing seemed to be angry, but Madara merely felt a sense of regret. He was so near, yet still unable to see clearly. No. Madara released Qianjing's wrist, stepping back a pace, his expression unchanged and his tone calm. It's merely a side effect of the Sharingan. Qianjing was supremely incensed. What side effect of the Sharingan? He had heard Izuna mention that at the brink of death, both he and Madara had activated their Mangekyō simultaneously. So why did Izuna not suffer these side effects while Madara did? It was evident that Madara had recklessly overused his eyes. Though his memories were a bit muddled, he was filled with ire. He believed he should value Madara greatly, yet Madara seemed to disregard his own well-being. He had been a perfectly normal person before closing his eyes, capable of laughter and tears, with beautiful eyes. How could he emerge blind upon reopening them? Why are you running away? Qianjing knelt on the bed, and although Madara could not see, he maintained his height and stature. Come closer, let me have a look. Madara hesitated but then took 2 steps back toward Qianjing, standing before him and frowning as he reiterated, "It's nothing, my vision has merely declined a bit." Oh. Qianjing scrutinized Madara's eyes closely and retorted with a playful jab, "Then why's your attitude so fierce? Are you unhappy to see me?" Madara. The foreboding sensation enveloped Ban. It seemed that the aloof and expressionless persona he had meticulously maintained over the past 2 years was on the verge of crumbling. "I understand now," Qianjing remarked as she settled back onto the bed, nodding thoughtfully. "You must be feeling unhappy simply because you cannot see me." She turned to point at Ban. Lamenting to Izuna, "Look at brother Ban." Without hesitation, Izuna betrayed Ban's state, revealing, "Brother can no longer see at all. His mood has been dismal these past 2 years. And he has treated everyone with this same indifference. Please don't blame him, Qianjing." Ban interjected, "So what can be done? Have you sought treatment?" Qianjing recalled the original narrative. The side effects of the kaleidoscope eye seemed impervious to conventional medical ninjutsu. Yet, she harbored an instinctive belief that she could effectuate a cure. Thus, she raised her hand, poised to touch Ban's eyes. "Perhaps I could try?" "No." Both Ban and Izuna exclaimed in unison. Ban firmly grasped Qianjing's wrist, his tone considerably softened. "Even though I cannot see, I can still perceive my surroundings. My life is no different from that of an ordinary person, so please do not worry about me." "Indeed." Izuna concurred. "You have just awakened and have yet to regain your health. How can you possibly treat anyone else?" He pulled Qianjing back, admonishing her to prioritize her own recovery. After some contemplation, Qianjing agreed. While she felt capable of healing, the repercussions of the Sharingan were no trifling matter. Even if she could cure him, it would undoubtedly demand a substantial amount of chakra. Given her current state of weakness, it was not an opportune moment for such endeavors. She resolved to wait until she had restored her health and gained confidence before assisting Ban. There was no need to rush into it. However, Ban's assertions that seeing and not seeing were indistinguishable, that he was no different from anyone else, were sentiments Qianjing found difficult to accept. Izuna informed Qianjing that after Ban realized his eyesight was failing, he voluntarily stepped down from his position as Hokage. The village had elected Hashirama as the second Hokage, though in reality, it was Tobirama who managed the affairs. Hashirama had recently assumed his role and was currently accompanying Tobirama to some 5 Kage summit. Izuna did not elaborate on the details. Due to the absence of both Hashirama and Tobirama from the village, Ban remained quite busy, only spending a brief moment with Qianjing before being called away by a messenger with urgent matters, reminding Izuna to take care of Qianjing before he left. Izuna spent the entire afternoon regaling Qianjing with stories, additionally bringing her back to his home from the convalescent facility. At first, Qianjing was taken to Ban's room, where she was informed she would be residing from then on, to her mild astonishment. However, Izuna appeared unfazed, and she herself did not seem averse to the arrangement. Thus she refrained from voicing any objections. It was not until Izuna was departing that Qianjing stood at the door to bid him farewell. Izuna waved goodbye, but could not help but remark, "Qianjing, have you noticed that you hardly spoke at all this entire afternoon?" Qianjing explained, "It's just that my memory is a bit hazy. While you were speaking, I was trying to recall everything, so I didn't have the chance to respond." "I see." Izuna nodded, contemplating before adding, "But the few words you did speak were all concerning brother. Did you notice that?" Qianjing reflected and realized it was indeed the case. She had inquired about Ban's eyes, his recent activities, and why his demeanor had grown so cold. For in her memories, Ban had always been extraordinarily gentle. Yet, she could hardly be blamed. Who wouldn't be enchanted by a battle-scarred beauty like Ban? Such an allure undoubtedly warranted a few extra questions. It was not until dinner that Ban returned home. At the dining table, Qianjing observed Ban with great scrutiny. His actions were remarkably normal, deftly maneuvering his chopsticks without hesitation, expertly picking up each dish. Qianjing deliberately shifted the positions of two bowls, yet Ban remained unfazed, effortlessly reaching for the food, as though the distinction between seeing and not seeing was truly irrelevant. Nevertheless, Qianjing remained skeptical. After they had washed up and returned to the room, Ban walked directly to the coat rack, hung up his outer garment, and turned around just as Qianjing collided into him. "Brother Ban, you bumped into me," she accused playfully. Ban replied, "I haven't moved an inch, I merely turned around." "Who bumped into whom?" "Brother Ban, you cannot see the path, making it easy to collide with others. This is quite inconvenient. Can't I assist you with treatment now?" "Not at this moment. What if you do bump into me? Then what do you propose?" "Help me up," Qianjing insisted, squatting down on the floor and reaching for the hem of Ban's clothing to prevent him from leaving. "Hurry and help me. I can't get up without your assistance." Chapter 78, The Falling Blossom. Ban faced Qianjing, extending his hand as if genuinely intending to help her rise. "Ban, you've changed," Qianjing accused. "In situations like this, you would have simply picked me up before." Ban retorted, "You can get up by yourself. You're no longer a child." "I don't care. I remember nothing." Qianjing, taking advantage of Ban's blindness, squatted on the floor with her chin resting on her hand, unabashedly gazing up at his expression. Although his features did not align with her memories, his tone was imbued with emotion. "I've just awakened. Surely you can allow me a period to adjust. Why has the brother I recall, who was so kind to me, suddenly become so distant? I don't want this." Ban stared blankly in Qianjing's direction, his unfocused gaze suggesting he was lost in thought. After a lengthy pause, he finally emerged from his reverie, sighed softly, and bent down to lift Qianjing from the ground. Qianjing instinctively wrapped her arms around Ban's neck, unable to suppress a smile. However, having grown taller than 170 centimeters, she could not be effortlessly lifted off her feet as before. Ban hoisted her up, setting her down again, and brushed through Qianjing's long hair, which had nearly reached her waist over the past 6 years. "Qianjing, you remain unchanged from your childhood, but you have changed immensely." Qianjing observed Ban closely, noting how his character seemed different from her memories, his features more mature. Indeed, he appeared even more handsome than she remembered. Qianjing felt she too had grown into a lovely person. Ban reached out to touch Qianjing's cheek, noting that the baby fat that once resided there had completely vanished. Qianjing, like Izuna, possessed a smaller frame, but her face was slightly rounder, forming a heart shape. Ban could imagine how such a visage, combined with Qianjing's perpetually innocent puppy dog eyes, and her long hair cascading down her back while she smiled, made her irresistibly charming. Alas, he could not see her now. "Brother Ban, can I truly not use medical ninjutsu at this moment?" Observing Ban's expression, Qianjing could not help but grasp his hand, imploring, "I just want to try. I feel it should be fine. Isn't the Yin seal still in place? There must be sufficient chakra." "Not now. At the very least, I must consult Hashirama and Mito to ensure there are no issues with your medical ninjutsu or the Yin seal before you attempt anything." Qianjing huffed, releasing Ban's hand and turning away, displeased. "I meant medical ninjutsu, not that I want to experiment on you. I simply find that scar on my chest unsightly and wish to treat it myself. If it's not possible, then so be it." Upon hearing this, Ban raised his hand and placed it against Qianjing's back, his palm resting precisely over the scar that bisected her body. "It's not ugly," he asserted. Qianjing retorted, "But you can't see it. How do you know it's not ugly?" Ban replied, "I saw that scar when I was still capable of seeing." The injuries had been completely healed by Hashirama, leaving merely a faint red mark on his chest, reminiscent of cherry blossoms falling from the window, not unattractive in the slightest. Qianjing turned to face Madara, who wore a gentle expression. "Did you inform brother Hashirama and sister Mito about my awakening today? When will they come to see me?" Madara replied, "Izuna sent a message to Mito this afternoon. She will likely come by tomorrow. I assume Mito has already dispatched a message to Hashirama through the summoning beasts. They are currently engaged in the 5 Kage summit, so even if they receive the news, they won't return for a while. It's probable they won't be back until next week." Qianjing contemplated, reasoning that if Hashirama could not make it, he could at least meet Mito. At the very least, he could confirm that his current Yin seal was intact and capable of providing the chakra necessary for the Mangekyō Sharingan's treatment. He sought confirmation from Madara. "Brother Madara, can you see anything at all now, or is it completely dark?" Madara responded honestly, "If the distance is close, I can still perceive some light and shadows, but at a greater distance, I cannot see anything." "How close?" Qianjing gestured to indicate the distance between himself and Madara. "I am 1 step away from you. Can you see me?" "No, I cannot." "And now?" Qianjing took a half step forward, reducing the distance to approximately 30 centimeters. Madara focused intently on the space before him. In truth, he could vaguely discern a figure approaching him. Yet, He replied, still cannot see. Still cannot see? Qianjing took another step forward, and now they were almost face to face. He looked up at Madara and asked, what about now? Can you see me at all? Your vision is nearly gone. Madara remained still, waiting for Qianjing to close the distance, then reached out to rest a hand on Qianjing's shoulder, gently pushing him back a bit. At this distance, I can make out a shadow. Stand still and don't wobble. He refrained from pulling him closer. Unable to resist the urge to embrace him, he maintained a deliberate coolness, knowing Qianjing's keen intellect would pick up on everything. However, Qianjing currently remembered nothing, merely treating him as someone familiar from the past. That's all right. We have time now that you are awake, Madara thought. Qianjing let out a soft sound, then turned and lay back on the bed, covering his head with the blanket, lost in contemplation. It was known that excessive use of the Mangekyō Sharingan would lead to blindness. This side effect was inevitable. The most effective method would be to have Madara and Izuna exchange eyes, providing a permanent solution. Yet, no one could guarantee the success rate of such a procedure. It was a path without retreat, and should one of them end up blind, what then? Another approach would involve implanting Hashirama's cells, leveraging his remarkable regenerative abilities to continuously repair the Sharingan. Much like Obito in the original story, once he had Hashirama's cells, he could use Kimyui indefinitely, rendering the side effects of the Mangekyō virtually non-existent. This method appeared to be relatively safe, and from what Izuna suggested, relations between the Senju and Uchiha clans were quite amicable now. Explaining the situation to Hashirama and requesting some cells should not pose a significant issue. The uncertainty remained, however, regarding whether Hashirama had activated Sage Mode. Without it, his healing speed would not be as rapid, and they would need to wait until he attained Sage Mode to request the cells. Until then, they could rely on his reversal techniques to maintain a semblance of clarity for the two brothers. Speaking of reversal techniques, Qianjing stroked his chin. He had been surprised to hear Izuna mention the name of his medical ninjutsu during the day. He had thought he was wielding a skill from Fushiguro Megumi, only to realize he was using one from Fushiguro Kage. Yet, with such formidable abilities, how had he still been caught off guard? What had become of Kurizetsu afterward? Izuna had not mentioned it. As he pondered, he gradually drifted into sleep. At some point, Madara lay beside him, pulling down the blanket covering Qianjing's head, stroking his long hair, and embracing him, shutting his eyes as well. Chapter 79. A visit the next day, Mito arrived as expected. After lying down for so long, Qianjing suddenly awoke to find that no suitable guest attire had been prepared for him at home. Familiar with the surroundings, he rummaged through Madara's wardrobe and donned a coat before heading to meet Mito. Mito, having seen Madara wear this outfit before, immediately recognized it, her expression becoming complex. Sister Mito, Qianjing greeted the red-haired woman seated in the living room, momentarily startled to see a slightly taller black and white-haired boy standing beside her, realizing it was Izuna. This time, Mito not only brought Izuna but also her two children along. The older child was holding Izuna's hand, gazing at Qianjing with curious eyes, while the younger one, still learning to speak, babbled happily in Mito's arms. It seemed Mito had become a mother of two. Qianjing picked up an orange from the table, squatting down to engage the older child. Hello, it's nice to meet you for the first time. I am Uchiha Qianjing. What is your name? The shy boy retreated slightly behind Izuna, softly replying, I'm Senju Ryuka. What a lovely name. Hearing this, Ryuka beamed, accepting the orange Qianjing offered and murmuring a shy thank you. Izuna interjected, that's because Ryuka's name was given by my brother, symbolizing the year when the Senju and Uchiha clans mended their ties, hoping he would become a bridge between the two families. Curious, Qianjing asked, and what about brother Hashirama? Mito, with a deadpan expression, replied, Hashirama initially intended to name Ryuka Kachiken. Qianjing, Hashirama truly lives up to his reputation. Thankfully, he didn't choose an absurd name, or the child's life would have been ruined. He then picked up an apple to amuse the younger child, asking, and what about you? What is your name? The little one, unbothered by shyness, giggled, causing bubbles of snot to form, reaching out not for the apple, but rather to grasp Qianjing's face. Mito gently pressed the child's hand down, smiling as she introduced, his name is Rinya, and I chose the name Senju Rinya. In my hometown, there's a legend about a princess named Fuki, who fell into a deep slumber due to a curse from a demon. Her fiancé sought out 8 brave warriors to defeat the demon and awaken her, one of whom was a compassionate warrior named Rinya. Qianjing understood Mito's underlying message. The name she had given her younger son was steeped in hope for him to awaken soon. A warm feeling washed over him, breaking through the barriers that had formed due to his fragmented memories. Unable to restrain himself, he embraced Mito and playfully poked Rinya's nose, exclaiming, So you are a little warrior with a compassionate heart. How remarkable. Little Rinya giggled as he reached for Qianjing's fingers, but missed, and instead grabbed a handful of his hair, tugging at it stubbornly. Ouch, ouch. Qianjing held on to his hair, hesitant to pull it back forcefully, and called out, Sister Mito, please help me. Mito laughed, retrieving Rinya's hand. Watching Qianjing struggle to tidy his hair, she affectionately remarked, Qianjing has grown up. Even his hair has grown so long. I still find this hair quite bothersome. It is utterly inconvenient. Qianjing murmured to herself, questioning why Ban and Izuna insisted on keeping their hair long, which was exceedingly annoying. Maybe I should just cut it all off. No way. Long black hair is rather beautiful, isn't it? Mito helped Qianjing tidy her hair. Qianjing elongated her tone, attributing her lovely black hair to Brother Hashirama, right? Mito smiled and nodded at Qianjing, affirming that Tobarama would surely think she looked splendid as well. With that, her voice faltered, and the smile faded, as she anxiously inquired, Qianjing, do you not remember anything from before? No, Qianjing explained. I might have slept for too long. And upon waking, my mind took a while to start functioning. There were many things I couldn't recall yesterday, but today I've remembered quite a bit. It's just that the timeline feels jumbled. Sometimes I recall memories from my early childhood, and at other times, they seem to belong to a slightly older version of myself. It's a bit disconnected. It should be fine. Just give me a few days, and I'll sort it all out. I see, Mito nodded, her gaze falling upon Qianjing's empty neck. There had once been a red thread there, adorned with a small black pearl bunny, a gift from Tobarama to Qianjing. In the land of rivers, black pearls symbolize safety and good fortune. If that pearl could shield Qianjing from a fatal blow, it was indeed worth its weight. However, she hoped that the red thread tethering the pearl would not sever as well. Mito reached out several times towards Qianjing, but was thwarted each time by Mito, leading little Rinya to feel quite aggrieved, bursting into tears. Mito quickly shifted her position, attempting to comfort her son, but Rinya cried even louder in response. Mito signaled to Qianjing and Ban, taking little Rinya out of the room to discern whether her son was hungry or needed a change. After watching Mito leave, Ban turned to Qianjing and asked, do you still remember me? Qianjing glanced at Ban's striking hair color and replied, of course. Oh, Ban noted, as he and Qianjing were not particularly familiar with one another, having met only a few times. With Mito gone, and after such a long time apart, an awkward silence lingered. Ban, seeking to break the ice, said, I have already gotten engaged. Oh, well, congratulations, Qianjing responded somewhat dryly. Ban racked his brain for a topic. Do you remember the last time we met? It was when you cursed your brother for having no wife, and cursed my brother for being single as well. Qianjing, I remember. But that was simply part of the original story, right? He just accidentally let it slip. It has nothing to do with him. Both Madara and Tobarama were destined to remain single until death. So how did it become his curse? Ban remarked, you're quite perceptive. You've hit the nail on the head. They really remain unmarried to this day. Unlike me, I got engaged last year, though we still don't have children. But I'm sure that will change soon. Qianjing, oh, that's impressive. You should keep it up. Ban gave Qianjing a thumbs up. I will. Then he countered, you're not getting any younger. When do you plan to get engaged? Qianjing, as expected of Ban. He manages to make me want to slam the door in his face again. He is truly remarkable. Chapter 80, Awareness. Seeing the dangerous expression on Qianjing's face, Ban instinctively sensed something was amiss and quickly changed the subject, pulling an item from his pocket. I almost forgot. This is something my second brother had Sora bring back. Upon receiving it, Qianjing observed it was a piece of candy. Ban explained, since you woke up yesterday, my sister-in-law asked me to have Saru run a message to my elder brother and second brother to inform them about your condition. When Saru returned last night, he brought this back, saying it was from my second brother for you. Qianjing examined the candy closely. It appeared quite ordinary, wrapped in pink paper, devoid of any distinguishing features. Ban suddenly recalled something and added, oh, my second brother also mentioned to substitute with strawberry candy for now, and when he returns, he'll treat you to real strawberries. Oh, so this is strawberry candy, Qianjing smiled, unwrapping it and popping it into her mouth. It wasn't overly sweet, rather, it had a slight tang and a robust strawberry flavor, though she felt as if she had merely taken a brief nap. For Tobarama, a considerable amount of time had indeed elapsed. They had shared a close bond during their childhood, yet any relationship left unattended for so long would inevitably fade. She had been in slumber, unaware of when she would awaken. According to the original storyline, the true head of the Senju clan was actually Tobarama. Now that he had matured, he must have encountered numerous new people and experiences over the years. As a high-ranking official in Konoha, he interacted with figures of national significance. Qianjing had initially thought that Tobarama, being well acquainted with many, would have formed new friendships. To her surprise, he still remembered her fondness for strawberries. As she savored the strawberry candy, rolling it from cheek to cheek, she began to find Ban much more agreeable. Tobirama had once been a bit of a tsundere. Now that he was older, she wondered if he had transformed into a more pronounced one. Moreover, in the original story, the grown-up Tobirama was strikingly handsome. With his white hair and red eyes, even as a mere paper cutout, he exuded charm. Qianjing suddenly felt a flutter of anticipation at the thought of meeting the real Tobirama. The first thing she would do is remove that hideous forehead protector that obscured his good looks. After hosting Mito and Ban for lunch and bidding them farewell, Qianjing tidied up, feeling somewhat fatigued. After all, having lain in slumber for so long, even a ninja's body could not fully recover in an instant. Her stamina still lagged behind. With Madara absent and Izuna preoccupied with clan matters, Qianjing found herself with little to do, so she resolved to take an afternoon nap. However, she ended up sleeping until nightfall. When she awoke, she felt a little dazed, unable to discern the time or her surroundings. It seemed as though a multitude of memories that had previously eluded her had suddenly resurfaced. Leaning against the headboard, she closed her eyes to organize her thoughts. She recalled moments when Madara referred to her as merely Izuna's little sister, only to later suggest that he would no longer view her purely as a sibling. In one moment, he would say she was still a child and that she couldn't do this or that. In the next, he would assert that she was no longer a child, declaring this and that were unacceptable. What was Madara getting at? It felt as though his attitude towards her had shifted in a peculiar manner since her awakening. Perhaps it was time to test the waters. Qianjing hopped out of bed, donned Madara's coat, and wandered around the house, confirming that he was home, working in his study. She opted not to enter through the door, but rather scurried to the courtyard, tapping on the window. Madara approached the window at the sound, and Qianjing, beaming, said, "Brother Madara, it's already dark. Why are you still working?" Madara replied, "There was an urgent matter that needed addressing, but it has now been resolved." Qianjing responded with a soft "oh," tugging at Madara's arm to pull him towards the window. "Brother Madara, since you're free now, would you take me out for a stroll? I've been asleep for so long and haven't seen the village of Konoha with my own eyes. I still don't know what it's like." "Let Izuna accompany you tomorrow," Madara suggested. Qianjing interrupted him, her tone tinged with disappointment. "But I want you to come with me, Brother Madara. Is that too much to ask?" At her words, Madara fell silent for a moment, then casually donned his coat from the rack, acquiescing to Qianjing's desire. He leaped out the window and led the way down the street. As Madara walked ahead, Qianjing followed closely behind, observing his silhouette. Compared to her memories, Madara had grown taller and matured considerably. The sensation of blindness seemed to have little effect on Obito. Each step he took was steady, exuding an air of mastery and effortless grace. However, this demeanor felt excessively aloof and distant. Chiaki disliked this atmosphere and sought to shatter it. He jogged a few steps closer to Obito, extending his right hand to gently slide his index finger along Obito's spine from top to bottom. Obito's stride faltered, his body momentarily stiffening, reminiscent of a large black cat suddenly bristling with surprise. Turning his head, Obito fixed his gaze on Chiaki and inquired in a low voice, "What are you doing?" "Oh, Obito, I forgot you can't see. Your shirt was a bit wrinkled at the back, so I just helped you straighten it," Chiaki replied with a smile, his tone innocent. "Is that a problem?" Obito simply stated, "Step in front of me." Chiaki shrugged, "All right." He maneuvered to Obito's front and began to walk backward, observing as Obito resumed his steady pace, his expression calm and composed. Suddenly, Chiaki halted. In that instant, Obito stopped as well. Chiaki squinted, noting the considerable distance of at least 2 meters between them. Hadn't Obito mentioned that anything beyond 30 centimeters was beyond his sight? How could he react so promptly from such a distance? Perhaps it was merely a matter of chakra perception. He would observe further. "Why did you stop?" Obito asked. "Obito, I haven't had dinner yet. I was thinking of getting something to eat," Chiaki responded. Obito nodded, "Then go ahead and buy it. I will wait here." Chiaki extended his hand, "But I have no money." Obito raised his hand to retrieve some cash from his sleeve pocket, but Chiaki unabashedly leaned in, his palm sliding along Obito's arm and into his sleeve. Obito, after losing his sight, his sense of touch had grown more acute. He felt no need to guard himself against Chiaki's proximity. Chiaki's occasional closeness and touches stirred a sense of unease within him. Yet, he maintained his cold demeanor. For Chiaki still operated under the mindset of his former self, having forgotten much, oblivious to the fact that such intimacy was now inappropriate. Upon retrieving Obito's money pouch, Chiaki withdrew his hand, as if the previous contact had been an unconscious act. Obito let out a quiet sigh of relief, but it was premature. Moments later, Chiaki returned, presenting Obito with a candied apple. This street treat resembled the sweet candied hawthorn of the land of flowers, made with miniature apples coated in syrup, red and strung on a wooden stick like a charming little lantern. "Obito, could you hold this for me? My hair is getting in the way. It's sticky from the syrup," Chiaki exclaimed. Obito reluctantly accepted the candy, Unable to suppress his curiosity, "Is this all you're having for dinner?" Chiaki looked at him, not bothering to fix his hair. "It's delicious. Have you ever tried it?" "Never. That's something only children eat." "Then you should take a bite and see for yourself. Just a taste, it's already in your hands." With a soft sigh, Obito thought that if he didn't indulge in a taste, Chiaki would likely make a fuss. Thus, he decided to casually take a bite and declare it tasty to quell any potential turmoil. However, just as the candy neared his lips, Chiaki suddenly grasped the hand holding the candy, leaned in, and bit into the opposite side, causing the candy to collide with his lips. Chapter 81, Confirmation. Obito barely registered a figure leaning toward him before feeling a sudden impact on his lips. He licked them, tasting sweetness, and instantly realized what had transpired. His ears flushed crimson at the realization. Chiaki observed Obito's effort to maintain an expression of indifference, yet his blushing ears betrayed him, prompting a silent chuckle. "Obito, you have syrup all over your lips. It's red, just like lip gloss." Obito disregarded further conversation, reaching up to wipe the syrup away. He could not discern whether Chiaki's actions were accidental or deliberate. His emotions oscillated, torn between confusion and frustration, especially since Chiaki had forgotten everything. Obito lowered his hand and frowned. "Chiaki, you're not a child anymore." "Obito," Chiaki interrupted, shifting the conversation. "Did you know that Sister Mito and Izuna visited me today?" Obito paused, responding to Chiaki's lead. "I know." Chiaki smiled, closely watching Obito's expression for any shifts, continuing. "Izuna mentioned he's already engaged. Shouldn't I also consider finding someone to date?" "Absolutely not." Obito's previously calm demeanor shattered, his face darkening. Chiaki raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. "Why not? Didn't you just say I'm not a child anymore?" Obito found himself momentarily stumped by his own words, finally managing to retort. "Fine. If you wish to pursue a relationship, bring your partner to me for approval. If they can't hold their own against me." Unfinished. Obito's words hung in the air, and his expression hinted at the grim fate awaiting anyone who could not measure up to him. It was clear he was subtly forbidding Chiaki from dating anyone. Chiaki feigned a pout, secretly amused. I see. Obito was just putting on a brave face, pretending to be calm. If he wanted to act, then Chiaki could also maintain his pretense of amnesia. They could both play their roles and see who could outlast the other. Quietly, Chiaki murmured, just loud enough for Obito to hear, "I'll just date in secret." Making sure Obito doesn't find out. Obito warned sternly, "You can try that." Chiaki coughed lightly, redirecting the conversation. "Obito, why have you never gotten engaged?" "Mito asked me this today, and I couldn't come up with an answer." Obito thought, where did this little one from the Senju clan find all this chatter? Yet, he could not reveal that he had been waiting, first for Chiaki to grow up, and later for him to awaken. Now that Chiaki had forgotten everything and was unfamiliar with him, he couldn't just say it. It would surely frighten him. As he hesitated to fabricate an excuse, Chiaki provided one, asking, "Is it because you're too busy with work?" "Exactly," Obito replied promptly. Chiaki continued, "That won't do. If you have a partner in the future, you'll neglect your family." "Obito," Chiaki added, "but it's understandable. You were Hokage, so being busy is reasonable. Once your workload lightens, you can finally enjoy a proper romance." Unable to contain his curiosity, Obito asked, "Who do you want me to date?" Chiaki lifted his chin, playfully responding, "Well, who should it be?" "Obito." Obito felt as if Chiaki was wearing him down. 2 years of blindness felt less burdensome than these last few days. Every word Chiaki uttered seemed peculiar, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps he was overthinking it. Without the ability to see Chiaki's expressions, he could only discern his intentions through voice and tone, making it difficult to determine whether Chiaki was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. This situation was untenable. He was being led by Chiaki. As an elder, it was absurd to remain the passive one. Suppressing a myriad of thoughts, Obito adopted a serious expression, stating, "If you still have the energy for romance, it appears your health has improved significantly. Given that, we can commence physical training tomorrow." Chiaki, resorting to corporal punishment simply because one cannot win an argument? What nonsense is this? Just as Qianjing contemplated retorting, Madara interjected. "If only you could have delayed for just a couple more seconds. 1 second would suffice. Both Hashirama and I would have had ample time to intervene. Your martial arts skills are truly lacking." Madara appeared somewhat regretful, and Qianjing's plethora of rebuttals was stifled, leaving only a stubborn murmur. "But it was only my 3rd day awake, and Brother Madara insisted on making me practice martial arts. Consider it rehabilitation training. I cannot allow you to continue being idle." Madara replied with a grave seriousness. "Now that I have stepped down from the position of Hokage, my schedule is less hectic, allowing me to dedicate time to your physical training." Qianjing felt an overwhelming sense of being ensnared by his own words. True to his word, the following day, After rising and completing his morning routine, Madara granted Qianjing an additional 5 minutes of slumber before resolutely pulling him up and supervising his martial arts training in the courtyard. Although Qianjing initially wished to feign cuteness and shirk his responsibilities, Madara remained unwavering, unyielding, and stern. He labeled it rehabilitation training. Yet the intensity of the exercises was far from lenient. Having lain idle for so long, Qianjing understood the concepts of various movements and footwork, yet his body struggled to comply. Madara insisted on repeating the exercises until Qianjing could execute them correctly. Eventually, Qianjing barely managed to complete the prescribed training tasks, only to be confronted with additional weights that Madara presented, commanding him to run 3 laps around the yard. "Brother Madara, you cannot be serious. I truly cannot manage today." Madara revealed his own weights, saying, "I will accompany you. We will jog together. If you cannot run, walking is acceptable. Stamina must be developed gradually, so do not worry. Your body is capable." Qianjing recognized that Madara's ninja physique could endure such tasks, yet he felt utterly exhausted. He squatted down, wrapping his arms around his beleaguered self. "Brother Madara, you are certainly not my real brother." Madara remained unyielding. If it were Izuna, he would have completed 6 laps by now. After much ado, Qianjing found himself unable to escape the final 3 laps with added weight. Having concluded the day's martial arts training, Qianjing persevered through a shower to wash off the sweat, then collapsed onto the sofa, utterly spent. As Madara entered the room, he perceived Qianjing sprawled on the sofa like a despondent fish, causing him to chuckle softly. Approaching, Qianjing instinctively curled his legs, creating space for Madara to sit beside him. Madara took the opportunity to position Qianjing's feet on his lap, gently massaging them as he advised. "You should press on your muscles like this to relax, lest you suffer from leg cramps tonight." "Brother Madara," Qianjing protested, sitting up in discontent, "I have bathed. I am not dirty. Why must you massage me while wearing gloves? It is simply my habit." "I do not believe you." Qianjing, with a skeptical expression, reclaimed his leg and grasped Madara's hand, insisting, "Let me inspect." Chapter 82. Implication. Madara, unperturbed, willingly extended his hand to Qianjing. Supporting Madara's hand with one of his own, Qianjing slowly began to peel off the glove. It was a pair of thin, black gloves, seemingly leather with a slight elasticity, perfectly fitted to Madara's hand, making them difficult to remove without a bit of force. However, Qianjing, unsure whether he was being too rough, hesitated and removed the glove slowly, only to find it stuck halfway down Madara's palm. Madara, unable to discern Qianjing's intentions, felt the sensation of his hand being brushed lightly, akin to feathers, causing a slight itch in his palm that made him restless. He withdrew his hand, removing the glove himself, then extended his hand once more to Qianjing. Yet Qianjing did not take it. Instead, he seized the discarded glove, donned it, and examined his fingers. Madara's half-sleeve shirt paired with the short gloves created a striking contrast against his pale wrist. Madara could not see this contrast, but Qianjing was captivated by it. He recalled that in the original narrative, during the time Madara was shirtless, he still wore these black gloves. "Brother Madara, your gloves are quite snug. The size seems to suit me as well," Qianjing mused. Though the gloves fit Madara perfectly, they were slightly oversized on Qianjing. Nevertheless, they were not excessively large, and he could wear them if he chose. He pulled Madara's hand closer, pressing their palms together. "You cannot see it, but let me show you, see. They fit quite well, do they not?" Madara hesitated, responding with a non-committal hum. "I recall that your hands used to be significantly larger than mine." "Mine are but this size," Qianjing remarked, lightly tracing a line on Madara's palm. The sensation made Madara's palm itch, prompting him to grasp the finger that traced across it. Qianjing then spread Madara's hand open, intertwining their fingers in a reversal. Reflecting on it now, it was no wonder Madara viewed him as a child, given that he was indeed younger. "But Brother Madara, look at how well your gloves fit me now. Can you please stop treating me like a child?" Madara, unable to suppress the urge, pulled Qianjing into an embrace. Qianjing had previously mentioned that he was not entirely amnesiac, recalling bits and pieces each day. How much had he remembered? To what extent had his memories returned? Was this a hint of something? Qianjing felt he had expressed everything he needed to say, done all that was necessary. He had made his feelings clear. Surely Madara understood that he could not always be the one to voice everything. He nestled into Madara's neck, wrapping his arms around his shoulders, softly asking, "Brother Madara?" "Yes. I no longer perceive you as a child." Madara closed his eyes, reminding himself to exercise patience and caution, lest he frighten Qianjing. He released Qianjing, removing the glove from his other hand, and resumed massaging Qianjing's legs, casually inquiring, "You exerted yourself quite a bit today. Is there anywhere else that aches? Shall I massage it?" Qianjing. He gritted his teeth, frustrated, delivering a swift kick to Madara's abdomen. "I feel discomfort everywhere. I am sore all over." You must massage me. Madara deftly intercepted Qianjing's kick, stating sternly, do not flail about. I will move as I please. Qianjing retorted. Madara pointed at him. If you continue this way, I will remember it. There shall be consequences. Oh, what kind of consequences? Qianjing raised his chin defiantly. Enlighten me. You will find out in due time, Madara replied, and when Qianjing pressed for more, he remained silent. Qianjing, displeased, turned away, burying his head into the sofa cushion, urging Madara to massage his calves. After all this time, Madara refused to articulate what he should have said, leaving Qianjing bewildered. Why was Madara behaving like this? It was truly vexing. It is said that forming a habit takes 28 days. Yet, Qianjing felt that merely a week of rising early under Madara's guidance had instilled in him the habit of early morning training. Even when Madara was absent, claiming he would greet the Hokage's return to Konoha, Qianjing did not allow himself to be lazy, rising promptly as usual. He surprisingly neither slacked off nor practiced insincerely. Instead, he diligently trained in physical techniques for an entire week, which proved to be exceedingly tedious. Since it was early practice anyway, Qianjing took matters into his own hands and decided to change his morning training routine. Today, he resolved to practice ninjutsu. He began by testing his most familiar technique, the Sharingan, followed by the 10 shadow techniques he frequently employed. Subsequently, he intended to attempt the water release, which, despite being less commonly used, had a decent success rate. However, this time he failed. From across the small pond in the courtyard, he aimed at the target on the opposite bank and launched a water arrow, only for it to veer off course, striking the artificial hill above the target and shattering the stones. As small pebbles cascaded down like an avalanche, several larger rocks tumbled into the pond, creating a tremendous splash. Just as the splashed water was about to drench Qianjing, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, extending a hand to intercept the flying droplets. The water momentarily froze in midair before losing its momentum and cascading back into the pond, leaving Qianjing completely dry. The newcomer spoke not a word. Qianjing looked up to see the familiar white hair and red eyes, the features and expressions reminiscent of his childhood, eliciting a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. Tobarama, you're back? He exclaimed. Tobarama, gazing intently at Qianjing, replied, it's been a long time. To Qianjing, it felt as though they had only met a few days prior. Yet, in his memories, Tobarama still bore the visage of a youth. Now, he towered over Qianjing by half a head, his demeanor noticeably more aloof. Even his voice had transformed, sounding much more robust than before. At that moment, Qianjing realized he had missed a significant passage of time and numerous events. For Tobarama, it had indeed been a while since their last encounter, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat awkward between them. Expecting Tobarama to break the silence would be futile, as he was inherently proud and aloof. Thus, Qianjing resolved to make an effort himself to thaw the ice. He extended a hand towards Tobarama, smiling as he said, you arrived just in time. I was practicing water release. I can't manage it alone, so why not join me? Tobarama nodded, but before he could utter a word of agreement, Qianjing inadvertently sprayed him with a face full of water. Unbeknownst to him, he had activated his eyes and was wielding an ultra-miniature stuffed elephant, which he employed as a makeshift water gun, directing a stream of water straight at Tobarama's face. The attack was harmless yet provocatively bold. Qianjing grinned at Tobarama, teasingly challenging. Come on. Tobarama hesitated for a moment, wiping the water from his face before a smile crept onto his lips. With a sudden push off the ground, he charged toward Qianjing. Startled, Qianjing shouted, raising the stuffed elephant above his head, allowing it to serve as his shield while he darted around the courtyard, evading capture. As he ran, he laughed heartily, calling out, Tobarama, now that you're back, you should take off that forehead protector. You look so handsome without it. Your attractiveness would increase sixfold. In reality, Tobarama possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, and Qianjing's ninja tool pouch contained Tobarama's kunai. Ending the playful chase would have been a mere instant for him. However, he refrained from doing so and merely pursued Qianjing at a leisurely pace, allowing him to evade capture. As Qianjing leaped onto the artificial hill, the stones that had been precariously balanced from his earlier water release began to tumble once more. Losing his footing, Qianjing was on the verge of falling into the pond when Tobarama instantaneously appeared beside him to catch him, only for both of them to tumble into the water together. Are you foolish? Qianjing gasped, laughing as he wrung out his long hair. If you hadn't come over, I could have just used the body flicker technique to escape without falling. Tobarama replied, I suppose that was a bit foolish, but when I saw you in danger, my body reacted before my mind could process it, even forgetting to gather chakra. Well, now we're both soaked, Qianjing said as he climbed ashore, tugging at his wet clothes. Quickly, we have 2 bathrooms at home. Let us change our clothes before we catch a chill. As he spoke, Qianjing glanced at Tobarama and pondered. I can easily find something to wear, but what about your outfit? I doubt you'll fit into my clothes. Tobarama gently pushed Qianjing toward the house, insisting, let's not worry about that now. The weather is cool, and we're both wet. We should head inside. As Qianjing was being ushered along, he called back, Tobarama, how tall are you now? You've grown half a head taller than me. You must be at least 1.8 meters tall. Actually, I'm 1.82, Tobarama corrected, pausing briefly before adding, and 3. That insatiable desire to win. Does it really have to be precise to 1 decimal point? Qianjing exclaimed. After waking up, Izuna took Qianjing to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. The height measurement glaringly displayed 172, a number that painfully stung Qianjing's eyes. Izuna first reassured him, explaining that he had been sleeping during his growth spurts, and his body had not received adequate nutrition, which was why he hadn't grown taller. He assured Qianjing that he would still grow. Then, he compared himself, stating that he was only 174, not that much taller. In truth, Izuna's actual height was 174.8, approximately 175, and he remained the same little angel. However, Qianjing found no comfort in his words. Now hearing Tobarama declare he was 1.823, Qianjing felt the urge to turn and scratch him in frustration. Striding back to his room, he rummaged through the wardrobe, pulling out 2 clean outfits and handing them to Tobarama with a huff, saying, the left one is larger, it's Obito's, but it's never been worn. So it's still new. The right one is mine. I've worn it twice, but it's been cleaned. Pausing for a moment, Qianjing added with a scowl, oh, but you're 10 centimeters taller than me. No, 10.3 centimeters. This outfit of mine will be 10.3 centimeters short on you. It probably won't fit quite right. In pure retaliation, both outfits Qianjing handed to Tobarama were Uchiha clan robes. However, Obito's garment only had a small fan embroidered at the collar, resembling a dark blue wide-collared robe. Without close inspection, one wouldn't even recognize it as Uchiha attire. While Qianjing's robe boasted a massive Uchiha fan stitched on the back, making it quite conspicuous from afar. Qianjing had thought that since Obito and Tobarama were of similar height and the outfit was new, Tobarama would certainly choose Obito's, given that he was a senju. Wearing Uchiha clan attire home would feel somewhat inappropriate, and Obito's emblem was far less prominent. However, to Qianjing's surprise, Tobarama did not hesitate at all. He promptly returned Obito's outfit, and, with a perplexed smile, walked into the bathroom, calling out, do you have a towel? Coming back to his senses, Qianjing replied, yes. As he turned to fetch a towel to hand to him, Tobarama appeared to be in good spirits. What was going on? Was it because Qianjing had mentioned he was 1.823? Now that he had surpassed 1.8 meters, why was he still so fixated on that decimal point? Qianjing shook his head in disbelief, taking his change of clothes and heading toward the other bathroom, all while pondering the situation. It appears that the relationship between Tobarama and Madara is rather strained. Otherwise, why would Tobarama choose to wear ill-fitting old clothing instead of the perfectly fine new attire that Madara provided? When Qianjing emerged from the bathroom, Tobarama was already dressed and seated at the table in the living room. As Qianjing walked over while drying her hair, she casually flicked the ends of his hair, only to discover that it was completely damp, with the collar of his shirt darkened from moisture. Without hesitation, she placed the towel directly on his head, rubbing it vigorously while chiding him for not drying his hair and for potentially ruining his clean clothes. Tobarama chuckled, rising to turn towards her, effortlessly grasping her wrist as she helped him dry his hair. Qianjing found herself instantly at a loss, exasperatedly tossing the towel at him and declaring, do it yourself. She then moved to the table, poured herself a cup of hot tea, and sipped while appraising Tobarama. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan's attire was of the long robe variety, featuring a wide collar and sleeves, which did not impose strict shoulder-width requirements. With a cinched waist, aside from the length appearing slightly short, Tobarama looked presentable enough. It would suffice for a temporary ensemble until he could change into his own clothing upon returning home. Tobarama, meanwhile, was drying his hair and peering through the strands at Qianjing. He had waited so long, only to find it unfortunate that he was not in Konoha when she awoke. In the week following the message from Izuna, he had pondered many things he wished to convey to Qianjing, but upon seeing her, his mind went blank, overwhelmed by the simplicity of merely watching her. Whatever her expressions or actions, they were all delightful, as long as she was no longer lying there motionless. Shall we go out for a stroll? Tobarama suggested suddenly. Qianjing paused in her tea drinking, uncertainly gesturing to his attire. Are you planning to go out like that? Tobarama glanced at himself and inquired, what's wrong? Do you realize that this is Uchiha clan attire? There's a massive fan emblem on the back. Qianjing reminded him. You are a senju. Is it appropriate for you to venture out in Uchiha clothing? What is the issue? Tobarama countered. Uchiha and senju are both from Konoha. Are they not? Qianjing could not deny the logic in his words, yet hearing such a statement from Tobarama struck her as somewhat surreal. Let us go. I know of a shop with delicious offerings. Allow me to take you there. Tobarama led the way towards the door, turning around to reveal the conspicuously large Uchiha fan on his back. Qianjing found herself momentarily speechless. Is this for real? Listening to Tobarama's words about the unity of Uchiha and Senju, and witnessing him nonchalantly donning Uchiha clan attire, she felt as though she were in a fantasy. Was this truly the behavior expected of Senju Tobarama? Chapter 84, Lujia. Unlike the route Madara took when he previously accompanied Qianjing through the residential area, Tobarama led her towards the administrative district of the village. Along the way, he pointed out various administrative departments, explaining each one to her. During Madara's tenure as Hokage, he had laid a solid foundation for the village in many respects, elevating the Uchiha clan's standing within the community. Presently, the Uchiha clan managed the village's security operations, and after Madara's retirement from the position of Hokage, he continued to oversee the prison sector, effectively making the Uchiha a legally sanctioned force within the village, wielding considerable power. In addition to the village's military capabilities, Tobarama had also vigorously advanced the cause of education during these years. His elder brother had expressed that the endeavors one could accomplish within their lifetime were finite, and the future of the village would need to be entrusted to the next generation. Madara had also proclaimed that as long as Konoha flourished, the fire of its spirit would persist. Thus, the legacy was of utmost importance. I referenced your Uchiha clan's educational system to establish a ninja school, ensuring that gifted children receive unified and effective educational resources, thereby safeguarding the legacy of the will of fire in Konoha. Oh, I see. Qianjing nodded as she listened. So, the phrase will of fire, which resonates through generations, originally came from Madara? This fact seemed unmentioned in the original text. However, it made sense. Who among future generations would remember that the name Konoha was initially coined by Madara? Whether it was Madara or Tobarama, both had demonstrated foresight and dedication as former or future Hokages, tirelessly serving the village and expressing concern for its future, which was understandable. Yet, Qianjing's perspective diverged sharply from theirs. Why should one fret over the accolades of posterity? He believed that as long as one lived well in the present, there was no need to burden oneself with the concerns of what lay beyond. Do you wish to take a look? Tobarama suddenly asked, at the ninja school I established. Qianjing promptly cast aside her previous musings and eagerly responded, I'd love to. Tobarama smiled and turned on his heel, leading the way towards the direction of the ninja school. As they walked, many villagers greeted Tobarama respectfully, indicating that although he was not yet Hokage, his reputation had already soared. Once Hashirama stepped down, it was evident that Tobarama would be the next appointed leader. After rounding a corner, Qianjing overheard a conversation from behind, seemingly between the two individuals who had just greeted Tobarama. Hey, did you see what Lord Tobarama is wearing? That's a huge fan emblem on his back. Isn't that Uchiha clan attire? Yes, but isn't Lord Tobarama from the Senju clan? Do you think it means that the two largest clans in Konoha are about to unite? Qianjing found herself increasingly speechless, unable to resist tugging at Tobarama's sleeve and gesturing behind her. Tobarama, did you hear that? Given her keen perception, it was hard to believe Tobarama had not caught wind of the gossip. He chuckled softly, replying, I did hear. Are you not going to address it? Letting them spout such nonsense? At this rate, you'll be marrying into my family. Tobarama regarded her with a bemused expression. Their words are their own. They haven't approached me directly, so why should I intervene? Qianjing widened her eyes. That seems rather reasonable. She was not concerned about the rumors affecting his prospects for a spouse. Fortunately, they were not far from the ninja school, and within minutes, they arrived. As lunchtime approached, the students remained in their classrooms. Tobarama guided Qianjing through the nearly empty campus. The school was modest, likely due to the limited number of students, comprising a single teaching building and an administrative structure, both of which were 2 stories tall. The 2 buildings stood in an L shape, with a small open area in between, featuring various combat training equipment, such as straw dummies for throwing practice. Encircling the outer edge of the teaching building were painted lines marking running tracks, designated for physical training. Overall, while the school was small, it was quite comprehensive. As they walked along the track, passing the windows of the teaching building, the lunch bell rang, and suddenly, a little head poked out from the 2nd floor. Uncle? Both looked up to see Lu Jia peering out the window at them. At first, Lu Jia thought that the person on the playground resembled his uncle, but his attire, adorned with the Uchiha insignia, left him uncertain. As Tobarama lifted his gaze, Lu Jia instantly recognized him and promptly leapt towards him. Tobarama extended his arms, catching Lu Jia in a warm embrace. Uncle, you finally returned. Does that mean Dad is back too? Lu Jia's eyes shifted to the side, where Qianjing stood, and he obediently greeted, Brother Qianjing. Oh, so Lu Jia is studying here? Qianjing said with a smile, ruffling Lu Jia's small head. Your father is indeed back, but he is currently occupied with work. You will see him when you return home from school tonight. Tobarama gently set Lu Jia down, instructing him to stand by himself, and pointed towards Qianjing, correcting him. Lu Jia, this is not brother Qianjing. You should call him Uncle Qianjing. Lu Jia looked at Tobarama in confusion, then at Qianjing. His uncle appeared even more mature than his father, and Qianjing seemed more like an older brother than an uncle. Qianjing playfully nudged Tobarama and said, "If Lu Jia wants to call me brother, let him do so. What does it matter?" Tobarama, however, shook his head earnestly. "No, the hierarchy must be respected." Qianjing remarked, "Tobarama, you are as strict as ever." Reluctantly, Lu Jia called out, "Uncle Qianjing," which felt slightly off to Qianjing. Being addressed as an uncle by a 6-year-old made him feel as if he had aged a decade. "Perhaps it's better for Lu Jia to call me brother. Uncle sounds rather strange." "That won't do," Tobarama insisted. "I am his second uncle. I know you are his second uncle, and I am more than willing to be a generation younger than you. Why should that be a problem?" Qianjing bent down, lifting Lu Jia as he led the way towards the school entrance. After a couple of steps, he paused and looked back, expressing his impatience. "Hurry up, Tobarama. I'm hungry. Didn't you mention there are some delicious places to eat? Lu Jia and I should have lunch." Tobarama couldn't help but chuckle, taking a couple of steps forward as if to pat Qianjing's forehead. "What are you shouting for?" Qianjing grinned, not bothering to dodge. "I called you Tobarama, Dad. I want to be Lu Jia's brother, so I can only call you Dad." Lu Jia wrapped his arms around Qianjing's neck. Joining in the laughter, Qianjing tilted his head, leaning against Lu Jia, grinning as he gazed at Tobarama. Tobarama remarked, "Don't smile like that." "Why not?" Qianjing questioned. "Is it because I look too adorable when I smile?" Tobarama tapped Qianjing's head lightly, causing him to tilt and bump heads with Lu Jia, who immediately turned to complain. "Lu Jia, did you see? Uncle just tried to hit me." Lu Jia puffed out his chest. "Uncle, how could you hit someone?" "You two seem to get along quite well," Tobarama observed, his red eyes gleaming with amusement as he surveyed the pair. He then reached out, lifting Lu Jia from Qianjing's arms and setting him down. "Lu Jia, walk on your own." He took Lu Jia's hand with one hand while ruffling Qianjing's hair with the other. "Let us go, young master. You mentioned you were hungry, right? I'll take you for a delicious meal." Chapter 85. Composure. Tobarama led Qianjing and Lu Jia to an izakaya, which typically opened in the evening and operated through the night, offering an array of grilled delicacies and snacks. However, as they arrived at midday, the ingredients were not fully prepared, and since Lu Jia was not of age to drink, the establishment could only serve them 3 bowls of noodles topped generously with various garnishes. Despite the disappointment of missing the signature dish, the noodles were indeed quite delectable. "Let us return here for dinner next time," Qianjing softly suggested to Tobarama. "The flavors are commendable, but it's inconvenient for Lu Jia to drink here." "Craving for a drink again?" Tobarama replied, lowering his head to extract the scallions from his noodles, also speaking softly. "Did Uchiha Madara permit you to accompany me? His concern for my health is understandable, but I am fully aware of my own body. I assure you, there is no issue," Qianjing asserted confidently. "I've been awake for over 10 days and have undergone a week of rigorous physical training. What could possibly be wrong? A little drink will be perfectly fine." "Oh." Tobarama glanced at Qianjing and replied, "All right then, I shall seek you out next time." After their meal, both men escorted Lu Jia back to the ninja academy, as Tobarama had to return to work afterward. In truth, he had just returned from a 5-Kage summit with Hashirama and had numerous concluding tasks to address. However, Hashirama, understanding his sentiments, generously insisted that as Hokage, he would handle his responsibilities, allowing Tobarama to find Qianjing first. In order to prevent any poor decisions from arising in his absence, Hashirama had merely allowed Tobarama a brief moment to meet Qianjing, share a meal, and confirm that Qianjing could manage alone before he hurried back to the administrative district to resume his work. Having indulged a bit too much at lunch, Qianjing strolled leisurely back home, treating it as a form of digestion. Yet, as he walked, he suddenly halted. Wait a minute. Tobarama is still wearing Uchiha clan attire. Had he gone to work without changing his clothes? Wouldn't that mean all the higher-ups in Konoha would see him dressed in his clan's garb? Madara returned home that evening with a rather displeased expression. Although he could not see precisely what had transpired with Tobarama, he was inundated with peculiar rumors. Whispers circulating around him, suggesting that Senju Tobarama seemed poised to enter into an alliance with the Uchiha. It was utterly absurd. Even if the Senju and Uchiha were now both part of Konoha, he still found Tobarama insufferable. How could an alliance be conceivable? Who would even consider such a union with him? It felt as though Senju Tobarama had orchestrated this intentionally. Qianjing. Qianjing instinctively recoiled slightly. Madara couldn't possibly be inquiring about Tobarama's clothing, could he? Given the strained relationship between Madara and Tobarama, Would he be displeased that Tobirama wore Uchiha clan attire? But what of it? It was merely a good friend visiting and accidentally soiling his clothes. Thus, he wore his garments home. Perfectly normal. Regaining his composure, Qianjing responded, Madara. What is the matter? Were you out with Tobirama today? Yes. Tobirama missed the meeting this morning and went straight to find you upon his return? Qianjing pondered for a moment. It seems so. He arrived while I was practicing in the morning. Madara frowned. Isn't that earlier than Hashirama's return? So, Tobirama specifically came back early just to find Qianjing? Madara's thoughts drifted back to the rumors of an alliance, compelling him to ask, why did he seek you out immediately upon his return? Qianjing, puzzled, responded, because we have a good relationship? Is that not obvious? He hesitated, adding suspiciously, Madara, why are your questions so strange? What exactly do you want to know? Madara fell silent for a moment, furrowing his brow as he turned away. Never mind. Qianjing rushed after him. Don't just leave it at that. Tell me. He had the distinct feeling that Madara was about to reveal something he wished to hear, and he could not afford to miss it. Madara remained silent, casually pulling back the chair of his office, intending to sit down. But Qianjing quickly yanked the chair away. Madara paused, opting not to sit. He picked up a teacup from the table, intending to take a sip. Just as the cup reached his lips, Qianjing reached over and took it from him, gulping down a generous mouthful. Madara could not contain his warning. Qianjing. Qianjing retorted, what is the problem? Is it not permissible for me to have a sip of your tea? Madara, why is your tea brewed so strong? It's bitter. Will you even be able to sleep tonight after drinking that? Madara replied calmly, I will. Qianjing expressed her concern, saying, but I fear I may find it difficult to sleep. It's too bitter, and I shall return it to you. She thrust the cup into Ban's hands. And just as he steadied it, he noticed Qianjing had suddenly leaned in closer. So close that their breaths mingled, Ban froze, too apprehensive to move. Yet Qianjing remained still as well. What had she meant when she said she would return something to him? Was it the cup or the tea? How could one return tea that had already been swallowed? Ban opened his mouth, Qian. Just as he uttered a syllable, Qianjing leaned in even closer. And just when Ban felt the urge to kiss her, she abruptly averted her gaze. Grasping his shoulder and rising on tiptoe to retrieve a book from the shelf behind him. Banji, why is there a novel on your office bookshelf? Qianjing's voice sounded particularly innocent and playful. Ban closed his eyes, inhaled deeply to suppress the tumult of emotions from moments prior, and replied steadily, that belongs to Izuna. More precisely, it was a gift from Izuna, who had suggested he read it to broaden his horizons. But what was there to learn from literary works? Did they contain any ninjutsu? This book was a token from his brother, and though he had accepted it out of respect, he had never even opened its pages. Oh. Qianjing casually flipped through the book, the rustling of the pages filling the air, yet her attention remained fixed on Ban. He settled back into his office chair and took a sip from his tea, seemingly unperturbed by his earlier actions, exuding calmness. No. He couldn't allow her to remain so composed. Banji, how old are you this year? Qianjing inquired. Ban. Before he could respond, she continued. Why haven't you gotten married yet? In the years I've drifted off to sleep. Have you ever been in a relationship? Ban, no. In truth, Qianjing had already guessed as much. After all, Ban was a workaholic with no inclination towards romance. Otherwise, after all her flirtations, he would have shown at least some reaction. Yet, she still deliberately asked, why not? Look at Tobirama's son, he's already in school, and you haven't even had a single relationship. Because I have someone I care for, Ban interjected suddenly, interrupting Qianjing. I have been waiting for him. Chapter 86, Certainty. Qianjing gazed intently at Ban, asking, who is it? But Ban fell silent again. He looked in her direction, unable to see anything, the words nearly escaping his lips. Yet he felt it inappropriate to speak them without looking into her eyes. Qianjing stood up and approached him, stopping before him, her tone curious as she repeated, Banji. Who is this person you speak of? He is someone of immense importance to me, Ban began, his face turned towards Qianjing. But all he could see was a vague silhouette. I have known him since childhood. We grew up together and have experienced many things you might not know. Strangely, when I first met him, I instinctively felt that this person would be significant to me in the future, so I endeavored to keep him close. In our youth, I was quite strict with him, causing him much distress and anger. Then one day, I suddenly realized that I had never truly viewed him as a brother. My feelings had always been different. Looking back, I see that my attitude towards him has never been the same as it was towards Izuna. Qianjing lowered her gaze at Ban, who spoke as if recounting his story, his tone gentle. Although his eyes lacked luster, his face remained directed towards her. Fixated on his own thoughts. Every word he spoke was about him. Every sentence centered around him. Banji, what is his name? Qianjing asked softly. Ban did not answer her. Instead, continuing, I always felt that he was still young, his personality lively and impetuous, not one to settle down easily. He often grows impatient halfway through whatever he is doing. Being older, I pondered more. I thought I would wait a little longer, until he matured and understood what the future entailed before discussing it with him. But I waited so long that he seems to have forgotten everything. Unable to contain herself, Qianjing said, Banji, I actually. Ban reached out, pulling her closer and embracing her tightly, his forehead resting against her chest, interrupting her thoughts. But this time, I no longer wish to wait. I have waited long enough. Even if he forgets me, I can still tell him. Life is too short to keep waiting indefinitely. When will that time come? Then who is he? Banji, tell me his name, and I will help you pursue him. Qianjing placed her hand on Ban's shoulder, giving him a gentle push, insisting, just tell me. I promise you will win his heart. Ban lifted his face to gaze at Qianjing again. He could not see her. Qianjing was so astute. She surely knew who he was referring to. What expression did she wear now? Was she blushing? Or perhaps shy? Surely not shy. That little rascal must be smiling, her eyes sparkling with delight, likely feeling a bit smug, undoubtedly looking stunning. Ban reached out to touch her face. Qianjing, expecting him to stroke her cheek, was taken aback when he instead grasped a strand of her long hair, bringing the tip to his lips and kissing it softly. The hair bore no texture, yet Ban maintained his gentle, expressionless demeanor. However, for some inexplicable reason, Qianjing felt her cheeks ignite. Had she been flirted with? By Ban. Was this real? It had always been her who flirted with him. How could he possibly know how to do such things? Banji, why are you silent? Qianjing stammered, momentarily caught off guard, but she quickly regained her composure and continued. You are so much older than I am. Can't you let me take the lead? Now that we've reached this point, why don't you continue? Ban sighed softly. Qianjing, feeling displeased, said, all right, Banji, let me ask you this. The person you like. Is it me? You need me to say it, don't you? Then I shall, Ban suddenly declared, his tone steady. Qianjing. The words she had yet to voice lodged in her throat once more. What expression are you wearing now? Qianjing. Ban's fingertip pressed against the spot on her chest. It beat so rapidly, he said, a smile curling on his lips. So what is your expression now? Qianjing immediately pulled away from Ban, retreating 2 steps to maintain some distance, calculating that Ban could no longer hear her heartbeat, then exclaimed defiantly, Banji, you've changed. Ban chuckled lightly, saying, tomorrow morning, don't linger in bed. Come to work with me. I'll introduce you to Tobarama. If Tobarama confirms that your health is fine, you can help me with my eyes. I want to see you clearly. The following morning, Qianjing, unusually proactive, rose without needing Ban to call her, dressed neatly, and even urged Ban to hurry out the door. When they arrived at the Hokage office building, Tobarama had not yet arrived. The secretary, responsible for daily affairs, had come in early and, upon seeing Ban, approached him with a document. After a moment's thought, she handed one to Qianjing as well. What is this? Qianjing inquired, flipping through the document with curiosity. This is the material for the meeting later, the secretary replied kindly. You are the assistant brought by Lord Ban, correct? I haven't seen you before. Anyway, during the meeting, I will arrange for you to sit beside Lord Ban, and you will be responsible for noting down key points. Oh, Qianjing nodded. Glancing at Ban, she whispered, did you used to bring an assistant to meetings? Ban shook his head. No, I never have. What do you think about taking meeting minutes? Ban inquired, perplexed. Is there anything worth noting? Every meeting seems to be filled with nonsense. Qianjing had initially pondered whether Ban's impatience with administrative matters led him to deem the discussions trivial. But it wasn't until he found himself seated in the conference room that he realized Ban's assertion was indeed accurate. Much of what was said was indeed drivel. Thus, the crux of the issue became evidently clear. Hashirama cast a pleading glance toward Tobarama, who typically occupied a position beside him during meetings led by Hashirama, or stood just behind him to provide assistance. However, upon entering the conference room today, Tobarama noticed Ban had brought Qianjing along, and without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned Hashirama to take a seat alongside Qianjing, justifying his actions by stating that his elder brother needed the opportunity to hone his skills. Qianjing listened intently as Hashirama meandered through his convoluted discourse, struggling to decipher the essence of his message. He discreetly covered his mouth and leaned toward Tobarama, inquiring softly, what is Brother Hashirama trying to convey? Tobarama chuckled lightly, yet before he could respond, Ban suddenly cleared his throat. Instantaneously, the murmurs within the conference room ceased, plunging the atmosphere into an oppressive silence. Qianjing promptly sat up straight. Hashirama cast a grateful glance towards his steadfast friend, Ban, and continued, therefore, it is abundantly clear that the focal point of this matter has emerged. Unable to restrain himself, Qianjing leaned toward Tobarama and remarked, your brother has been speaking for 5 minutes, yet he still hasn't reached the crux of the issue. Tobarama nodded in agreement, acknowledging it as his brother's typical style. Ban abruptly rapped his fingers against the table. The nascent noise that had begun to rise dissipated instantly, creating a silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 87 of the story commenced. Ban, typically expressionless, now bore an unusually dark countenance, amplifying his already formidable presence, causing the attendees to remain utterly silent. Ban's sudden demeanor startled even Hashirama, who timidly suggested, "Perhaps you should say a few words?" Ban rose from his seat and declared, "This meeting is hereby adjourned. Hashirama, I need to speak with you." Without glancing back, he reached behind him to grasp Qianjing's wrist, continuing as he walked, "Once you're finished, come to my office." Qianjing was left bewildered, unable to comprehend how a meeting that had scarcely begun was abruptly concluded by Ban. Ban escorted Qianjing to his office. Unlike the original narrative, the Uchiha clan, while responsible for the security of Konoha, had been effectively estranged from the political nucleus of the village. They served merely as Konoha's sharp blade. Their actions dictated by the village's whims, and could be dismissed at will, with a mere scheme leading to the Uchiha clan's complete eradication from Konoha. However now, as the inaugural Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Ban was not a figure that could be so easily dismissed. To demonstrate respect for Ban and the significance of the Uchiha clan, though the Konoha security forces had their own dedicated office building, a separate office was also established specifically for Ban within the Hokage's administrative building. Upon entering his office, Ban released Qianjing's wrist and settled behind his desk. He closed the door and spoke. Sensing something amiss, Qianjing did not inquire further. He simply nodded and shut the door. "Sit," Ban instructed, gesturing toward the chair beside him. Qianjing obediently walked over to take a seat, discreetly observing Ban. With an air of calm, Ban began to sift through the documents on his desk, picking up a pen as if preparing to commence work. Qianjing found it peculiar that Ban, being unable to see, would be able to review the documents. Ban soon realized the inconsistency, paused, discarded the pen, and furrowed his brow at Qianjing. "You were just speaking with Tobarama. Why are you silent now?" Qianjing remained speechless. Ban reorganized the scattered documents, pressing his hand firmly atop the stack, and continued, "Oh, right. You inquired last night whether I knew about your close relationship with Tobarama." Qianjing felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had misspoken. He scooted his chair closer to Ban, grasping the documents under Ban's hand, and casually suggested, "How about I read these documents to you? Since it seems a bit inconvenient for you to work without sight?" "Indeed, it is quite inconvenient," Ban replied, yet he still held the stack of papers firmly. Qianjing attempted to extract the documents, but found them immovable. He glanced up at Ban. "Brother Ban?" Ban contemplated for a moment before stating, "Given your current circumstances, and since you have little to occupy your time at home, the individual earlier was correct. You shall become my secretary." "What?" Qianjing was taken aback. He had been perfectly content at home, enjoying his freedom after morning training, and found no boredom whatsoever. Why would he seek out unnecessary tasks? Ban reasoned that he couldn't leave Qianjing alone at home, lest he fall victim to those with ulterior motives, who might trick him into counting coins while donning Uchiha clan attire. Such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. Ban loosened his grip and pushed the stack of documents toward Qianjing, stating, "Let us begin with you reading the documents for me." Seeing Ban's serious demeanor, Qianjing realized he was not joking, and his expression soured. Reluctantly, he picked up the document and began reading the title aloud, "Report on the Investigation of Kurizetsu's Movements." "Kurizetsu?" Qianjing paused in surprise. Ban quickly snatched the document from Qianjing's hands, flipping it face down on the desk. "Best not to read that one." "Brother Ban, are you investigating the whereabouts of Kurizetsu? By the way, I haven't asked about him since I woke up. What happened with Kurizetsu? Have you had further encounters with him?" Ban fell silent, unsure how to respond. Ever since Kurizetsu had ambushed Qianjing, he had made several subsequent appearances while Qianjing lay unconscious. He sought out Ban, Izuna, and even Tobarama, primarily attempting to use the prospect of awakening Qianjing as bait to lure them into undertaking inexplicable tasks. However, due to Qianjing's earlier account of Kurizetsu's story of saving his mother, along with Qianjing's cryptic warning to not trust him, a mental alarm had been ringing in Ban's mind. Thus, regardless of the allure of Kurizetsu's words, none of them fell into his trap. In fact, they became even more vigilant. Especially Tobarama, who utilized the opportunity of the first 5 Kage summit to disseminate the tale of Kurizetsu's mother-saving legend. Now, the story of Kurizetsu saving his mother was no longer confined to Konoha. It had transcended into the international arena, becoming a tale known far and wide. It had reached the extent where parents would warn their children at bedtime, "If you don't sleep, Kurizetsu will take you to the moon." As the situation developed to this point, the very thought of sharing it felt peculiar, and Ban was reluctant to speak. Moreover, despite Kurizetsu's multiple appearances and failed deceptions, none of the so-called elite shinobi had managed to eliminate him completely. Kurizetsu was an enigma, at times appearing humanoid, yet at others transforming into a puddle of liquid. Impervious to all forms of attack, whether by blade or flame. Once, after Tobirama had trapped Kaguya in a water prison, Hashirama intended to seal him directly, managing to seal away a significant portion of Kaguya's essence. However, a mere trace of him managed to escape, leading to the unfortunate consequence of a relentless resurgence, akin to weeds that persistently sprout anew. Soon, whispers of his presence echoed once more, much like an insidious cockroach that one cannot quite rid themselves of. As Madara pondered how to respond to Qianjing's inquiry, a gentle knock resonated from outside the door. "Madara," came Hashirama's meek voice from beyond the threshold. "Are you there?" "Come in," Madara promptly replied. Hashirama entered, his stature as the Hokage seemingly weighed down by guilt, glancing at Qianjing before turning to Madara and asking, "What prompted your urgent summons to conclude the meeting?" "Your meeting is nothing but a waste of everyone's time," Madara frowned. "I propose we cancel it." "That won't do," Tobirama interjected, aware of Hashirama's fraught relationship with Madara. Sensing Madara's discontent, he swallowed his words and cleared his throat, asking anew, "What is it you require of me?" Madara gestured towards Qianjing, saying, "Observe Qianjing's condition. Has he regained his health?" Qianjing chimed in, "Hashirama, I wish to assist Madara with his eyes. He insists on denying me treatment, claiming I am not fully recovered. Please tell him I am completely well, and I can certainly help him." Hashirama nodded. "Even if Qianjing had not come today, I intended to visit you after work. His arrival is fortuitous." He approached Qianjing, placing his hands gently on the boy's forehead to perform a medical ninjutsu examination. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hands. "Well?" Madara inquired. "Indeed. Qianjing's health has been fully restored," Hashirama affirmed. Qianjing proudly raised his head. "See, Madara? I told you." However, Hashirama continued, "Yet, you are still not ready to treat Madara." Qianjing's shoulders slumped. "Why not?" Hashirama explained, "While your body is healthy, your chakra levels are insufficient. The seal on your forehead is completely devoid of chakra. Without it, how can you possibly treat Madara's eyes? The matter is far from simple." "Qianjing, I overlooked that point. Then I shall consume a soldier's pill to replenish my chakra," Qianjing proposed. Prior to his sealing, he had relied on those pills, which bore no adverse effects, aside from the potential for intoxication if consumed excessively. Hashirama disagreed, advising, "This is not a matter to be rushed. Can you estimate the chakra required to treat Madara's eyes? His blindness is not a mere triviality. He has been blind for quite some time. Your health must take precedence. Do not prioritize the inconsequential over the essential." Madara nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your health is paramount. You have just awakened. What need is there for soldiers' pills? Those pills can intoxicate you and inflict harm on your body." Though he spoke thus, it would be disingenuous to claim that Madara felt no pangs of disappointment. Observing Madara's demeanor, Qianjing sensed something amiss, despite his inability to discern expressions. Hashirama's assertions were valid. The amount of chakra expended in reversal techniques is contingent upon the severity of the injuries. If it were merely blindness, it might equate to the loss of an arm, an organ rendered ineffective, requiring restoration. Referring to the case of the lost arm from years past, it could likely require no more than 2 soldiers' pills. Yet, Madara's blindness stemmed from the Mangekyō Sharingan, complicating matters. If anything were amiss, relying solely on soldiers' pills would be insufficient. To err on the side of caution, it would be wise to store an ample supply of chakra within the seal before resorting to soldiers' pills as a backup. However, this meant that Madara's vision restoration would be delayed further. Would Madara truly be willing to wait another 6 months? Qianjing certainly would not. There was still an important acknowledgement from Madara that remained unspoken. "Having a drink isn't such a grave matter, is it?" Qianjing persisted, grumbling, "I've been confirmed healthy. Why not indulge? We could simply try the soldiers' pills. If they don't work, I'll train harder with the seal. There's no harm in trying." "Absolutely not," Madara declared with finality. Frustrated yet understanding of Madara's worries, Qianjing found himself at an impasse. "Qianjing, please step outside for a moment. I need to speak with Hashirama," Madara requested, feigning ignorance to Qianjing's irritation. With a huff, Qianjing turned and left, pondering that Madara had yet to share the details regarding Kaguya. Once Madara concluded his matters, he intended to inquire further. Bored, Qianjing meandered through the Hokage office building, a 2-story circular structure resembling a donut. The central area was an open green space, encircled by various administrative departments of Konoha. The first floor housed the security, commerce, health, education, and transportation departments, while the second floor contained the finance and civil affairs departments, along with a large conference room, a small reception room, and the Hokage's office. As Qianjing exited Madara's security department, he soon passed by the education department's office. The door was ajar, and as he walked past, he heard Tobirama's voice calling, Qianjing. Qianjing stepped back, tilting his head to peek inside. Tobarama sat behind his desk, propping his chin on his hand as he gazed toward the entrance. Upon spotting Qianjing, he smiled and waved him in. Out of the battlefield, Tobarama was not clad in his unflattering armor, but wore a form-fitting, high-neck black knit sweater. His complexion was considerably fairer than Hashirama's, and the black high collar accentuated his pallor. With his naturally red eyes, he now sported 3 crimson lines drawn beneath his eyes, a striking enhancement that suited him well. Typically serious and stoic, Tobarama was now beckoning with a smile. Reminiscent of the white fur collar he often wore, resembling a grand tail. With his white hair, red eyes, and striking handsomeness, he almost resembled a dapper male fox spirit. Qianjing glanced at the sign on the door, Education Department. It made sense, as it was the school Tobarama had established. You called for me. Qianjing observed that no unfamiliar faces were present in the office, allowing him to relax as he stepped inside. Tobarama acknowledged him with a nod. Gesturing towards the sofa near the door, please, have a seat. Qianjing approached and settled onto the sofa. Tobarama rose, poured a cup of hot water, and placed it on the coffee table before him. Instead of returning to his desk, he leaned against it, crossing his long, slender legs. Qianjing found his gaze lingering on Tobarama's elegantly long legs, clad in fitted black trousers, diverting his attention after several seconds. I'm not a leg person, I'm a face person. Qianjing silently reassured himself, repeating the mantra twice in his mind. However, Tobarama's legs are truly a sight to behold. Tobarama glanced at Chikage and inquired, is this your first visit to the Hokage building? Shall I give you a tour? No, there's really nothing worth seeing. Everyone is busy. And I seem to be the only one idle, Chikage muttered, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Tobarama's desk. Unlike Madara's cluttered workspace strewn with documents, Tobarama's desk was immaculate, devoid of even a pen holder, with only a steaming teacup resting upon it, exuding an air of leisure. Chikage asked, Tobarama, do you have some free time now? Tobarama nodded and replied, what is it? Do you need something? Why don't you accompany me for a drink? He suggested. Tobarama paused, glancing out the window at the daylight. Realizing it was nearly lunchtime. Are you planning to drink during lunch? Yes. Chikage stood up, visibly displeased. Just a moment ago, Brother Hashirama checked on me, and my health has fully recovered. Why shouldn't I drink? Chikage thought that as long as he could demonstrate that drinking posed no issue, he could indulge in soldier pills as well. Since Tobarama had previously agreed to join him for a drink, he decided that there was no better time than the present. Tobarama suspected that Madara had reservations about Chikage drinking, but he could understand that concern. Chikage had just awakened. Even though his brother had confirmed he was fine, those who cared for him would naturally harbor some apprehensions. However, seeing Chikage's evident discontent, Tobarama preferred not to provoke a storm. After some contemplation, he said, perhaps just a little drinking should be fine, but you mustn't overindulge. Yet, before he knew it, Chikage had consumed too much. This could not entirely be blamed on Tobarama. He had always thought Chikage had a decent tolerance for alcohol, even exceeding his own. But whether it was due to Chikage's prolonged slumber rendering him intolerant to alcohol or a change in his own drinking capacity, what was meant to be a balanced drink, served in the smallest cups with low-alcohol fruit wine, resulted in Chikage's face turning crimson and his speech becoming slurred after only a few sips. Tobarama. They were now seated in a tatami-walled partition, not very spacious, with wooden dividers on either side and no door, just a curtain. Initially, Tobarama and Chikage sat across from each other at a low table, but suddenly, Chikage rose and moved to sit beside him, his misty eyes fixated on Tobarama's face. Tobarama instinctively leaned back, but Chikage pressed a hand on his shoulder, preventing him from retreating. Slowly, he reached out with his other hand, asking, I've always been curious. What are those red lines on your face? Tobarama stared at the hand extending towards him, torn between stopping it and letting it be. As Chikage's hand inadvertently brushed upward, it swept aside Tobarama's bangs, revealing his smooth forehead. Tobarama. Chikage's expression morphed into one of realization. Oh, there's nothing on your forehead? I thought you would have a matching red line there, symmetrical to your chin, but it's hidden beneath your bangs. Tobarama, speechless, removed Chikage's hand and lightly flicked his forehead with his other hand. Chikage huffed, covering his forehead as he collapsed onto the table. Tobarama took a sip from his cup and glanced over, noticing that Chikage remained still, resting his head on the table. Concerned, he wondered if he had truly hurt him. Chikage. Chikage murmured, his posture unchanged. Unsure, Tobarama contemplated lifting Chikage to check on him, but as soon as his hand touched Chikage's shoulder, Chikage turned his face towards him, his cheek pressed against the back of his hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Tobarama was taken aback. He hadn't used much force at all. I'm sorry, Tobarama, Chikage suddenly whispered, looking up at him. What's the matter? Tobarama gently touched Chikage's face, feeling its warmth. realizing he was genuinely intoxicated, and casually asked, "Why are you apologizing all of a sudden?" "I feel I ought to apologize to you." Chikage turned his head back, resting his chin on the back of his hand. "It was I who asked you to not ignore me, yet I have slept for so many years without acknowledging you. That's not your fault." "Yes, I also believe it's not my fault. I merely took a nap. I was unaware of anything," Chikage replied, picking up his chopsticks to poke at the wine jar, which subsequently toppled over, spilling its contents onto the table. Tobarama considered grabbing a cloth to clean up the mess. But when he turned around, he found Chikage staring at the spilled wine with wide eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. "But why did I just fall asleep and awaken to find everything changed? Izuna has become the leader of the Uchiha clan, and he is so busy now. We used to live together, seeing each other daily, and now I hardly see him even once a week. It has been ages since we last met." Madara suddenly lost his sight. "He was fine before I fell asleep, and now he refuses my treatment. Moreover, I have long imagined what it would be like if Madara became Hokage, and now, after sleeping for too long, I have missed it all. I haven't even seen him as Hokage for a single day. I can only gaze at Hokage Rock and imagine it. And you too." Chikage, inebriated, spoke softly, tears continuing to fall without expression on his face, his eyes red, his voice tinged with nasality. When Chikage feigned grievance, his tone was particularly plaintive, compelling anyone who heard it to feel a pang of sympathy. Yet, when he was genuinely aggrieved, his tone became solemn, reminiscent of a schoolchild reciting a lesson, each word striking a chord of heartache. Tobarama gently wiped away the tear rolling down Chikage's cheek with his thumb, softly inquiring, "What's wrong?" "I have not changed at all." Chikage squinted at Tobarama's fingers' pressure, then continued his quiet lament. "No, you have changed. You are the second Hokage of Konoha, having innovated so many jutsu and improved so many water techniques. Others require 20 to 30 hand seals to perform their jutsu, while you need only a fraction of that. You've become incredibly formidable, no longer the Tobarama who taught me the Flying Thunder God technique. I merely took a nap. Upon awakening, everyone has transformed. All of you have moved forward while I remain stuck in the past. Once, I passed by a mirror and felt so unfamiliar. Who is that person reflected? Have I truly changed so much?" He was indeed intoxicated. His memories seemed muddled, for the second Hokage of Konoha was undoubtedly his elder brother. Thus, upon awakening, Chikage found the world around him dramatically altered, leaving him with a sense of unease. Familiar faces now appeared as strangers. All the knowns had morphed into unknowns, and the long-awaited had been missed. Family and friends could no longer be entirely relied upon, and with Chikage's nature, even if he did not voice it, he must have felt a deep sense of grievance. This time, allowing the alcohol to draw forth his feelings was beneficial. Expressing them meant they need not remain bottled up, serving as a form of emotional release. Tobarama drew Chikage close, reminiscent of how Chikage would lean against him when he was fatigued from training, offering him comfort while patting his back, reassuringly saying, "I have not changed. I have always been waiting for you." "Really?" Chikage nestled against Tobarama's shoulder, wiping away his tears, lifting his face to meet Tobarama's gaze. "Yes." Tobarama clasped Chikage's hand, pressing it against his cheek. "Truly see, I am still me. You have asked for everything, and I have acquiesced. You wished for the Uchiha and Senju clans to jointly govern the village, and now that has been accomplished. You desired to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, and I have imparted that knowledge to you. You wished to indulge in drink, and I have accompanied you in that endeavor. In the past, I would be by your side, and I remain so now, and I shall continue to do so in the future. Can you discern any change in me?" Qianjing, struggling to clear the fog of alcohol from his mind, hesitated and shook his head. "When viewed from this perspective, it seems you have not changed at all, have you?" "Indeed, I have not changed." Qianjing wore a look of heartfelt emotion, but then a sudden realization struck him, and he protested, "No, you have undoubtedly changed. Your legs are so long now, exceedingly so. When you stand, your legs alone reach my waist. You have transformed into someone taller and more handsome, and immensely capable, and yet you claim you have not changed." Tobarama retorted, "While you extol my height, handsomeness, and prowess, does that not indicate your fondness for me? Would that not suffice?" Qianjing was displeased. After all, we were of similar height in our youth. Tobarama could not help but pour himself another glass of alcohol, downing it in one gulp, then lightly rapping Qianjing's head with his hand. "When were we ever of similar height? That has never been the case. I have always been taller than you." During the entire lunch, Tobarama consumed several drinks, hardly touching his food, having been thoroughly vexed by Qianjing. Qianjing, too, hardly ate, as he had indulged in drink first and had become inebriated. However, what could be done? With Qianjing inebriated, Tobarama could not simply abandon him and return to work alone. He had no choice but to carry Qianjing on his back, as he had in their youth, and once he had settled him at home. He returned to the Hokage building to continue his duties. This back and forth caused Tobarama to arrive late to work that afternoon. As he approached the office door, he noticed a figure standing by the window. It was Uchiha Madara. Upon sensing Tobarama's presence, Madara turned to face him directly and inquired, "You have returned?" Tobarama responded with a nonchalant hum and asked, "Did you come to see me regarding something?" During the years that Qianjing had been unconscious, the relationship between Madara and Tobarama had seen some improvement. For one, as the leaders of the Senju and Uchiha clans, their connection could not afford to be overtly poor for the sake of Konoha. Additionally, they had aligned their goals over the years, finding common ground against their shared adversary, Kaguya, while Hashirama had tirelessly worked to mediate their differences, providing emotional support with unwavering dedication. At the very least, in terms of appearances, their relationship was now tolerable. Although they still regarded each other with disdain, their public interactions lacked the palpable tension they once had. Hashirama found this development to be quite gratifying. As Tobarama entered the room, Madara detected a strong scent of alcohol. While Tobarama and Qianjing had not consumed much alcohol at lunch, the remnants of spilled drinks and some that had dripped onto Tobarama's clothing contributed to the noticeable odor. Madara frowned and inquired, "Did you take Qianjing out for drinks?" Chapter 90. Determination. Tobarama crossed his arms and leaned against the door, tilting his chin with a smirk. "I am an adult now. If I wish to drink during meals, I shall do so. You are meddling too much. When he calls you brother Madara, is it not your responsibility to look after him, or have you ceased to be his brother?" Madara's expression darkened as he narrowed his eyes and retorted, "Whatever he wishes to eat, I will naturally take him to. Why are you so eager? Am I his brother? Or are you? Your eagerness to act as his brother is quite apparent." The tension in the air escalated. "Hey, how is it that I step out for a moment, only to return and find you two quarreling?" Hashirama entered, wiping his hands and immediately sensing the discord. He swiftly closed the door to shield them from prying eyes, then expertly began to mediate with heartfelt concern. He first addressed Madara. "What is it this time that has sparked your argument?" Then, turning to Tobarama, he asked, "Where did you disappear to this afternoon? We have been waiting for you for quite some time." Although Madara remained silent, his formidable presence was unmistakable. Tobarama, maintaining a stoic expression, briefly regarded Madara before dismissively looking away, and asked Hashirama, "What brings you here, brother?" From Madara's side, "It seems his twin bodyguards have uncovered some information regarding Kaguya," Hashirama stated, shifting to the matter at hand in an effort to ease the atmosphere. "The news just came in this morning, indicating that Kaguya has been sighted within the Wind Country." "I will go," Tobarama declared, standing upright. Madara scoffed. "And allow you to let Kaguya slip away once more?" Tobarama shot a piercing gaze at Madara. "The last time, I was nearly able to restrain him with the water prison technique. I have gained experience. This time, he shall not evade capture." Madara shook his head in refusal. "This time I will go." As the tension began to rise again, Hashirama swiftly positioned himself between them to mediate once more. "I had a feeling you two would argue over this matter, so I devised a splendid solution." Both men turned their attention to Hashirama. With a triumphant smile, Hashirama proposed, "You both shall go together." The two men exchanged glances, unimpressed. "You are indeed clever. That is a rather good idea." Before they could further dispute, Hashirama introduced a new dilemma. "However, now that Qianjing has awakened, we face a new question. What shall we do with him? Should he remain in the village, or accompany you both?" Madara immediately asserted Qianjing should stay. He could not bear the thought of Qianjing facing Kaguya again. The last time, he had witnessed Qianjing being controlled by Kaguya, helpless to intervene, forced to watch as Qianjing was manipulated to take his own life. Such an experience was one he could never endure again. Tobarama, however, held a differing opinion. "Do you truly believe that your decision is in his best interest?" Madara slowly turned to face Tobarama. The man was infuriating, always opposing him. Yet, he had not been present when Qianjing was under Kaguya's control. How could he possibly comprehend the gravity of that situation? Witnessing a loved one perish before one's eyes, the depths of despair he had experienced, the guilt that consumed him. Tobarama understood none of this and spoke so lightly of it. Nonetheless, Tobarama maintained his stance. "While Kaguya is indeed our adversary, he is also a threat to Qianjing personally. Your protection, though seemingly well-intentioned, will not erase the trauma he carries within himself. If I had an enemy, I would prefer to vanquish him with my own hands rather than have my brother eliminate him for me." Such flawed reasoning, Madara could not agree with. Regardless, Qianjing's safety remained paramount. However, this time, Hashirama sided with Tobarama. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I also believe it would be more prudent for you both to take Qianjing with you. Madara, consider this. Kaguya excels at stealth. Is it not plausible that he intentionally leaked information to your twin bodyguards, suggesting he is in the Wind Country, only to lure you away from Konoha?" Waiting for the moment you depart to return and attempt to harm Qianjing once more? Madara. That does make a compelling point. Yet, he needed further contemplation. Since the moment Qianjing had succumbed to drunken slumber after lunch, he had remained unconscious, even until Madara returned home from work. However, without Madara by his side, he found it difficult to truly rest. He merely closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, caught in a half-dream state, perpetually plagued by nightmares. In his dreams, he found himself bound, facing a roaring bonfire, surrounded by 17 or 18 figures of Kaguya, each laughing sinisterly as they danced around the flames. Akin to a cannibalistic tribe preparing to roast him alive. He was so enraged that he let out a cry of despair, reducing the 17 or 18 black Zetsu to mere fragments. Yet, those remnants of black Zetsu, akin to the relentless spirit of Fuma, gradually morphed and squirmed, multiplying into even more black Zetsu. Just as Qianjing was on the brink of being engulfed by the countless black Zetsu, he broke free from his nightmare and sat bolt upright. Breathing heavily, his eyes wide open, he appeared somewhat disoriented. He reached up to touch his forehead, which was slick with fine beads of cold sweat. Why had he suddenly experienced such a dream? Perhaps it was due to having seen documents concerning black Zetsu during the day. Was it true that daydreams manifested in the night? Had he truly had a nightmare? At that moment, Ban's voice suddenly broke through the silence beside him. Qianjing extended his hand toward Ban. Brother Ban, hug me. Ban sat at the edge of the bed and enveloped Qianjing in his embrace, feeling the rapid beating of Qianjing's heart. What did you dream about? Why do you look so frightened? Qianjing nuzzled against Ban, sleepily complaining, I dreamt of a horde of black Zetsu. Ban gently patted him and reassured, it's all right. Dreams are merely illusions. Qianjing replied. Noticing that Qianjing seemed to regain some clarity, Ban decided to share his thoughts. In a couple of days, Tobirama and I will embark on a mission. Qianjing was taken aback. Did I hear that correctly? You and Tobirama are going on a mission together? Given their relationship, wouldn't that be akin to a war in the ninja world? What kind of mission could possibly warrant both of you, the Hokage level, to join forces? Qianjing inquired. The Shinsu and Junrin have discovered the whereabouts of the black Zetsu, so we are going to investigate, Ban explained. Do you wish to join us? Qianjing realized that the documents on Ban's desk concerning black Zetsu were indeed related to this news. So, where do they say the black Zetsu is located? Ban, still somewhat reluctant to allow Qianjing to accompany them, replied, they sent word that it is in the land of wind. We will travel from Konoha, passing through the land of rivers, which is quite a distance. Furthermore, they are unsure of the exact location of the black Zetsu, so we will need to investigate further upon arrival. Qianjing seized upon the key point in Ban's words. The land of rivers? Isn't there a hidden village called Yuan there? Oh, brother Ban, I've heard that the hot springs in Yuan are quite famous. Ban felt a sense of irony at the turn of events. Do you truly wish to go? With enthusiasm, Qianjing replied, of course. I've never traveled abroad before. Ban's heart softened. After all, not only had Qianjing rarely ventured outside his clan during his childhood, but he had also only just gained his freedom after the village's establishment, only to be confronted with the menace of black Zetsu once more. This vast world was yet to be explored by Qianjing, who had only gleaned knowledge through the tomes in his family's library. The mere mention of the land of rivers conjured images of hot springs. Yet he had never actually seen one in his life. Then let us take him along, Ban thought. Knowing that their journey would lead them through the land of rivers and into the land of wind, he would introduce Qianjing to the radiant moonlight reflecting on the snow-covered peaks of the land of rivers, and to the expansive deserts and setting suns of the land of wind. Having received permission, Qianjing was overjoyed, and since he had napped extensively during the day, he found himself unable to sleep when night fell. He leaned closer to Ban, incessantly chattering with questions. Brother Ban, when are we leaving? In a couple of days. Brother Ban, what if the weather is bad on the way? No worries. I will prepare rain gear in advance. Brother Ban, what if we get lost? Ban turned over, gently stroking Qianjing's hair by his ear. Don't fret. As long as I'm here, everything will be fine. Qianjing giggled, feeling reassured. It seems I'm not worried at all. Ban instructed, now sleep. Qianjing settled down, pulling the blanket up to just expose his large eyes. But what if I can't sleep? Ban suggested. Just let the drowsiness wash over you. Close your eyes. I'm right here beside you. You'll soon drift off. Obediently, Qianjing followed his advice and shut his eyes. All right, I'll give it a try. Ban propped himself up and adjusted the blanket around Qianjing, speaking softly as if to a child. If you truly can't sleep, just call for me, and I'll keep you company. Qianjing opened his eyes again. But you have to work tomorrow. It's fine if I don't sleep, Ban assured. Qianjing gazed at Ban, who had now reached over to adjust the blanket on his side, effectively spanning his body across Qianjing's, bringing them uncomfortably close. The room was dim, illuminated only by the cold white moonlight streaming through the window. casting a gentle shadow over Ban's face. Without his usual aura, the beautiful Uchiha appeared merely stunning. Furthermore, the absence of his sight made him seem almost vulnerable under the ethereal moonlight, creating a strange sense of fragility that Qianjing couldn't help but misinterpret. Nevertheless, he dismissed the notion, for the beauty before him seemed helpless, and he felt compelled to take advantage of the moment. Propping himself up with his elbow, he leaned forward and planted a quick kiss on Ban's cheek. Ban was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning his head toward Qianjing. As he awaited Ban's reaction, Qianjing seized the opportunity to press his lips against Ban's in a more deliberate kiss. Ban, though only catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, felt the unmistakable sensation of Qianjing's lips colliding with his own, too definitive to dismiss even in the haze of confusion. With a furrowed brow, he asked, "Do you still want to sleep?" Qianjing innocently replied, "I didn't even want to sleep. It's you who kept insisting I should." After a brief pause, he added with a playful smile, "And didn't you say it was fine if you didn't sleep?" With the atmosphere charged and words exchanged, Qianjing noticed Ban remaining stiff, as if caught in some hesitation. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he lay back on his pillow, pouting as he murmured, "Brother Ban, what are you really thinking?" Indeed, what was he pondering? After waiting so long, was it unreasonable to seek a little return? He had initially intended to wait until his vision returned, allowing him to gaze upon Qianjing and elucidate everything. Yet now, he could no longer afford to wait. With Qianjing in this state, how could he? Qianjing, confident that Ban could not see him, kept his eyes wide open, curious to see if Ban could maintain his usual aloof demeanor in this intimate moment. However, the proximity between them made it difficult to discern Ban's expression. All he could feel was the coolness of Ban's fingertips grazing the nape of his neck, and the softness of his lips, chilled yet tender, reminiscent of mint-flavored candy. Qianjing had been too naive. He had thought that a playful flirtation would lead to a simple kiss, after which they could part ways and drift off into their dreams. It wasn't until Ban, dissatisfied with mere pecks, sought to delve deeper that Qianjing sensed something was amiss. The familiar breath brushed against his cheek, and when he felt his lips parting involuntarily, he widened his eyes in shock, his face flushing with warmth as his heart raced uncontrollably. Ban's hand glided down Qianjing's neck to his back, sending an electric thrill coursing through him, causing his body to tremble ever so slightly. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to sit up, his nerves escalating. And the only thing he could do was kick off the covers and wish for a pause. Noticing Qianjing's tension, Ban loosened his hold slightly, his breathing quickening, revealing a surge of emotion that was palpable despite his blindness. It was evident Qianjing saw him open his eyes. As Qianjing encountered these experiences for the first time, his speech faltered, and he retorted with a stiff neck, "Ban, is this your first time too? How can your movements be so proficient on your first try?" Ban, he shifted slightly, and Qianjing promptly slid down, retreating under the covers, burying himself within, curling up and remaining still, exuding an aura of "leave me alone." I wished to sleep. It was somewhat embarrassing. He was the one who had initiated the flirtation, yet now he felt an overwhelming urge to flee. However, Ban typically presented himself as an aloof flower on a high peak. Why was he so skilled in this regard? They claimed he was a genius in ninjutsu, able to conjure massive fireballs on his first attempt at fire release, which Qianjing believed, but could he truly be a prodigy in this aspect as well? How could his initial technique be so refined? It defied logic. He had lived in the modern world for so many years, bombarded with information. What could he possibly not understand? There was no way he could be outdone by a mere eternal singleton. It must have been because he had been wide awake, mesmerized by Uchiha's face, inadvertently letting his guard down, which led to him not countering the move. Once he took a nap, upon waking, he was certain he wouldn't falter again. Ban had anticipated such an outcome. Qianjing possessed that characteristic of digging a pit without considering how to fill it. He stirred him up, only to conceal himself. Ban replied, "This is indeed my first time." Qianjing, ensconced in the blankets, remained motionless as if he hadn't heard a word. But Ban knew he had. He reached out and pulled the blanket from Qianjing's head. Qianjing clutched the blanket stubbornly, but he was no match for Ban's strength. So he let go, his face flushed and eyes sparkling, glaring fiercely with his beautiful three-tomo Sharingan. "What are you doing? Am I not allowed to sleep?" Ban leaned in and planted a gentle peck on Qianjing's lips, stating, "It's no longer your first time." Chapter 92, Preparation. Qianjing stared at Ban for a few seconds before turning his head away and murmuring, "My heart is racing so fast right now, even faster than before." Ban silently smirked. Qianjing continued to complain softly, "You bit me earlier." Ban raised his hand, "Let me see." Qianjing recoiled from Ban's hand. "Why didn't I think of that? I thought you would just touch me." Ban withdrew his hand with a hum, pausing before adding, "I couldn't hold back." Qianjing shot him a glare. "So what now? You still want me to sleep?" My mind is filled with thoughts of you. There's no way I can fall asleep. Ban's lips curled upwards uncontrollably. In truth, his heart was racing too, but he suppressed his voice and leaned closer, asking, "You don't wish to sleep, do you?" "I'm sleeping." Qianjing covered his head with the blanket again, burrowing deeper into the bed and becoming still. This time, Ban refrained from lifting the covers. He understood Qianjing's nature too well. He would merely voice his complaints, most likely feeling a bit shy, so it was best to let him have some quiet time alone. As Ban rose, he remarked, "I'll step out for a moment." Qianjing mumbled, "What are you going to do?" Ban halted momentarily, replying, "I'm going to take a shower." In an instant, Qianjing threw off the blanket, sitting up with bright eyes fixed on Ban. "Are you going to take a shower to cool off?" Ban shot a dangerous glance back. "Are you going to sleep or not?" "I'm sleeping. I'm really sleeping this time." Qianjing lay back down, covering his chin with the blanket. Watching Ban's silhouette as he exited the room, his eyes narrowing with a smile. It turned out that the uncontrollable heartbeat was not solely his experience. Ban had blushed as well. How charming. Yet, tonight he felt entirely dominated by Ban. It was slightly irksome. No, he needed to devise a plan. The following day, when Qianjing awoke, Ban had already left for work. Qianjing wandered around the empty house, finding amusement in everything, his face nearly stiff with laughter. He patted his own face. Realizing he could not continue in such a manner, he needed to find something to occupy himself and divert his attention. Remembering that he would soon embark on a journey, he decided to prepare in advance and went to the Uchiha clan to find Izuna. Izuna had specifically consulted the geographical records of the Land of Rivers and informed Qianjing that it was not one of the 5 great ninja nations. Its terrain was somewhat akin to the Land of Fire, albeit with more rivers. The Land of Rivers was situated between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, a place rich in resources and devoted to peace. The hot springs he had mentioned earlier were indeed quite renowned. He then pulled a book on the cultural records of the Land of Wind from the shelf, perusing it closely before continuing. As for the Land of Wind, its customs are entirely different from ours. It is the largest of the 5 great ninja nations, yet a significant portion of its territory is desert, with few habitable oases. However, due to the unique natural environment, their civilization has a very early origin. They were the first to establish a national system among the 5 great ninja nations. Both nations currently maintain favorable relations with the Land of Fire, and both Takigakure and Sunagakure shared amicable ties with Konoha. Nevertheless, as it was Tobi and Tobarama who were traveling, even if it was a private journey, it would inevitably touch upon diplomatic matters, which Qianjing believed Tobi would handle in advance, so he need not worry. "I'm not concerned about diplomatic issues," Qianjing stated. "I'm just a bit worried. You see, it's my first time traveling far. Shouldn't I prepare something?" Izuna actually wanted to say there was nothing much to prepare. However, he recalled that Qianjing and the others were not genuinely undertaking a mission, and Tobi likely wanted to take him out for a little sightseeing, thus incorporating a touristic aspect into the journey. After pondering, Izuna pointed at the cultural records of the Land of Wind in his hands and suggested, "How about you bring some food? I've heard the cuisine of the Land of Wind is not particularly good." When it came to food, Qianjing was quite adept. He straightened his back and asked Izuna, "In what way?" Izuna replied while reading, "I haven't been there myself, but according to the book, the Land of Wind has few vegetables due to its geography, so the dishes tend to be greasy and sour. I guess the sourness helps with the greasiness. The most famous vegetable dish includes green peas, fava beans, and carrots. What are those? Let me see. It says the most renowned soup is made from fried wheat. Can that even be consumed?" Izuna began to doubt his own words, flipping a page and continuing, "Oh, there is also a specialty dish that involves grinding beef into a paste and cooking it with potato chunks in some green sauce." Green sauce? As Izuna's voice dwindled, Qianjing could hardly endure it any longer. "All right, I understand." Qianjing found his sense of direction, stood up, and patted Izuna's shoulder. "Thank you, Izuna. I'll think of a solution. At the very least, we can't starve in the Land of Wind." Izuna closed the book, his expression serious. "Qianjing, do your best." Upon returning home, Qianjing contemplated something easy to prepare and carry. After some thought, he decided to grill some fish fillets to take along, making both sweet and savory versions, sealing them in 2 portions to store in the shadow space. Ban preferred sweet, while Tobarama favored savory. This way, both of them would be satisfied, and there would be no conflict. When Ban returned home from work, Qianjing, wearing the sun hat Izuna had lent him, intended to test the size on Ban. However, Ban's hair was long and unruly, making the hat impossible to fit. "Ban, this one do." Qianjing attempted several times to place the straw hat upon Ban's head, but her efforts were met with dissatisfaction. "I heard from Sona that the Land of Wind is quite sunny, and when the wind blows, sand flies directly into one's face. A hat is essential," she insisted. Ban shook his head. "I have been to the Land of Wind. Such an item is unnecessary." This hat is for you, isn't it? You should wear it yourself. Undeterred, Qianjing made another attempt, but the hat merely rested atop Ban's head, dislodging with the slightest movement. After contemplating, she declared, I understand now. Ban turned to her. Qianjing, playfully toying with the ends of Ban's hair, remarked, the hat won't stay on because you have too much hair. Let me help you tie it back. Ban considered her suggestion and did not refuse. He leaned back against the office chair and said, all right. Assist me in tying my hair. Ban had intended to lean back for Qianjing's convenience while she stood behind him to style his hair. However, to his surprise, Qianjing maneuvered to position herself in front of him, reminiscent of their childhood, and sat straddling his lap. Her arms encircled his neck, fingers splayed gently through his hair. As if to embrace him, Ban fixated on the indistinct figure before him. Given the length of his hair, Qianjing used her hands as a comb, attempting to smooth it out before tying it back, leaning forward in the process. The posture, intended to be Qianjing cradling him, instead appeared as if she were willingly offering herself to him due to their differing statures. Banji, your hair is truly abundant, and so long that even with my arms fully extended, I cannot reach the ends, she complained. Ban could not help but place a hand on Qianjing's waist, his voice low as he advised, do not move around. At his words, Qianjing stifled a laugh. She was merely being playful today, and with their departure imminent the following day, what could Ban truly do to her? Chapter 93, Departure. Qianjing beamed at Ban before him. Although Ban maintained his usual stoic expression, the slow rotation of his three-tomo Sharingan revealed his emotions. How endearing the Uchiha could be. Unable to conceal his feelings in moments of excitement, Qianjing pressed her forehead against Ban's and said, Banji. Suddenly, she noticed her own voice had grown slightly hoarse. The sounds of their breaths mingled, heartbeats resonating in the air, their mutual warmth palpable. Ban leaned in closer, but Qianjing playfully shifted back, simultaneously releasing his hair. Ban pursued her, and she turned her head away, playfully embracing him once more. Standing up, she feigned realization, exclaiming, I'll go search the house for something Suna might have left to tie your hair. Wait for me, Banji. Then she dashed out of the room, aware of the need to leave things as they were and avoid any real trouble. Ban closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he sat quietly in the chair for a while. By the time his Sharingan had returned to its natural state, Qianjing had yet to return, leading him to suspect that the mischievous girl had likely run off again. However, he thought, it mattered not. She could do as she pleased, for he would remember every moment. The following day, they split into two groups early in the morning. Ban set out first to the Hokage Tower to meet Hashirama and retrieve the diplomatic documents they might need, commonly referred to as visas. Generally, individuals traversing countries do not require such documents unless they involve ninja villages. Yet, due to Ban and Tobarama's formidable reputations, their cross-border journey was no trivial matter. For the peace of the land of fire and Konohagakure, such procedural details warranted attention. Meanwhile, Qianjing organized the items for their journey at home. The previous evening, Suna had visited with various supplies they might need along the way, and Qianjing was now tasked with neatly storing them all in her shadow space. Upon reaching the meeting point at the gates of Konohagakure, Qianjing found Tobarama already present, seemingly having waited for a while. Tobarama, she called out, waving. You're here quite early. Have you had breakfast? Tobarama, who had been leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, immediately straightened up at the sound of her voice, smiling as he shook his head. I've already eaten. Oh, Qianjing's gaze shifted to the small bundle beside him. We don't know how long we'll be out. Why are you only bringing so little? It's more convenient to travel light. Oh, that's all right, she replied. A shadow materialized beneath her feet as she crouched down to extract a map from her shadow space, handing it to Tobarama. And your belongings are with me too, right? Tobarama nodded, casually opening the map she had handed him. It bore various markings, some circled, others triangular, whose meanings were unclear. What is this? He inquired, pointing at a triangular symbol within the land of rivers. Qianjing glanced at it. Oh, this? I heard from Suna that this hot spring inn is the most famous one in the land of rivers. I thought I'd demark it for us to visit. I know this place. We don't need the map, Tobarama replied. I'll take you there later. Let us put the map away for now. Let us keep the map handy, Qianjing insisted. We don't have a navigation system. What if we get lost? Tobarama chuckled lightly. There's south only one main road from the land of fire to the land of wind. Just follow that, and we won't get lost. Qianjing asked. Aren't we going to the land of rivers? Are we heading straight to the land of wind? Let us go to the land of wind first, Tobarama replied. On this matter, I have reached a consensus with Uchiha Ban. If you want to visit the hot spring in the land of rivers, we can do so on our way back after we deal with Kagaya's threat. After all, Kagaya remains a looming danger. And you want to enjoy yourself if you're worried. Qianjing considered this, recognizing the validity of Tobarama's reasoning. However, She did not harbor high expectations regarding the resolution of Kaguya's matter. Although her combat prowess was minimal, Kaguya was notorious for her cunning. Reflecting on the original storyline, even in the final moments, the resolution for Kaguya merely involved Naruto and Sasuke sealing her back on the moon alongside her mother. Kaguya was never completely vanquished. Qianjing had reason to suspect that, should the series continue, Kaguya might yet re-emerge for another stroll. Such a level of antagonism could hardly be resolved in the Warring States period. Thus, to Qianjing, this venture seemed less about capturing Kaguya and more about enjoying an outing with the three of them together. She felt quite pleased. Banji and Tobarama were accompanying her on this adventure. It was her first journey abroad. Alas, if only Suina were not so busy and could join them. It would be perfect. When Ban finally arrived to gather, Qianjing's anticipation reached its zenith. Why was the atmosphere so peculiar? Why hadn't Suina shown up? How wonderful it would be if Suina were here. It had been quite some time, yet these two remained so tense, their animosity palpable. She glanced at the two guards by the gate, who appeared as if they could see right through her. Changed your hairstyle? Tobarama remarked, observing Ban with a nonchalant tone. Indeed, Ban replied, brushing a hand through his ponytail. Qianjing helped me tie it this morning, insisting it was necessary to wear the hat. Tobarama's expression turned serious. If your hair is such a hindrance, why not just shave it off? Ban's demeanor shifted to match Tobarama's seriousness. If it's a problem, why don't you give it a try? Qianjing was utterly speechless, having yet to step out of the gates of Konoha. The atmosphere between the two seemed charged with the potential for conflict. He retrieved a straw hat from the Shadow Realm and placed it firmly atop Tobarama's head. Positioning himself between the two, he raised his arms to form an exaggerated X, adopting a serious tone. All right, now both of you have hats, which is quite fair. Shall we proceed? What purpose does it serve to linger here? Let us leave the village first. Fortunately, Izuna had prepared everything, truly a little angel. Madara huffed, passing the diplomatic documents to the two gatekeeping ninjas. After confirming the authenticity of the documents, the ninjas stepped aside, watching curiously as the trio departed. Madara led the way out of the village, with Qianjing trailing closely behind. Tobarama observed the two figures ahead as they exited, huffed, adjusted the straw hat Qianjing had just given him, and nodded to the curious ninjas before following suit. The two gatekeepers were, indeed, immensely intrigued. Ninja A exclaimed in disbelief. Did I just see that correctly? Those are two Uchiha and one Senju? Ninja B added with a knowing click of his tongue. Indeed. It is Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama. Ninja A shook his head in astonishment. Who would have thought that the Uchiha and Senju would unite for a mission? Why can't the Uchiha and Senju undertake a mission together? As they whispered amongst themselves, another set of clearance documents was presented before them. Upon closer inspection, it was yet again two Uchiha and one Senju. Shinji smiled amiably as he handed the documents to the two guards, while Junrin stood behind him with crossed arms, wearing an expression that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Stepping forward, the fierce-looking female ninja declared, I am Senju Tuka, acting on Lord Hashirama's orders. I am to accompany these two Uchiha and follow the three who just left the village. Do you have any objections regarding a Senju and Uchiha undertaking a mission together? Chapter 94, Reconciliation. The three individuals walking ahead shared an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Although Qianjing attempted to initiate conversation multiple times, it was only Madara or Tobarama who responded. They had not exchanged a single word with each other. Within the confines of Konoha, they had maintained a facade of unity, but now that they had left the village, they shed even that pretense, their expressions starkly revealing mutual disdain. Qianjing found himself caught in the middle, feeling quite troubled. This tension persisted until lunchtime, when Qianjing could no longer hold back. Since they were not pressed for time, their pace was leisurely, and by noon, they were still within the borders of Konoha. Tobarama took it upon himself to fish from a nearby river, while Madara remained behind to ignite a fire using his fire release technique. Qianjing expertly used his technique to prepare the fish, skewering them on branches and placing them over the flames that Madara had kindled. Cooking fish for lunch seemed rather fitting, as it was convenient, and Tobarama particularly enjoyed grilled fish. Madara did not dislike it either, and with a sweet sauce prepared by Izuna, it would be a perfect meal. Qianjing had hoped that this shared meal would lift everyone's spirits, as happiness was paramount. After all, they were not merely out for a day. Starting off with such a tense atmosphere was hardly conducive to their outing. However, just as he finished grilling the first fish, both men extended their hands toward him in unison. The two immediately turned to face each other, their mutual irritation palpable. I am the one who enjoys grilled fish. Not you. Then go grill your own fish. I am not cooking it for you. Just because it's not for me doesn't mean it's for you. It's mine, it's mine. Qianjing, feeling indignant, stood up and declared, I grilled this for myself. What is wrong with both of you? Pouting, he added in a soft, aggrieved voice. Do you not want to take me out to have fun? You could have simply told me instead of feigning enthusiasm. I have never traveled far, unlike you two, who have visited the land of rivers and the land of wind numerous times. Tobirama can find the hot springs without a map. And Madara doesn't even need a hat. He is not at all fazed by sandstorms. I was looking forward to today, but if you do not want to, we can just head back. Let us not be unhappy. We have just left Konoha and haven't gone far. We can return home before nightfall. As he spoke, he turned to leave, feigning a pitiful disposition as if to head back to the village. Both Madara and Tobirama understood that Qianjing was merely putting on an act, but they instinctively reached out to him. Madara grasped Qianjing's left arm, while Tobirama held his right wrist. Qianjing bit his lip, suppressing a smile, and quietly asked, "Are we not leaving?" Madara replied, "We are not." Qianjing turned back, asking softly, "Then you are not going to argue anymore?" Tobirama sighed, "We will not argue anymore." Qianjing responded with an "Oh," glancing at the fish cooking over the fire, then lowered his head, "But my fish is burnt." Tobirama promptly turned, "I will catch a couple more." Madara remained silent, returning to the fire to flip the remaining fish that had not yet burned. Qianjing stood still, rubbing his face to erase the smile that had involuntarily appeared, before resuming his previous position. He retrieved the sauce prepared by Izuna from the Shadow Realm, and, leaning closer, said sweetly, "Madara, this is the flavor Izuna brought last night, and I brought several bottles because I know you like it." Madara accepted the sauce, setting it aside, and raised his hand to touch Qianjing's face. However, Qianjing recoiled, firmly stating, "No, you cannot touch me. I am still upset about earlier." Madara chuckled softly, responding with an "Oh," and went back to focusing on grilling the fish. Upset? He hadn't even been angry. What was Qianjing upset about? Did he not understand Tobirama's intentions? Perhaps he was still oblivious. If he understood, they would not be in this predicament. Yet, he refrained from clarifying matters for Qianjing, as he feared that if he exposed Tobirama's feelings, it would embolden him, leading to a counterproductive outcome. Watching Tobirama feign friendship while circling around Qianjing was indeed tiresome for him. Qianjing, completely unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Madara's mind, insisted, "I said I am upset." What was Madara's deal? Did he have no reaction at all? Qianjing leaned closer, emphasizing, "I said I am upset." Madara replied with a nonchalant, "Do you want the sauce I enjoy on this fish?" Qianjing retorted, "I am telling you I am very upset, and yes, I want sauce on both sides." Madara chuckled again, applying sauce to both sides of the fish before handing it back to him. Qianjing took a bite, slightly burning himself, and gasped, "This sauce is so sweet." Madara inquired, "Is it not to your liking?" Qianjing shook his head, realizing Madara could not see. He added, "It's quite delicious. But Tobirama does not enjoy sweet flavors. He probably won't like it." Madara clicked his tongue. "Doesn't he have salt? Just give him a packet of salt, and let him sprinkle it himself." Qianjing. Unable to contain his laughter, Qianjing set down the fish. Resting a hand on Madara's shoulder, leaning his chin on it, and feigning a pitiful tone, "Madara, the sauce is too sweet. It stings the wound from your last mishap, and my mouth hurts now." As I attempted to discuss the injury, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. Qianjing mentioned that the wound was likely a result of his clumsiness during his last endeavor. "Let me see." Ban reached out. Qianjing, observing Ban's gesture, inquired, "What are you doing? How do you intend to see it?" Ban hesitated, initially intending to touch the wound with his fingers. But given that the injury was located in Qianjing's mouth and his hands were not clean, such an action seemed inappropriate. Qianjing chuckled, "It's not suitable to look now. How about you check it later tonight before we sleep?" Ban thought to himself, this teasing tactic works like a charm, doesn't it? Why does he fall for it every time? Retracting his hand, Ban remarked, "Your voice sounds quite normal, so I presume the wound in your mouth isn't too serious." Qianjing leaned against Ban's shoulder and shook his head slowly. "I wouldn't know. I can't see inside my own mouth. Will you help me check it tonight?" "All right," Ban replied. Indeed, this strategy was unfailingly effective, ensnaring him each time. Not far off, perched on a tree, the inquisitive Junrin turned to his companion, Shinsi, and asked, "What are Lord Ban and young Master Qianjing up to?" Shinsi stroked his chin and responded, "Let us adjust our titles. Stop calling him young Master Qianjing. I suspect soon he won't hold that title anymore. Just call him Qianjing like I do." Junrin was bewildered. "Why is that?" From another branch, Chikudo Momoka, arms crossed in annoyance, interjected, "You too, since you can see them, why not go report in? Lord Hashirama's directive is protection, not surveillance. What are you doing sneaking around?" Shinsi smiled. "Let us wait a little longer and observe." Junrin waved his hand dismissively. "Listen to my brother. You wouldn't understand." Chikudo Momoka retorted, "What do you know about brotherly affection? You just follow whatever your brother says. Isn't it the Uchiha's nature that confounds others?" Over there, the two brothers were enjoying grilled fish, while on this side, One brother's every word went unquestioned by the other. What a peculiar situation. Chapter 95, Night Watch. Chikuto Momoka impatiently remarked, "Do you two think that hiding here will keep you from being discovered?" With Lord Tobarama's perceptiveness, Shinsi and Junrin exchanged knowing glances, one covering his mouth while the other pulled Momoko aside. Just as they did, 3 shuriken landed with precision in the spot they had just vacated. Tobarama, holding a bamboo basket, appeared beside Ban and Qianjing, frowning as he spoke. Someone was just here. Qianjing, completely unaware of any wrongdoing. Ban remained calm, stating, "It's likely someone Hashirama sent. When I went to the Hokage building to retrieve the clearance documents, Hashirama mentioned he would send someone to guard us. That's unnecessary." "Brother worries too much," Tobarama expressed, feeling slightly reassured as he handed the bamboo basket to Qianjing. "I concur that it's unnecessary, but Hashirama can be quite stubborn." Ban poked at the firewood with a stick, causing the flames to flare up. "You cannot sway his decisions." Indeed, Tobarama sat down beside Qianjing. "Just like his insistence on befriending you, no amount of persuasion seems to affect him." Ban paused, slowly raising his gaze to Tobarama, noticing the tension escalating between them. Qianjing quickly intervened, pulling out a map and presenting it to Tobarama. "Tobarama, take a look. Where will we be staying tonight?" "I just checked, and there doesn't seem to be anywhere to rest on this route. Are we going to camp out?" Tobarama, familiar with the path, unfolded the map at Qianjing's prompting and indicated, "Yes, we will likely reach this area tonight. This spot is quite remote, with no villages or inns nearby. Camping out is our only option." Qianjing nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "If we camp out, does that mean we need to take turns keeping watch?" Tobarama reassured him, "It's fine. If you wish to sleep, go ahead. The land of fire is relatively safe, especially with both me and Uchiha Ban present. Even if we do camp, it won't matter much. Should we decide to keep watch, it would suffice for him and Uchiha Ban to alternate. Qianjing's abilities would not significantly impact the situation." However, Qianjing held a differing perspective, insisting, "We don't need to keep watch. I'll summon Yuki and Nu. They can keep watch while we sleep." Tobarama, surprised, replied, "Oh, I hadn't considered that." Ban suddenly asked Qianjing, "Did Izuna ask you to bring a 2-person tent?" "I did bring it," Qianjing affirmed, then turned to Tobarama. "Tobarama, your pack is so small, you didn't bring a tent, did you? I have a single-person one. Would you like it?" When traveling, ninjas typically do not require a tent for camping. They often find a cave or huddle under a large tree for the night. Ban's sudden mention of a 2-person tent was undoubtedly intentional. Tobarama recollected that Qianjing was taken in by the Uchiha clan shortly after losing his parents. It was said that during that time, Qianjing had inadvertently shared a room with Uchiha Ban, and due to his lack of security, he came to rely on Ban as a source of comfort, eventually leading to the situation where he couldn't sleep without Ban present. This was indeed a psychological issue, but it was not beyond remedy. Tobarama observed the smirk curling at Ban's lips, feeling a surge of displeasure. Previously, when Qianjing was unconscious, Tobarama had only briefly considered this matter, but with so many other village issues at hand, he had not focused on it. It was clear that upon returning, he needed to prioritize researching a remedy for insomnia. Meanwhile, the trio of shadowy figures, too far to hear the conversation, continued to observe from a distance. They noted that initially, Tobarama had said something that displeased Ban, after which Ban uttered something that made Tobarama frown as well. What was going on? Junrin asked Shinsi. "Do you know what is happening?" Chikuto Momoka shook her head, also questioning Shinsi. "Is your brother foolish? Do you understand what is happening?" Junrin glared at Chikuto Momoka, dissatisfied. She pointed out, "Can't you see it?" Shinsi, protective of his brother, smiled as he responded to Chikuto Momoka. "You managed to figure it out on your first encounter with them. That's impressive." Chikuto Momoka raised her head, asserting, "A woman's intuition is quite accurate." "Haven't you heard?" Shinsi and Junrin shook their heads simultaneously, acknowledging that the Chikuto clan's female ninja was formidable, definitely not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Qianjing and the others had finished their lunch, tidied up, and prepared to set off once again. It was only after the sun had set that they reached the location Tobarama had anticipated. "Let us rest here," Tobarama suggested. "The temperature difference is significant at this time, and the visibility at night is poor. There's no need to travel through the night." "Sounds good." Qianjing activated his Sharingan and summoned Yuki and Nu. When the 2 Shikigami first emerged, they appeared in their miniature form, but after Qianjing conveyed his needs, they returned to their normal size. Nu soared into the sky, circling the area while ensuring silence, while Yuki patrolled the ground, keenly alert to any unusual sounds. Both Shikigami appeared very reliable. Qianjing retrieved 2 tents, distributing one to Ban and the other to Tobarama, then rummaged through his shadow space, hesitating as he inquired, "What about dinner?" As the door swung open, Tobarama immediately remarked that the grilled fish at noon was excessively sweet, expressing a desire for something savory. Ban retorted, I don't eat salty food. It makes me uncomfortable. I found the flavor at noon quite agreeable. Qianjing raised a hand to cover his face, exasperated by the two of them, truly beyond redemption. He stood up, gestured for a pause, and declared, all right, I comprehend now. Ban is a sweet enthusiast, while Tobarama prefers savory. Grant me a moment, and I assure you both will be satisfied. The sweet versus savory debate has long been a source of contention in the land of flowers. From tofu pudding to rice dumplings and mooncakes, each culinary dispute could potentially ignite a national conflict. However, what Qianjing currently aspired to create were scrambled eggs with tomatoes and tamagoyaki. These two dishes are not only convenient and swift to prepare, but can also be made sweet or savory, undoubtedly catering to the palates of these two discerning individuals. After finishing dinner, Qianjing called the two over to eat, maintaining a smile on his face while secretly preparing to unleash a torrent of rabbits upon anyone who dared to voice dissatisfaction. To his surprise, whether it was due to Qianjing's heavy-heartedness or the genuine satisfaction of the two with the evening meal, they both consumed dinner without uttering a single complaint. Late at night, after Qianjing had fallen asleep, Ben opened his eyes anew. There were things he could not confide in Qianjing, but he could share with Tobarama. Ben, by nature, was straightforward and carefree, disliking convoluted discussions. It was only when it concerned Qianjing that he hesitated due to his deep concern. Yet, he felt no such compunction when addressing Tobarama. What was there to hesitate about regarding a certain victory? Ben exited the tent and approached Tobarama's entrance, stating, I wish to have a word with you. Chapter 96. The victor Ban and Tobarama moved to a spot not far from the tent. Here, they could easily see the tent, but with Qianjing's abilities, their conversation would remain inaudible. Ban got straight to the point, asking Tobarama, Qianjing considers you a friend. Are you indeed friends? At this first inquiry, Tobarama faltered, retorting, what identity are you inquiring from me? As Qianjing's elder brother? Ban responded, currently, the head of the Uchiha clan is Izuna. Whether I am Qianjing's elder brother is a matter of Izuna's word. Last year, after Hashirama assumed the role of Hokage, Shinsho Butsuma felt a sense of relief, believing his sons to be quite accomplished, whether in familial harmony or professional success. He felt it was time to retire and travel freely. Hearing that Shinsho Butsuma had gone on a journey, Uchiha Taijima followed suit, stating that the Uchiha clan could not fall behind the Shinsho clan in this regard. Thus, since the previous year, the Uchiha leadership had officially passed to Izuna, with all clan matters now under his purview, including Qianjing's identity, which was, of course, also a matter for Izuna to decide. Tobarama fell silent upon hearing this. Ban too refrained from speaking further, and for a moment, the atmosphere between them grew decidedly tense. It was Ban who broke this peculiar silence. I am of the same age as your elder brother and a close friend of his. While I may not be your brother, I am certainly older than you. Ban said to Tobarama, I have always known of your good relationship with Qianjing, but I am unaware of your feelings towards him. I never considered it. Assuming you shared a bond akin to mine with Hashirama. Ban's tone softened slightly, appearing more sincere. Yet, Tobarama found each of Ban's words to be piercing. Qianjing arrived at my home from a high place. Ban gestured. I have watched him grow up little by little. When you first met him, he was already cheerful and affectionate, wasn't he? But what you do not know is that when he first came to my home, he was frightened of everyone. I was the one who helped him adjust bit by bit. When he couldn't sleep, I would comfort him. When he acted willfully, I would guide him. When he cramped up in his sleep or had a fever, I held him through the night. And when he was frightened by illusions and cried in my arms. You were not there to see. Tobarama clenched his fist, his nails digging into his palm. It was merely because you met him first. He lamented. If Qianjing had not been taken in by the Uchiha clan, if he were a member of the Shinsho clan instead, it would have been better. I would have been there for him since childhood, protecting and teaching him until he grew up. Yet, I was merely a step behind from the very beginning. One lost piece leads to a complete defeat. Ban replied, Shinsho must be quite familiar with the Uchiha Sharingan, no? Qianjing's Sharingan awakened for my sake. He evolved from a single tomo to a double tomo because of me. Tobarama replied gravely, yet you watched as he evolved into a 3-tomo right before your eyes. In truth, Tobarama's words were somewhat misplaced. His own elder brother had been present during that scene and had later explained everything to him. Black Zetsu had manipulated Qianjing, and they were hesitant to act against him, leaving them with no choice but to watch. However, Ban refrained from explaining, simply stating, I will protect him well in the future, and I will not allow such a situation to occur again. Tobarama wished to say more, but suddenly sensed another's approach, and fell silent. Shortly thereafter, Qianjing's voice interrupted, You too, up at this hour, are you not just here to quarrel again? Haven't you had enough of that in the daylight? Ban chuckled softly, ruffled Qianjing's hair, and turned back toward the shared tent. Qianjing, rubbing his head, cast a doubtful glance at Ban's retreating figure, then looked back at Tobarama, asking, what was Ban laughing about? He was joking with you, wasn't he? It wasn't mockery or sarcasm. It was a genuinely heartfelt smile. I'm so curious about what transpired between the two of you to elicit such a reaction. Noticing that Ban was heading back without insisting that he return to sleep as well, Qianjing took a few steps toward Tobarama and inquired, what were you two discussing just now? Tobarama, unable to muster a smile, noticed that Qianjing had rushed out without an outer garment. He removed his fluffy cloak and draped it over Qianjing's head, leaning against a tree as he answered, we were discussing you. Qianjing pushed the cloak aside, poking his head out with a puzzled expression. Huh? We were just talking about you, Tobarama reiterated, looking at Qianjing. Ban's earlier visit and his remarks were clearly the sentiments of a victor. Now, leaving Qianjing behind implied that he wanted to clarify matters with him. He might not be Qianjing's elder brother, but he could only be Qianjing's friend. Since they were friends, he would retreat to that position, wouldn't he? Yet, Tobarama wished to push for a little more. He said, Qianjing, have you heard the recent rumors in Konoha about the Qinsho clan seeking a marriage alliance with the Uchiha? I have, Qianjing replied, bewildered. Isn't that the misunderstanding you caused last time when you wore my clothes? Yes, that was indeed a mix-up, but upon reflection. Considering the current situation in Konoha, if I, as a member of the Qinsho clan, were to choose to ally with the Uchiha, it would likely be more beneficial for Konoha's future, wouldn't it? Huh. Qianjing was taken aback and quickly responded, no, Tobarama, don't view marriage as a mere tool. The future of Konoha is undoubtedly important, but your future is even more crucial. Qianjing was utterly confused by Tobarama's sudden shift in focus. After all, in the original story, he was still single when he passed away in his 40s. Why was he suddenly contemplating marriage now? If there were a choice that could encompass both the future of Konoha and my own, then what would it be? Tobarama's words had reached this point, and upon further reflection, he mentioned that he had just been conversing with Madara about his feelings for Senjo. So who might this choice be? Are you so astute, yet still unable to grasp my meaning? Tobarama sighed softly and declared, let me articulate this more clearly. I have cherished you since childhood, and I wish to be with you. Senjo was at a loss for words, pondering what since childhood truly meant. He acknowledged that his bond with Tobarama had always been close, yet this was the world of shinobi. Wasn't camaraderie in this realm often akin to that? To cite a familiar example, Madara and Hashirama shared a profound closeness as well, so it was no wonder that throughout the years, he had never considered their relationship in that light. Wait a moment, his thoughts were muddled. He needed time to think. Tobarama, not pausing for Senjo's response, continued. You may not recall, but allow me to remind you. When we first met, I deceived you once, causing you to fall into the water, and from that moment forward, I vowed never to deceive you again. You appear obedient, yet I can see the clever machinations lurking within your heart, having grown up alongside you. I have witnessed your gradual trust in me, your unguarded nature. Aside from your family, you rely solely on me. In times of trouble, you turn to me. How could I ever let you go? Senjo gazed at Tobarama, realizing that he was confessing his feelings. But what was he to say? How could he respond? Could he admit that he had forgotten their past, yet now it was returning to him? Chapter 98, Respect. Tobarama's heartfelt declaration of love was enough to stir anyone's heart. Senjo looked upon him. Yet there was no sign of the shyness or anxiety typically associated with confessions. Instead, Tobarama's eyes held a glimmer of hope. Tobarama's earnest admission was something he could not accept, and thus he felt compelled to refuse, as a matter of mutual respect. I'm sorry, Tobarama, Senjo replied. An anticipated response. Tobarama remained silent. Noticing the shift in Tobarama's expression, Senjo contemplated reaching out to him as he had done in the past, but hesitated. He quietly added, it's my fault. I have someone I like. Tobarama spoke with a calm demeanor. Do you like Uchiha Madara? There is nothing wrong with saying so. Senjo nodded. Tobarama paused, then abruptly asked, you actually remember everything, don't you? Senjo affirmed, yes, though I only began to recall things recently. When I first awakened, I truly remembered nothing. Tobarama acknowledged this with a soft oh and fell into silence. Senjo was uncertain what to say in this moment. In the past, he would have lightened the mood with humor, but given Tobarama's candidness and heartfelt confession, he felt he could not trivialize the moment. Tobarama broke the silence first, stating, he is your brother. Senjo retorted, I am not his biological brother. Tobarama replied, I understand. He straightened up and took a few steps back towards the tent. Senjo followed closely, fearing that if Tobarama left like this, his character would lead him to sever all ties and never speak to him again. Senjo contemplated grasping Tobarama's arm, but hesitated once more. What could he say? He could not agree to be with Tobarama. Lingering in ambiguity would only cause him more pain. Senjo felt that if he were in Tobarama's shoes, he would undoubtedly feel discomfort in this situation. According to Tobarama, he had harbored feelings for him since childhood, yet he had been oblivious to it. After all this time, and now faced with rejection, it would be typical for Tobarama's character to distance himself entirely. But Senjo did not wish to lose this friend. He was his only companion. His expression was a mixture of sorrow and disappointment. What should he do now? Nothing seemed appropriate, and he felt powerless. After taking several steps, Tobarama couldn't help but glance back at Senjo. Senjo remained silent and motionless, simply watching him. He continued to gaze, tears welling in his eyes, as if to say goodbye. His expression filled with reluctance, as though if he did not steal one last glance, he might never see Tobarama again. Tobarama, unable to bear the sight, turned away and walked a few more steps, but ultimately surrendered, turning back to say, "I will not wish you well. My return is solely to convey that all the feelings I once held for you are now a thing of the past." Senjo wiped his tears with the back of his hand and asked, his voice choked with emotion, "Will you still acknowledge me in the future?" Tobarama frowned slightly and responded affirmatively. Senjo cautiously raised his gaze to meet his eyes glistening, and quietly inquired, "Will we still be friends?" After a moment of silence, Tobarama nodded again. Senjo lowered his gaze once more, and after a while murmured, "Tobarama, have I been asking too much of you?" Tobarama turned his face away, avoiding Senjo's eyes, and replied, "Haven't you always been this way? I've grown accustomed to it." Meanwhile, the trio of spies observing from a distance craned their necks to witness the unfolding drama. First, Madara had spoken with Tobarama, then Senjo sought out Tobarama for a dialogue. And now both appeared as though they were on the verge of tears. What was transpiring here? Junrin looked at Kinji with confusion. Kinji sighed, casting a glance at the nearby Senju Tawawa, shaking his head without answering. Senju Tawawa crossed her arms, her expression sour. "You Uchiha really lack vision." "What do you mean we lack vision?" Junrin retorted. Kinji restrained him, saying, "Regardless of vision, in the end, the Uchiha are the victors." Despite Tobarama's previous assurances that he would not ignore Senjo, he had departed the following day. This was, after all, to be expected. Reflecting on it, since Tobarama had harbored feelings for him for so long without revealing them, and given that yesterday had held no particularly remarkable events, why had Tobarama suddenly confessed? It was likely that Madara had said something to him. Furthermore, Senjo had admitted that he liked Madara. In such circumstances, how could Tobarama, with his character, still feel comfortable traveling with them? Although Tobarama had stated he would not disregard him and agreed to remain friends, everything felt different now. "What's wrong?" Madara inquired, gently patting Senjo's head. Senjo, feeling discontent, asked, "Where did Tobarama say he was going?" He replied, "The land of wind is quite vast, and without a specific destination. Our slow pace is inefficient. Thus, he intends to split our party. I will accompany you while he scouts ahead to see if he can locate Kagaya's whereabouts." "Senjo, that's just an excuse." Madara sensed Senjo's despondent mood and, while understanding, felt a tinge of displeasure. Suddenly, he suggested, "Since Tobarama has already gone to the land of wind, we need not rush there. We haven't yet left the land of fire's territory. Allow me to introduce you to an acquaintance." Senjo asked, "What acquaintance?" Rising from his bed, he inquired, "Who?" Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his scalp, as if pricked by a needle, involuntarily gasping in surprise. Turning to see, he found his hair tangled with Madara's, which he had pressed down onto the bed. Causing a gentle tug, Qianjing was already feeling quite troubled, and now her annoyance only deepened. She tugged at her long hair, but it wouldn't budge. Unable to contain her complaints, she lamented the inconvenience of having long hair, contemplating whether she should simply cut it. Ban, noticing her agitation, firmly grasped her hand. Taking the hair from her grasp, and, while gently untangling it, inquired, "Do you find long hair bothersome?" "Both Izuna and I have long hair." Qianjing hesitated for a moment before clarifying, "No, it's just a matter of personal preference. I find short hair more convenient." Ban pressed further, "How so? Do you prefer short hair then?" Qianjing felt an inexplicable weight to the question, sensing that a wrong answer might bear serious consequences. Was Ban perhaps angry? She instinctively shook her head. No, I actually prefer long hair." With a satisfied hum, Ban released her hair and smoothed it down, stating, "So do I." Noticing Ban's tone returning to normal, Qianjing swiftly shifted the topic, asking once more, "Who is this acquaintance from the land of fire?" "To be precise, it's not a human, it's a small pet." Ban pointed to the seal on her forehead, saying, "Once you cultivate your skills, I don't know how long I will have to wait to see you. Since we're nearby now, I thought it prudent to borrow some chakra from an old friend." Chapter 99, Old Friends. Could the old friend Ban refer to be a nine-tailed red fox? Qianjing pondered while putting on her clothes. Another pet, within the land of fire, and capable of lending chakra, it could only be the Nine-Tails. But how had the Nine-Tails and Ban become such close friends, to the point of borrowing chakra. What transpired during the years she had been asleep? Initially, Ban felt it inappropriate to remain in the tent while Qianjing changed, intending to step outside. However, he paused mid-step, unable to suppress a smile. As Qianjing donned her clothing and prepared to change her pants, she turned to Ban, saying, "Ban, could you step outside and pull the curtain for me?" Ban asked, "Didn't you notice anything different about your outfit today?" "Different? What do you mean?" Qianjing replied, touching the pullover she wore, feeling that it was a bit snug around her neck. "You're wearing it inside out. Don't you feel short of breath?" "Such embarrassment," she exclaimed, realizing she had been so lost in thought that she hadn't paid attention. It wasn't intentional. Quickly, she attempted to remove the top to redress, but her long hair became entangled with it. Frustrated, she declared, "This hair, I mean it. It's truly troublesome. Extremely adorable," Ban remarked as he returned to squat beside her, helping untangle the clothing and returning it to her correctly. "However, if you don't like it, you can always cut it when we return. For now, hurry and put it on so you don't catch a chill." "Oh," Qianjing said as she put her clothes back on. Ban assisted in freeing her hair, then stood up, genuinely wishing to step outside the tent to give her space to change into her pants. But Qianjing, sitting in her bedding, reached out to grasp the hem of Ban's clothing. He halted mid-stride. "Ban, is it cold outside today?" she inquired. "It's bearable, but you must wear a proper coat when you exit the tent." "You should wear yours too," she replied, rising from her bedding to adjust his open coat, fastening the buttons from the bottom to the top, one by one. The top button rested at his collarbone, and after securing it, she playfully tugged at the hem of his shirt, her gaze lifting just in time to see his Adam's apple moving slightly. She gently touched his Adam's apple, asking, "Did I fasten it too tightly? Shouldn't the top button remain undone?" Ban grasped her hand and countered, "Have you dressed properly?" "I have," Qianjing replied with a suppressed laugh, glancing down at herself and stating innocently, "Though I haven't put on my pants yet, it's fine since you can't see. And it's not cold in the tent." Ban nodded, taking a step back and gesturing to her, "Hurry and get fully dressed. We need to set off now." Qianjing sensed a hidden implication in Ban's words, yet she shrugged it off. After all, they were outdoors, even if she provoked Ban. He couldn't do anything to her. Besides, if she didn't tease him now while he couldn't see, the opportunity would be lost once he could. Ban insisted on departing without allowing her a proper breakfast, immediately handing her a sugar cake to nibble on instead. Ignoring the distant figures of Shinshir and Junren, Ban summoned Nu, transforming it into a size capable of carrying 2 adults. They climbed onto its back, directing their course towards the Ninetails location. Speaking of the Ninetails and Ban, there was a history to recount. The Ninetails could be considered a native of Konohagakure before the village was established. It had dwelled in what would become the village's territory. It wouldn't be accurate to say they coexisted harmoniously. Rather, they maintained a respectful distance, each living their lives without conflict. After Konoha's founding, the village initially expanded from the territory of the Senju clan. However, due to the formidable prowess of Uchiha Ban and the renowned strategic mind of Senju Tobarama, Konoha's reputation grew. Hashirama's kindness attracted many small clans seeking refuge, and Tobarama's emphasis on talent acquisition, combined with Hashirama's compassion, led to the acceptance of numerous orphans displaced by war. Konoha's territory continued to expand, eventually encroaching upon the Ninetails' habitat. The creature, having lived undisturbed, awoke one day to find its home invaded by humans. How could it endure such an affront? In a fit of rage, it sought retribution from Konoha, confronting none other than the first Hokage, capable of controlling tailed beasts with his Mangekyō Sharingan. Upon encountering the Ninetails, Ban's first thought was of Qianjing, who possessed numerous summoning beasts. He pondered whether he should also have one. The Ninetails, being quite powerful and obedient, seemed a perfect match, especially since Qianjing lacked a fox-type summoning creature. Thus, Ban amicably established a summoning contract with the Ninetails, assigning it to guard the borders between the land of fire and neighboring countries, believing he had treated the creature quite well. The fox, however, was not pleased. It resented Uchiha Ban, perplexed by how this Uchiha possessed eyes akin to those of the Sage of Six Paths, capable of controlling it. Despite its anger towards humanity, it sensed Ban's lack of malice, realizing it stood no chance against him. Ultimately, it had to leave its home in search of a new place to reside. "Wherever I live, it's all the same," it resigned. Little did it know, less than 2 years later, Ban would return, accompanied by a red-eyed child resembling him. Furious, the Ninetails stood tall, its fur bristling, teeth bared, and Ninetails flickering like flames behind it, growling. "What do you want this time?" Ban remained calm, standing before the Ninetails and gesturing towards Qianjing. "This is the old friend I mentioned. I call it the Ninetails," Qianjing remarked. "Do you want to see how displeased your old friend looks?" "You can't see it now." Qianjing gazed upward at the Ninetails, currently in its full form. The creature towered magnificently, resembling a colossal mountain. Although its demeanor was one of fury, there was an inexplicable sense of fragility about it that Qianjing couldn't shake off. Standing before it, dwarfed by its massive claws, Qianjing couldn't help but marvel at the sheer size of the nine tails. The exaggerated scale of anything can evoke a sense of dread, yet with Obito present, Qianjing felt no fear. Obito calmly raised his hand and patted the nine tails' paw, instructing it to shrink down a bit. The nine tails' fur bristled in response, momentarily resisting, but ultimately complied, diminishing from a grand mountain to a mere hillock. Obito raised his hand once more, this time managing to reach the nine tails' forelegs, and requested, "A little smaller, if you please." The nine tails was on the verge of unleashing flames in protest, but it knew it had no choice. After all, Obito had the means to enforce obedience. And it reluctantly reduced its size further, transforming from a hillock into a creature just 3 men high. The Nu circled the area, detecting no anomalies. It then dove towards Qianjing, instinctively shrinking to the size of a pigeon as it landed on Qianjing's shoulder. Obito pointed at the Nu and said to the nine tails, "Do you see that? That size?" The Nu tilted its head in confusion. "See what? That size? You want me to become that small? I would lose all dignity." Then, with a loud thud, the stubborn nine tails transformed into a rotund little fox, slightly larger than the Nu, akin to a plush toy. It crouched on the ground, its front paws together, grumbling as it swayed its nine tails in irritation. With a voice considerably higher in pitch, it huffed at Obito. "Is this acceptable now?" Chapter 100. Beat him up. This size feels oddly familiar. Qianjing formed a hand seal and called out, "Jade Hound." The Jade Hound emerged from the shadows, immediately noticing the little fox of similar size, curiously circling it before attempting to sniff it. The nine tails swatted the Jade Hound away, sending it rolling on the ground, whimpering in discontent as it scampered to Qianjing for comfort. Qianjing embraced the Jade Hound, reassuring, There, it's all right." Obito seized the nape of the nine tails, admonishing, "You need to learn to get along with your companions." The nine tails, infuriated, kicked the air with its hind legs. "Who said that foolish dog is my companion? What do you want from me?" "Oh, I just came to borrow a bit of chakra." "Huh." The nine tails struggled free, landing back on the ground, its expression one of suspicion as it stared at Obito. "You still need to borrow chakra from me? Don't you have your own?" Obito gestured toward Qianjing, explaining, "It's not for me, it's for him." The nine tails glanced at Qianjing, who waved the Jade Hound's paw in greeting. The nine tails scoffed. "Why can't you lend it to him yourself? My chakra has other uses." Obito, growing impatient, tugged the nine tails' nape again, insisting, "I said lend it." The nine tails, annoyed, attempted to shove Obito's face away with its forepaw and kicked at him with its hind legs, landing several blows and sending its nine tails into disarray. Obito's temper flared as he held onto the nine tails, refusing to let go despite the scratches on his face from the nine tails' kicks. They were locked in a tug of war. Qianjing thought, "How old are these two? They're fighting without even using chakra." Pointing at the entangled duo, the Jade Hound leapt forward, tugging at Obito's clothing to pull him away, while the Nu transformed and flew over, gripping the nine tails' shoulders and bringing it back to Qianjing, releasing it so that the nine tails tumbled into Qianjing's embrace. The now shrunken little fox was adorably plump and warm. The nine tails wriggled, flipping onto its back in Qianjing's arms, pointing a paw at Obito and loudly declaring, "I dislike him. You must beat him hard. If you do, I'll give you chakra." Really?" Qianjing glanced at Obito, hesitating. "Actually, I'm fine," Obito interjected, stepping closer and raising his chin toward Qianjing. "You do it." Qianjing stood confused. The nine tails wore an expectant expression. "What's the matter? He told you to hit him. Go ahead. The moment you do, I'll give you chakra." Qianjing, contemplating, held the nine tails in one arm and approached Obito, raising his hand while pondering where to strike. The head? Too high. The face? Too insulting. Tugging its fur? This isn't a cat fight. Striking its chest or back felt odd. Perhaps a kick to the rear would suffice. Suddenly, Obito grasped Qianjing's wrist, guiding his hand gently to his own cheek. Caught between the two, the nine tails erupted. "I told you to hit him, not to caress him," Qianjing exclaimed. "Don't blame me. Why are you scaring him?" "Obito." Qianjing withdrew his hand, glaring at Obito, who couldn't see, and instead poked him in the side to express his dissatisfaction. Obito chuckled and then wrapped his arms around Qianjing, pulling him and the nine tails into a tight embrace. Before somewhat disdainfully tossing the nine tails away, the nine tails landed on the ground, bewildered. "Is this never-ending? I'm a fox, not a dog. Why must I be fed this nonsense? Here, all for you." The nine tails, exasperated, leaped up and kicked Obito in the face before resting its forepaws on Qianjing's hand, connecting their chakra channels. It began to supply chakra to Qianjing while irritably stating, "Take as much chakra as you want, just hurry up and leave." As Qianjing passively accepted the chakra, the flow within his yin seal accelerated dramatically. In no time, the previously faint lavender mark on his forehead transformed into a vivid azure hue. Qianjing felt an unprecedented abundance of chakra within his yin seal, a sensation he had never experienced before. It felt nearly overflowing. Truly, the tailed beasts possessed an astonishing amount of chakra. He opened his mouth to inform Obito that he was ready, with the yin seal activated and the military rations prepared, capable of using the reversal technique to treat his eyes at any moment. He wanted to ask if he should proceed with the treatment now. However, he hesitated before the words escaped his lips. Wait, he had taken advantage of Obito's blindness to provoke him so many times. Now that he could see, wouldn't those grievances come rushing back? Cautiously, Qianjing inquired, "Obito, I think I'm about ready to treat your eyes." "Not in a hurry," Obito replied, tossing the nine tails backward. The nine tails performed a 180-degree turn midair, landing gracefully before roaring, "Get lost, all of you now." You're not in a hurry?" Qianjing watched the nine tails dash back into the depths of the forest, then tugged at Obito's sleeve. "But you've been unable to see for so long. I want you to see again quickly." "Not in a hurry." Obito grasped Qianjing's hand. "You slept outdoors last night, and I suspect you didn't rest well. There's no rush. Let us find a suitable place to rest first. After you adjust your condition, treating me can wait." "Oh, all right." Qianjing sighed in relief. The two ascended the new, soaring towards the nearest town, where they booked a room at the only inn in the settlement. As one approaches the border towns, they become increasingly infused with exotic charm. The inns near the border of the Land of Wind are not constructed from wood as in Konoha, but resemble natural caverns, with rooms nestled against the mountainsides. The distances between these rooms are quite expansive, and each cavern follows a suite-like arrangement, featuring a dining area upon entry, leading further inside to the bedroom. Upon entering, Qianjing exclaimed in awe, grabbing Ban's arm, "Banji, after I take a nap, I will treat you right away. You simply must see this room, where they even use blankets as curtains. I have never seen a blanket adorned with such a plethora of vibrant colors." As Qianjing explored the room, his curiosity piqued by the peculiarities around him. He noted that instead of cups, they used pots for drinking water. "Is that a bowl made of agate on the tea tray? It feels entirely different from what we have back home." Ban smiled, offering an explanation. "Indeed. The culture here differs significantly from Konoha. They do not use chopsticks for meals, predominantly opting for spoons, and also knives and forks." "Oh, I forgot that Banji has been here before." Qianjing's mood dampened. "Then it doesn't matter whether you see it or not since you have already experienced it." Ban playfully pinched the nape of Qianjing's neck, prompting him to push open the bedroom door, only to gasp in surprise. The bedroom, situated at the innermost part of the cavern, lacked windows. It was rather small, so small that upon opening the door, Qianjing was met with the bed directly in front of him, with only narrow pathways on either side. At the head of the bed was a stone platform holding an unlit candle. As Qianjing stepped inside, he glanced around, only to turn back and find Ban standing outside, refusing to enter. "Why aren't you coming in, Banji?" Qianjing inquired, returning to the door. Ban explained, "The light inside is too dim. If I go in, I won't be able to see anything at all. You should light the candle first so that I can see a little." "Oh, it's fine. Just come in. I will support you. You won't fall." Ban wanted to clarify that he was not worried about falling, but he refrained from elaborating further and stepped inside as Qianjing suggested. Once inside, Qianjing promptly closed the bedroom door, cutting off the only source of light from the dining area, plunging the room into complete darkness. "Ban." Qianjing, feeling around, grasped Ban's hand, saying, "All right, now it's fair. You can't see, and I can't see either. I will stay here with you in the dark." He followed Ban's hand along his arm, up to his collarbone, then to the side of his neck, and finally to Ban's lips, exclaiming, "So this is what it feels like to be unable to see. Once my eyes lose their function, my fingers become my eyes." With his fingertips grazing Ban's lips, he chuckled, "Banji, right here." Chapter 101, Revisiting Old Accounts. Ban leaned down in response to Qianjing's movements. Qianjing obediently tilted his head back and took a step back. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he was indeed correct. The loss of sight heightened his other senses. In the absence of visual input, imagination ran wild and uncontrollable. When Ban touched Qianjing's cheek, it felt quite warm. Ban could hear Qianjing's heartbeat, which, contrasting with his usual calm demeanor, was now racing faster than usual. The little rascal was evidently quite nervous. Banji, wait a moment." Qianjing couldn't help but turn his head away, then clung back to Ban, wrapping his arms around Ban's neck and resting his chin on his shoulder, feeling a bit uncertain. The pitch-black surroundings were more unsettling than he had imagined. Furthermore, the development of the situation was amiss. He merely wished to comfort Ban, to convey that he too could empathize with the experience of blindness, aiming to reassure Ban not to rush, and that he could remain blind for a while longer. During this time, he promised to behave, hoping to settle the previous grievances once and for all. Yet, how did it come to this? This was not right. If they both remained completely blind, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Banji, I didn't sleep well last night, and I feel a bit drained. How about I take a nap first and help you with your treatment afterward? Qianjing shrugged off his shoes by the bed and curled up on the mattress. Ban responded with an "oh," neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and climbed onto the bed alongside Qianjing. Wait, Banji, why are you getting on? I want to sleep. I want to sleep too. You can't see, so I'll keep you company while you sleep. Isn't that perfectly reasonable? How can I possibly sleep without you? Qianjing found his logic sound, leaving him without a retort. He rolled over, wrapping himself up in the blanket, ensuring he was in a position where Ban could not sneak up on him, then wriggled and burrowed into Ban's embrace, declaring, "Then hold me while you sleep." Ban. Did the little rascal think he was safe from being teased as long as he was wrapped up in the blanket? Was that why he dared to come and stir things up again? Qianjing. Indeed, that was precisely his thought. Hiding under the blanket, he felt brave enough to face anything. Even Ban. Ban wrapped his arms around Qianjing, who squirmed in discontent. Ban simply draped his leg over Qianjing's, resembling a koala clinging to a tree. Qianjing felt immensely satisfied. And with Ban beside him in the serene blackness of the room, compounded by the fact that he had also not slept well the previous night, he soon drifted off into slumber. As he slept, however, his sleeping posture became uncontrollable. First, he kicked away the neatly arranged blanket, then rolled into Ban's embrace, listening to the rhythmic beating of Ban's heart. After a while, he began to hum and shifted back, tossing the blanket to the floor, leaving them both uncovered. Ban was utterly speechless. They had grown accustomed to sleeping together, and Qianjing's sleeping habits had vastly improved as he matured. Yet today, he was tossing and turning just like when he was a child. Ban propped himself up, snapping his fingers near the candle, which ignited in response. Turning back to face Qianjing, his senses could only detect that Qianjing was there. His blurred vision could make out his current movements, but beyond that, he could discern nothing. From the frequency of Qianjing's heartbeat, Ban could infer that Qianjing was likely awake, yet he remained motionless, clutching the blanket with his back turned to him. Qianjing, are you awake? I am not awake. His tone sounded peculiar, somewhat muffled, as if he was speaking through his nose. Ban leaned in, concerned. Are you feeling unwell? Banji. Qianjing hurriedly tightened the blanket around himself, exclaiming, stay away from me. You go over there, don't come any closer. Ban complied, but was uncertain whether Qianjing was genuinely unwell or simply trying to pull some prank. Are you sick? He inquired. Qianjing. This was a rather difficult question to answer. His current state was not exactly illness. It was a situation that could occur to any healthy adult male upon waking. Qianjing suspected that the kiss he shared with Ban before sleeping had perhaps been a bit too much. In short, he had a perfectly good night's sleep but awoke to find his body in a rather compromising state. The scent was still quite evident, making him reluctant to lift the blanket. If he did, Ban would undoubtedly notice. How embarrassing. How mortifying. He had done nothing wrong, merely shared a kiss before sleep. Yet he had unwittingly carried on in his dreams, resulting in this chaotic predicament. What was he to do now? In truth, Qianjing's attempt to shield himself with a blanket was merely an exercise in self-deception. How could a ninja of such heightened perception like Madara be fooled by such a childish ruse? Naturally, he detected that peculiar scent immediately, understanding the situation at hand. Initially, he contemplated teasing Qianjing, but noticing his extreme embarrassment, Madara decided it was best to feign ignorance regarding the matter. Suddenly, Qianjing, still concealed behind the blanket, spoke up. His tone a mix of confusion and grievance, questioning what was wrong with his body, as he felt rather peculiar. Qianjing thought, there's no escaping this misfortune. Might as well embrace it. After all, if he was not embarrassed, then the embarrassment would fall upon others. Thus, he boldly threw off the blanket and provocatively inquired Madara. Why did I end up like this? Madara contemplated the situation. Qianjing had been asleep for a considerable time. There were certain physiological developments that boys typically needed to understand. And Qianjing remained blissfully ignorant, a blank slate. Having just awakened and still feeling somewhat weak, it was not surprising that after a period of adjustment, he found himself in this state for the first time upon waking. Feelings of panic and confusion were entirely normal. Yet, Madara sensed something peculiar in Qianjing's tone. With a serious demeanor, Madara addressed Qianjing, confessing, it is my fault. When you were younger, you asked me about these matters, but I was young myself, shy, and utterly clueless. My instinct was to tell you not to ask too many questions, failing to consider that curiosity about such things is perfectly natural for boys your age. Qianjing felt a chill run down his spine, Madara's sudden earnestness gave him an unsettling sense of danger. But now that you're older, some lessons can no longer be taught merely through theory. Practical experience will deepen your understanding. Qianjing was taken aback. What did he mean by practical experience? Was it the kind he was thinking of? The prospect of such experiences was both thrilling and daunting, yet he had heard they could be quite painful. Perhaps it was best to postpone such matters for today. Madara, I think I'm fine now. Shall we get out of bed? There are no windows in this room. And what time is it? It is only 8 in the evening. You haven't had dinner. Are you hungry? Qianjing touched his stomach thoughtfully and shook his head. Not really. I had a hearty lunch, so I'm not too hungry now. Madara nodded in satisfaction. That works out well, as I am not hungry either. As he spoke, he leaned toward Qianjing. Qianjing recoiled into the covers. Madara, let us just sleep if we're not eating. We need to rise early for our journey tomorrow. Madara firmly grasped Qianjing's blanket, his expression serious. Have you counted how many times you have made me endure since you woke up? Each time must have brought you joy. Hasn't he it? I didn't tea. I haven't tea, Madara. Qianjing stammered, dumbfounded that Madara was revisiting old grievances. But you said my body hadn't fully recovered. That I seemed a bit sluggish. I think you appear quite energetic now, Madara retorted, leaving Qianjing at a loss. For the evidence of his vitality was unmistakably present on the sheets. Madara pressed Qianjing down onto the bed, who desperately clutched Madara's wrist. Madara, now that I'm awake, should I help you with your eyes? Vision is far more important than this. In this situation, vision was not the priority. As Qianjing lay beneath Madara, after a kiss, both were slightly breathless. Madara mimicked Qianjing's earlier entrance, using his hand to cover Qianjing's eyes, tracing down from his cheek to his collarbone, and further to his chest. However, upon reaching a particularly sensitive area, Qianjing grasped Madara's wrist firmly. No. This won't do, Madara thought, his lack of sight rendering him helpless, his inexperience a daunting obstacle. Madara, wait, Qianjing exclaimed, but there was no waiting. Madara deftly seized Qianjing's hand, lifting it to his lips for a gentle kiss on the palm. That's not how this works, Qianjing thought, biting his lip. He pressed his hand against Madara's eyes, invoking his special techniques. Shadow Sealing, activate. Sharingan, activate. Reversal technique, commence. With all 3 skills in play, regardless of Madara's consent, he prioritized healing Madara's sight. From the shadows, a pair of fluffy rabbit ears emerged. A chubby rabbit peeked out, surveying the surroundings before hopping into the room and landing on the bed, bounding forward several steps. Clamped in its mouth was a small fabric pouch, filled with Qianjing's military rations. Madara's eyes proved far more challenging to heal than he had anticipated, but it was still within Qianjing's capabilities. Exhausted from expending nearly all the chakra stored in the Shadow Seal, he completed the healing, though he felt drained. He gazed into Madara's now focused eyes and softly asked, Madara, can you see me now? Yes, I can see you, Madara replied. Just moments before Qianjing had covered his eyes, he could only make out blurred silhouettes. Now, as Qianjing removed his hand, Madara could clearly see the grown Qianjing before him, lying beneath him, hair splayed across the pillow. His face flushed, but eyes gleaming in the flickering candlelight, gazing at him with an expression more vibrant than he had imagined. Qianjing sighed in relief. I'm glad you can see, before rolling over, feigning exhaustion as he whined. I can't take it anymore. My chakra is nearly depleted from healing you. I need to rest and recover. I'll help you, Madara said, grasping Qianjing's hand and establishing a chakra connection, directly channeling his chakra to Qianjing. Qianjing froze. What is this? He had initially forced himself to heal Madara, hoping to excuse himself later by claiming fatigue, yet now Madara was transferring chakra to him? Oh, so Madara had previously mentioned to the Nine Tails that his chakra had other uses, and now it was being put to use? Watching the Shadow Seal's color brighten again, Qianjing replied, I'm fine now. But Madara, I'm really tired. I don't want to move. You don't need to move, Madara assured him. That is impossible. Are you trying to fool a child? Qianjing grasped Madara's hand, but Madara swiftly countered, pinning Qianjing's hands above his head. Qianjing regretted his decision to restore Madara's sight at such a moment. His movements were now even more agile. In a final effort, Qianjing exclaimed, Madara, look. The rabbit is watching us. Madara cast a fleeting glance toward the rabbit on the bed, his blood-red Sharingan spinning silently. The rabbit, startled, dropped the pouch and hastily jumped back into the shadows. Madara, satisfied, leaned down to kiss Qianjing's neck. Qianjing turned his face into the sheets, glaring at the spot where the rabbit had vanished with his Sharingan. That useless rabbit. All it does is run away. It didn't even come to rescue me. Ultimately, Qianjing barely moved, as he found himself utterly exhausted by the end. His body felt as though it might disintegrate. When he first woke up the next morning, he lay there with his eyes still closed, sensing someone behind him, embracing him. Feeling awkward and unsure of what to say, he chose to keep his eyes shut and soon drifted back to sleep. When he awoke again, he found himself alone in the room. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and focused on his surroundings. The candles in the room had been extinguished, yet the bedroom door stood ajar, allowing a sliver of light from the dining area to filter in, accompanied by the delectable aroma of food. His stomach grumbled. He was famished. After having lunched the previous day, he had not eaten anything since, and after a night of intense exertion, he was now uncertain of the time. The enticing scent of food stirred a deep hunger within him. Qianjing propped himself up, tossed aside the covers, and attempted to rise, but his legs felt weak, almost causing him to collapse to the floor. Supporting himself against the edge of the bed, his hands trembled, whether from hunger or sheer exhaustion he could not tell. But he felt utterly embarrassed. He immediately employed a healing technique to restore himself completely, and once he felt steady enough to walk without discomfort, he straightened his posture and exited the room, only to encounter Ban, who was setting the table. On the table lay a plate of small pastries resembling bread, accompanied by a bowl of soup of unknown origin and a pot containing an indeterminate substance, while a cup filled with a white liquid that looked like milk rested nearby. Ban, you're awake? Ban glanced at Qianjing, his gaze lingering momentarily on the side of Qianjing's neck. The mark he had personally created last night had likely vanished due to Qianjing's self-treatment. This thought inexplicably stirred a twinge of annoyance within Ban. He gestured towards a small wash basin by the door. First, wash up, then come eat. You didn't have dinner last night. You must be hungry now. Qianjing nodded obediently and approached the wash basin. While washing his face with a towel, he covertly glanced at Ban, who sat at the table sipping from his cup. Whether it was the taste he disliked or the temperature that was too hot, he unexpectedly stuck out his tongue behind Qianjing's back. Oh, Ban actually made such a gesture. It's surprisingly endearing. Qianjing inquired. Ban, what's in the cup? Is it milk? Close enough, Ban replied. This area lacks fertile land and water sources, predominantly a desert. So unlike Konoha, we consume more fish and vegetables. Here, the diet mainly consists of beef, lamb, and roasted foods. Noticing Qianjing's interest, Ban elaborated, but this isn't milk. It's cream. The soup beside it is mushroom soup, and this crispy item is called puff pastry, freshly baked, and can be eaten as a staple. I have no idea how it's made. It's hollow inside, despite its size. Locals usually flatten the puff pastry, soak it in the cream mushroom soup, and eat it together. You might want to try it, but I find it a bit rich, so I had them separate the soup and cream. You can mix them to your liking. Cream and puff pastry? Doesn't tea that essentially make it a cream puff? Qianjing pondered, rummaging through his shadow space to retrieve a bag of sugar, which he poured into the empty bowl along with the cream. After estimating the sweetness, he pushed the bowl towards Ban. Ban, you can manipulate wind, right? Would you help me whip the cream? Ban, taken aback, responded, you can whip cream? Although uncertain of Qianjing's intentions, he complied. Qianjing extracted the parchment paper beneath the puff pastry, rolled it into a cone shape. Once Ban had whipped the cream to a satisfactory consistency, Qianjing spooned the cream into the parchment cone, inserting the tip into the puff pastry, and squeezed the cream inside. However, having added too much sugar, the cream was a semi-liquid mass, resembling yogurt, and began to dribble down Qianjing's wrist. As he watched, an inexplicable blush crept onto his face. What's wrong? Ban asked. Qianjing shook his head. Nothing. He took a bite of the half-finished cream puff, attempting to obliterate the evidence, and calmly assured Ban, I feel like the cream isn't is rich now that it has sugar added. Is that so? Ban said, lifting Qianjing's wrist, tilting his head to kiss away the cream on his forearm. Let me taste. Qianjing's heart raced at the sight of cream on Ban's lips, rendering him unable to remain composed, and his cheeks reddened further. Chapter 103, The Legend. Qianjing recalled a video he had seen about making cream puffs, where the content creator had whipped the filling too thin and, in a moment of carelessness, overstuffed the puff pastry, leaving no empty space. Consequently, when the piping bag was removed, the cream had slowly oozed out from the entry point of the puff pastry. Qianjing covered his eyes with his hand, unable to continue the thought. What was happening to his mind? Why did even a cream puff seem so off? This was all Ban's fault. With such a stunning face, expressionless, and cream on his lips, how could one not think too much about it? Later that night, how can he eat now? He was truly very hungry. Ban noticed Qianjing staring at him, lost in thought, before suddenly snapping back to reality, only to find his face flushed and his gaze darting about, ultimately shielding his eyes with his hand. Ban couldn't help but smile. Although his prior blindness had not impeded his daily life, seeing Qianjing so vividly was a long-awaited joy. When he was blind, he couldn't see Qianjing blush or evade his gaze, if Qianjing wished to keep something from him. Silence rendered him oblivious. Thus, he found Qianjing's awkward demeanor now to be in stark contrast to the playful mischief he had displayed during Ban's blindness. Regardless of the version of Qianjing, each was captivating in its own right. Ban felt that Qianjing was irresistibly adorable at this moment, and he couldn't help but want to kiss him. As he leaned in, Qianjing instinctively covered his mouth, warily asking, "Are you trying to kiss me, Ban?" "No way. Just because you want a doesn't mean you can." "That's not it," Ban denied vehemently. "I just didn't quite taste the cream and wanted to try again." "Try again? There is so much cream in the bowl. Why are you leaning in?" Qianjing exclaimed in exasperation. "Ban, how have you become like this? I used to say such things to you." "Did you?" Ban retorted. "When did you ever say that?" As Qianjing opened his mouth to respond, Ban swiftly silenced him with a kiss, sealing away the words he had yet to say. In the end, Qianjing forgot what he had initially intended to voice, his breath becoming erratic, his thoughts a chaotic jumble, as he could only glare at Ban in discontent. Ban licked his lips, summarizing, "The cream is quite sweet." Qianjing realized that the current situation could not continue to escalate. Firstly, he was exceedingly hungry. It had been far too long since he had properly eaten, which was a serious matter. Secondly, should things progress further, even with his healing technique, he would not be able to withstand it. The sensation from yesterday, akin to electric shocks leading to oblivion, was utterly uncontrollable and certainly not something that could be resolved by mere healing techniques. No, this had to stop. He needed a moment to acclimate. With a serious expression, Qianjing addressed Ban. "Ban, didn't we agree to seek out Kuratsuchi? When are we departing?" "There's no rush. For now, I'll take you around the land of wind." "When are we waiting until?" "Why must we wait at all?" He retorted immediately, fearing that if things continued down this path, they would end up back in bed. "Ban, we can't leave Kuratsuchi out there indefinitely. It makes me uneasy. Shouldn't we deal with Kuratsuchi first before leisurely exploring? By that time, I shall undoubtedly be free of mental burdens. Let us speak of that when the time comes. For now, let us focus on today." His waist still suffers from phantom pains. He was hesitant to bend down while brushing his teeth just now, as if a sense of insecurity loomed behind him. Ban gazed at Qianjing for several moments. Qianjing met his gaze resolutely. Ban nodded and declared, "Very well. Let us set out after we finish our meal." Qianjing exhaled in relief, seated himself at the table, and resumed eating while inquiring of Ban how they might commence their search for Kuro. Ban informed Qianjing that the current Kuro could hardly be regarded as the complete entity it once was. During its most recent appearance, Tobirama had confined the majority of Kuro's form within a water prison, and Mizuho had sealed it, allowing only a small portion to escape. Judging by the remnants of its exterior, the current Kuro likely lacks the ability to manipulate others' bodies at will as it once did. However, as a result of its diminished size and weakened abilities, Kuro had become increasingly cautious, adopting self-protective measures and acting with heightened discretion, thereby concealing itself more deeply, which had led to their prolonged search until they recently caught wind of Kuro's whereabouts again. According to the intelligence provided by Shinshir and Junrin, Kuro's latest appearance was within a temple hidden amidst the vast deserts of the land of wind. Kuro had entranced a group of followers within the temple, leading them to fervently worship the moon goddess, vowing to sacrifice everything for her descent. In essence, Kuro had not relinquished its quest. It continued to strive tirelessly in its pursuit of rescuing its mother. Unable to conceal the legend of Kuro's quest to save its mother, Kuro had contrived a new tale, crafting a religious narrative surrounding the moon goddess based on the original story. One must concede that Kuro possesses a keen intellect. Religion wields a force that is both blind and tremendous. Should Kuro succeed in establishing this cult of the moon goddess, it may very well orchestrate something remarkable. Thus, it is imperative to extinguish this burgeoning threat in its infancy. Ban, having regained his sight, is capable of utilizing all the ocular techniques of the Sharingan. Tobirama carries a specially crafted sealing scroll that has been confirmed to be effective against Kuro. The challenge lies solely in locating Kuro. Once found, resolution is assured. As Qianjing listened, he felt a pang of sympathy for Kuro, who, for the simple and pure goal of saving its mother, had exerted itself relentlessly for over a millennium. It is indeed moving, yet Kuro must still perish. After finishing their meal, the two tidied up and prepared to depart for the temple mentioned in Shinshir and Junrin's intelligence. As Ban reached the doorway, he paused momentarily. Qianjing, trailing behind him, inquired, "What is the matter, Ban? Why aren't we going? Surely you're not having second thoughts." Ban turned to glance at Qianjing, then faced away again, extending his hand towards Qianjing with his fingers spread open in a gesture. "Oh, you wish to hold hands." Qianjing extended his hand, but just as he was about to grasp Ban's, he hesitated. Changing his gesture, he merely tapped Ban's palm with his index finger. Ban retracted his hand and looked back at Qianjing, saying, "If you are reluctant to go, we can stay another day." No, we must go," Qianjing insisted, teasingly prodding Ban, seizing the opportunity to jest, with no other intention. Without delay, Qianjing firmly grasped Ban's hand, intertwining their fingers, and led the way out. Moving with a swift urgency that resembled an escape. As Ban followed, he observed Qianjing's retreating figure and mentally noted the previous accounts he had just cleared. He had only just settled his debts the night prior, and now he had another tally to record. He would deal with it later, after resolving Kuro. He was in no rush. He could take his time, for all these debts would accrue interest in due course. Chapter 104, The Temple. After departing the room with the bed, Qianjing immediately became alert. The temperature variance in the Land of Wind is significant, plummeting to single digits after sunset, while at noon, it can soar to nearly 40 degrees. Wearing the straw hat prepared for him by Izuna, Qianjing followed closely behind Ban, chattering about the heat and the sun. Ban had just dispatched a shadow clone to inform Shinshir and Junrin that he and Qianjing were about to set off for the temple where Kuro resided, instructing them to find Tobirama and notify him to gather at the temple promptly. Turning back, he spotted Qianjing amusingly chasing after his own shadow like a child. Ban chuckled and approached a nearby stall selling candy, purchasing a string of cinnamon apple candies to present to Qianjing. Qianjing gazed at the candy being offered but refrained from taking it, looking up at Ban and saying, "Ban, I'm already an adult in every sense. Why are you buying me candy?" Ban waved the candy in his hand, explaining, "The apples here have a different texture compared to those in Konoha. They are quite soft and exceedingly sweet. To give it a taste?" Qianjing hesitated before accepting the candy. While he had a moderate sweet tooth, he found Ban's taste to be overly saccharine. Thus, he wondered just how sweet the apple candy made from Ban's favorite apples could be. Ban inquired, "Don't you like it?" After taking a bite, Qianjing found it acceptable. It wasn't overly sweet, the flesh was tender, and the syrup had a hint of honey, reminiscent of apple jam. "I like it," Qianjing replied. "Indeed," Ban responded, "it is precisely because you are an adult that I wished for you to enjoy it." Qianjing paused, preparing for another bite, and glanced playfully at Ban. After a moment's thought, he returned the apple candy to Ban, saying, "Ban, could you hold this for me?" Once Ban accepted the candy, Qianjing circled behind him, lifting his long hair, and began to write in the air behind Ban's back, like. Ban sensed the gesture and couldn't help but smile, yet he still asked, "What do you like?" "This," Qianjing poked Ban's back. Ban chuckled, raising his hand to rub his lips, nearly bumping the apple candy into his face. Noticing Ban's silence, Qianjing repeated the gesture, poking Ban's back once more. "I see," Ban said with a smile, turning back to hand the apple candy to Qianjing, while also tucking his hair behind his shoulder to prevent it from getting sticky while eating. "Let us attend to business first. I have already asked Shinshir and Junrin to notify Tobirama. He will come directly to the temple to meet us. We need to hurry along." "Oh, all right then, let us go." The two mounted the new and proceeded in the direction indicated by Ban. As Qianjing rode atop the new, he marveled at the expansive, undulating sands of the desert below, a breathtaking sight indeed. A long river meandered between the banks, one side covered in yellow sand while the other flourished with life. They arrived at the sparsely populated temple by evening. Upon landing, Qianjing fondly patted the new's head in gratitude while Ban remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings. Uncertain whether Shinshir and Junrin had managed to inform Tobirama, it appeared that they were utterly alone. The temple's walls were crafted entirely from stone, adorned with peculiar humanoid totems, each small figure engaged in bizarre poses. Each wall's intricate carvings exhibited a mesmerizing array of colors, whether it was merely Qianjing's illusion or not. He felt that each of these hollowed-out totem figures bore a striking resemblance to Kuro. The walls were a riot of orange, bright blue, and vivid yellow hues intermingled, dazzling yet undeniably eerie. A myriad of diminutive figures, each displaying subtle variations in their movements, appeared in clusters. As they traversed the scene, it seemed as though these little beings were animated, causing Qianjing's vision to blur after prolonged observation. Gazing through the grand entrance of the temple, one first encountered an elongated corridor, flanked by walls adorned with flickering campfires that illuminated the surrounding area. "Ban, shall we enter now?" Qianjing inquired. "Wasn't it said that the person at the door would arrive shortly? Shouldn't we wait for him?" Ban pondered for a moment before replying. "The wind outside is too fierce, and the temperature drops significantly at night. It would be prudent to enter now. It's quite all right. I can see well enough already." His implication was clear. He was now capable of employing his kaleidoscopic vision. Qianjing considered this and felt reassured. With Ban by his side, there was nothing to fear. Even if Kurojitsu were to appear, or even the formidable Otsutsuki Kagaya, he was untroubled. He could simply activate Susanoo and confront them directly. Following closely behind Ban, he stepped into the temple. Progressing along the soul path, they arrived at the main hall of the temple. At its center stood a stone statue of a woman with 3 closed eyes and horn-like tresses, her expression embodying both compassion and sorrow. Remarkably, this statue was none other than Kagaya Otsutsuki, the mother of Kurojitsu. The The moment Ban's foot touched the floor of the main hall, the statue's eyes snapped open, not with the expected white eyes and a Sharingan in the forehead, but with 3 golden, bean-like eyes reminiscent of Kurojitsu. The statue spoke in a voice that was unmistakably Kurojitsu's, a voice that Qianjing knew all too well, impossible to forget. It's you again. Humans are indeed creatures of greed and malice. I have retreated to this desolate place, yet you pursue me with such intent. What do you desire? I should be the one asking you. What is your purpose in resurrecting the moon goddess? I mean, your mother originally came from another world, so why not remain there? What compels you to bring her back to Earth? Qianjing questioned, exasperated. According to the original narrative, Kaguya Otsutsuki consumed the fruit of the divine tree she was meant to protect, fearing retribution from her clan, which led her to seek dominion over Earth to amass strength for resistance. Yet, she had been residing on the moon for over 1,000 years. Was she not thriving? Either her family had ceased to question her, or they could no longer find her sealed upon the moon. In any case, if she remained on the moon, her worries would cease to exist. Why then must she return to Earth? What do you understand? What wrong has my mother committed? Why should she be imprisoned upon the moon? Kurojitsu retorted angrily. When she descended to Earth, she was utterly oblivious to humanity's inherent flaws. The emperor of the land deceived her affections, exploited her, and ultimately betrayed her by attempting to murder the mother of his own offspring. Driven to desperation, my mother consumed the fruit of the divine tree to cleanse this world. She endured great hardships to bear 2 human children, generously sharing her chakra with them. One inherited the Sharingan, while the other received the Byakugan. My mother endowed them with unparalleled abilities, nurturing them in a benevolent environment as they grew. And what was the result? The children she sacrificed everything for were led astray by a mere frog, brainwashed, and chose to betray and harm her once more. How righteous you all are. You wield the power bestowed by my mother to stand against her. You and you. Do you think you know the origin of your Sharingan? Do you believe your chakra springs from anywhere but her? How dare you use my mother's love to stab her in the back? How dare you keep my mother confined upon that distant moon? If you wish to defeat me, then by all means, do so without resorting to the power derived from my mother. Qianjing stroked his chin thoughtfully. You make a compelling argument. Your mother appears to be a naive victim of a deceitful man, and she bore him 2 sons, raising them alone only to end up with a pair of ungrateful offspring. Upon reflection, she is indeed a tragic figure. What fault does she possess? Ban was about to caution Qianjing not to be swayed by Kurojitsu's rhetoric, as Kurojitsu was adept only at manipulation and brainwashing, when he noticed Qianjing making an odd gesture. Then how about this? I shall employ this skill to engage you in battle. Although I may be activating the Sharingan, this is not a technique derived from your mother. With Ban offering his backing, Qianjing felt emboldened. The grudge he had narrowly escaped from deserved retribution. He smiled at Kurojitsu and declared, Bribu Yura Yura. Chapter 105, Uchiha Ban. Suddenly, a black circle unfurled on the ground between Qianjing and Kurojitsu, shadows boiling forth like water at a rolling boil, from which emerged a humanoid entity. It was the legendary Mahoyura. Mahoyura was the 10th Shikigami of the 10 Shadows technique, an entity that was beyond the reach of Fushiguro Megumi at that time, but was successfully subdued after being possessed by Sukuna. In addition to possessing formidable strength, Mahoyura harbored a unique ability. He could adapt continuously to an opponent's attacks during combat, gradually enhancing his defenses. Thus, unless an adversary wielded a lethal blow, Mahoyura was virtually unbeatable. By summoning Mahoyura at this moment, Qianjing was displaying considerable respect for Kurojitsu. Kurojitsu's martial prowess was not particularly high, but at that moment, he was embodying the statue of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Who could say what bizarre abilities he might possess? For safety's sake, Mahoyura it was. Moreover, since Qianjing acquired the powers of Fushiguro Megumi, he had yet to summon Mahoyura. He was also quite intrigued by this legendary Shikigami. As Mahoyura crawled out from the Shadow Realm, he surveyed his surroundings. At Qianjing's gesture towards Kurojitsu, Mahoyura focused all his attention on him. Ban sensed the danger Mahoyura posed and swiftly activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, ever prepared for battle. Kurojitsu, as Qianjing had anticipated, was indeed capable of utilizing certain abilities belonging to Kaguya Otsutsuki while inhabiting her statue. Suddenly, a shadow unfurled behind him, and he was engulfed within it, cackling. Do you think I established a religion for no reason? The power of faith enables me to wield a portion of my mother's abilities. He conjured a portal from thin air, vanishing before the eyes of the two, only to reappear behind Mahoyura in the next instant. As Mahoyura turned to strike, Kurojitsu vanished once more, reappearing from another direction in a taunting manner. Qianjing, isn't that Kaguya Otsutsuki's ability to teleport at will between dimensions? I can't recall its name, but Kurojitsu truly lives up to his title. After all his efforts in establishing a cult, supported by the power of faith, why not utilize his mother's abilities more effectively? Yet he resorts again and again to mere escape tactics. Ban moved beside Qianjing, spinning his Mangekyō, and summoned Susanoo, enveloping both of them within its protective embrace. Ban, Qianjing gestured toward Mahoyura, who was still busy striking at shadows. How long do you think this will continue? It feels endless. One side lacks offensive capability and only seeks to evade, while the other possesses power but cannot land a hit. Not long, Ban replied. Observe. Your Shikigami is beginning to adapt to Kurojitsu's speed. The wheel atop the head of the enigmatic Emo Shulua spun with increasing rapidity, each turn accelerating as if he were slowly beginning to predict the future. In the moment before Heiju vanished, Emo Shulua surged forward, anticipating the precise location of his imminent reappearance. Heiju gradually sensed the mounting strain, despite possessing a fragment of Kagaya's power. He realized he could not contend with the grotesque figure before him, especially with two Uchiha standing nearby, yet to make a move. With the prospect of future encounters stretching before him, he resolved to retreat for the time being. A mass of black liquid instantaneously detached from Kagaya's statue, lunging towards an unoccupied space, splattering onto the ground before seeping through the cracks. Emo Shulua, Qianjing called out. The ground trembled as though a stone had been thrown into a lake, ripples of darkness expanding outward into the shadowy realm, and Emo Shulua followed suit, bending down to enter the subterranean depths. Uncertain of their activities below, Qianjing felt a peculiar tremor reverberating through the earth, akin to an earthquake, the intensity of which threatened to destabilize him. Grasping Madara's hand, he inquired, Brother Madara, Tobirama has yet to arrive. Even if Emo Shulua captures Heiju now, without anything to seal him with, what shall we do next? Who says I haven't arrived? Tobirama materialized from the shadows, clutching a scroll in his hand. Three figures emerged behind him. Senju Taohua stood behind Tobirama, bowing respectfully to Uchiha Madara. Shinji and Junrin instantly teleported in front of Madara, kneeling on one knee to report. We actually arrived earlier, but Lord Tobirama, perceiving the urgency, signaled us to remain hidden, hoping to seal Heiju while he was unguarded. Alas, he escaped. Who says he escaped? Qianjing retorted. As soon as he spoke, Emo Shulua emerged halfway from the ground, clutching a writhing mass of indistinguishable black substance in his hand. Tobirama promptly unfurled the scroll and hurled it towards Emo Shulua. Emo Shulua slammed the viscous substance onto the scroll. With a resounding thud, the liquid adhered to the scroll, its struggles intensifying, yet it remained utterly ensnared. Gradually, the writhing subsided until it finally lay still. The black liquid, previously clinging to the surface of the scroll, was absorbed within, forming ink-like patterns. Tobirama approached, bent down to retrieve the scroll from the ground, rolling it up while addressing Senju Taohua beside him. Mission accomplished. We can return to the village to report to the Hokage. He then turned to Madara, saying, I shall return to Konoha first. As his gaze shifted, Tobirama noticed Qianjing standing beside Madara, his expression unchanged, as if encountering an ordinary friend. He nodded and turned, leading Senju Taohua away. Qianjing silently watched Tobirama's departing figure, words unspoken, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet, Tobirama, as he had promised, continued to regard him as a friend. Tobirama had performed admirably. He ought not to be too greedy. Madara imparted a few instructions to Shinji and Junrin, who responded affirmatively. Before departing, Shinji cast an additional glance at Qianjing. Madara, sensing this, softly reassured, do not worry. Shinji looked towards Madara, bowed once more, and then followed Junrin out. Madara moved to Qianjing's side, who, unable to conceal his despondent expression, impulsively embraced Madara, burying his face in his chest and murmuring, let me hold you. Madara gently stroked Qianjing's hair, glancing in the direction Tobirama had departed, suddenly asking, Qianjing, why do you like me? Qianjing replied, there's no reason. I just like you. There must be something special about you. Madara inquired, what do you like about me? Qianjing pondered, lifting his face to meet Madara's gaze. I like your face. Madara responded, Qianjing reiterated, your face. Madara, incredulous, pulled Qianjing back slightly and asked, so, you're saying you're enamored with my face? Qianjing nodded earnestly, yes, indeed. Madara couldn't help but laugh. Say that again. Sensing something amiss in Madara's tone, Qianjing retreated, turning to flee while laughing. Brother Madara, how can you not know how handsome your face is? Madara swiftly pursued him, enveloping Qianjing in his embrace. I have no idea. Why don't you tell me just how handsome my face is? Qianjing clung to Madara, exclaiming, it's just beautiful, exceptionally so. I can never tire of it. Every time I see you, my heart flutters. When I cannot see you, I think of you, and just the thought makes me smile. I don't even intend to smile, And yet, it happens. Brother Madara, there must be something wrong with your face. Tell me, did you cast a spell on me? Madara chuckled, bending down to kiss the top of Qianjing's head, then playfully hoisted him onto his back as he had done in their childhood. Striding towards the main hall's exit, steadily carrying Qianjing, he asked, Brother Madara, can we take our time returning to Konoha? Of course. Where would you like to go? When we arrived, I saw a place bustling with people from the back of New. Where is that? If what you saw was an oasis, then that must be Sunagakure. Sunagakure? I'm quite curious. Can we go see it? Certainly. Let us find somewhere to eat first. And after we finish, we shall set off for Sunagakure. As dawn broke, the night began to fade, and the first light of morning emerged. Madara walked steadily towards the rising sun, carrying on his back the one person he knew intimately, the weight he had borne since childhood. The individual he could never bear to set down. End of main text, epilogue, Madara, Black Cat. This must be a dream. Qianjing knelt on the bed, staring at his hands. To be precise, they were no longer hands, but a pair of cat paws. Soft pink pads of a black cat. Was this a prank by Madara while he slept? Perhaps he had donned a pair of cat paw gloves for Qianjing, who always likened him to a large black cat. He attempted to wiggle his fingers, and the pads followed suit. He tugged at his wrist. But the pads felt as if they were part of him, not gloves at all, impossible to remove. He reached for his pillow, but as he extended his hand, lost in thought, he inadvertently swatted the pillow off the bed. Qianjing stared at the pillow that had fallen to the floor, bewildered. What on earth? Why have I suddenly transformed like this? Qianjing, come look at this. Madara, peering at a camera in his hand, pushed the door open and stepped inside. His words trailed off upon witnessing Qianjing's current state. What are you wearing? I don't know, meow. How did I suddenly become like this, meow meow? As Qianjing spoke, he could not control the meowing that escaped his lips. Madara approached, offering the camera to Qianjing, who struggled to grasp it with one hand. Ultimately joining both paws together to cradle the camera, Madara gently pinched the cat ears atop Qianjing's head. Qianjing instinctively twitched his ears, only then realizing that, in addition to the cat paws, he had inexplicably sprouted a pair of cat ears. Why is this happening? Qianjing's ears flattened in distress. Tossing the camera onto the bed and clinging to Madara, his expression a mixture of tears and confusion. Why am I now a black cat, Brother Madara? Is this the curse of Kuroyuki? Typically, black cats are entirely enveloped in a glossy black coat, with striking golden eyes, which bears an uncanny resemblance to Kuroyuki's color scheme. Upon reflection, it is highly plausible that his current state is the handiwork of Kuroyuki. Obito gently squeezed Qianjing's paw. The pink pads of the black cat felt delightfully plump and bouncy to the touch. He pointed at the plush creature beneath Qianjing and inquired, apart from your ears and paws, do you possess a tail as well? What? Qianjing immediately stood up, turning his head in surprise, his tail puffing up in shock. Snap! Quick as lightning, Obito seized his camera and captured a snapshot of Qianjing. Qianjing. In a flurry, Qianjing swatted the camera away, meowing in discontent. What are you photographing? Obito chuckled warmly, pulling Qianjing into his embrace while stroking his fluffy tail. The tail, all fluffed up, felt irresistibly smooth and soft to the touch. A delightful sensation that begged for more. Obito lifted Qianjing slightly, positioning him between his legs. The tail dangled down, and Obito asked, where does your tail sprout from? With a soft purr emanating from his throat, Qianjing waved his tail, right here. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. His fur bristling anew as he attempted to rise from Obito's lap, only to be pulled back down by Obito's firm embrace. Obito, this isn't appropriate. Qianjing's voice softened, his expression turning pitiable, his little paws clutching Obito's wrist, his ears drooping. Obito affectionately stroked Qianjing's ears and then gently grasped his chin, inquiring, I've heard that cats have barbs on their tongues. Open your mouth, let me see. Qianjing licked his lips, eager to inform Obito that his tongue bore no barbs. But before he could articulate his thoughts, Obito, unable to contain himself, leaned in and kissed him, muttering, let me check. Qianjing whimpered, pushing against Obito, wishing to protest. What are you checking? You have no business checking anything. Don't think I don't know what you're really after. However, cat paws lack the dexterity of human hands. And as Qianjing awkwardly pushed, his claws extended, inadvertently tearing Obito's clothing with a loud rip. Qianjing. Obito leaned back slightly, glancing down at the tear in his clothing. The black fabric had been sliced open, revealing his fair skin beneath, along with a gradually reddening mark. Though his skin remained intact, Qianjing's grip had been rather forceful. Qianjing's ears drooped as he stammered an apology. What should I do, Obito? I didn't mean to. It's all right. It will all come off anyway. This merely makes it more convenient. Obito's tone was exceedingly gentle as he continued to caress Qianjing's ears. Qianjing, feeling the urge to flee, attempted to escape. Yet, Obito swiftly formed hand signs, summoning a shadow clone that positioned itself in front of Qianjing while his original self remained leisurely seated by the bed. Unable to rise. Obito, that's not how you should use a shadow clone. Qianjing turned back, accusatory, baring his tiny cat teeth. This isn't just any clone. It's a shadow clone, Obito clarified. What's the difference? There is a significant difference. Obito raised his hand and tapped Qianjing, prompting the clone to nod before effortlessly scooping Qianjing up and returning him to the bedside. Qianjing's feet left the ground. A shadow clone possesses substance, while a mere clone does not, Obito explained. What substance? So? Qianjing felt a wave of foreboding wash over him, his body trembling slightly. With two Obitos present, he felt overwhelmed. He could hardly manage one, let alone two. As soon as the shadow clone set Qianjing back on the bed, Obito leaned in, turning Qianjing's face towards him, and resumed the kiss that had previously been interrupted. Meanwhile, the shadow clone positioned itself on Qianjing's other side. Qianjing felt utterly disoriented, but he couldn't allow himself to be overwhelmed. He needed to maintain composure and stay alert. His paws, not as agile as hands, struggled to push Obito away. And when he attempted to speak, an uncontrollable meow escaped his lips, akin to a kitten's cry. Obito paused, encouraged by the sound, and removed his gloves. Extra, dual perspective interaction, 4th Great Ninja War 1, Xuanming Qianjing. I've said, the trash should keep its mouth shut. Go to hell, Kakashi. Xuanming heard a familiar yet hoarse voice, more mature than he remembered, somewhat reminiscent of Obito but not entirely. Obito had always exuded positivity, while this voice brimmed with animosity. He opened his eyes, only to find himself not in the familiar forest but on a battlefield shrouded in smoke. I failed to uphold my promise to you. Not far away, a white-haired youth knelt, struggling to breathe, as if expending all his energy, his voice tinged with sorrow. Indeed. I am trash, but you are a hero of Konoha. There is no need for you to descend to my level. Huh. The individual opposite, the white-haired youth, chuckled, his expression more sorrowful than any frown. He slowly raised the windmill shuriken in his hand, unable to suppress a self-deprecating laugh. This is reality. Whether entrusted or the one entrusting, any surviving ninja in this world will become trash. You and I are perfect examples, Kakashi. Kakashi? Is that Kakashi? Xuanming's eyes widened as he sprang to his feet. Hadn't he fallen asleep from exhaustion during training? How long had passed? This white-haired youth was Kakashi, yet he appeared to be in his 30s. Who was the person opposite him? Was it Obito? Obito. How could he have transformed into this? Xuanming recalled vividly. No, wait. Upon closer inspection, this Obito possessed one Sharingan and one Rinnegan, his face adorned with swirling patterns, his clothing missing a sleeve, revealing an arm with noticeably uneven skin tone. And there, kneeling before Obito, was Kakashi, sporting a long scar over his left eye. These were not the Kakashi and Obito he recognized. With Rinnegan activated, could this be during the 4th Great Ninja War? Was this the original storyline? Where's this? Suddenly, a melodious female voice broke through Xuanming's thoughts. Turning around, he saw a girl with flowing brown hair, 2 distinct purple markings on her face, timidly glancing around. I wanted to call you to wake up, but in the blink of an eye, we ended up here, weren't we? To avoid spoilers, the location remains vague. Shaolin, Xuanming replied. He turned back to survey the unfolding scene below, uncertain of the current situation and how to explain it to Shaolin. Moreover, it seemed that the two figures before him were oblivious to their presence. Not knowing the circumstances, he resolved to remain cautious and observe. You find these people bothersome as well, don't you? A long-haired figure descended from the sky, wielding a fan that Qianjing recognized. Wasn't that the Uchiha fan? Is that Obito? But why did Obito's voice sound so laced with mockery? The world is on the brink of destruction. Obito's profile was turned towards Qianjing, obscuring his expression, yet his tone was chillingly cold. In this fleeting moment, to allow those two to enjoy themselves a little longer, I must first clear the battlefield. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal blue Susanoo erupted behind him. This truly is Madara, with his azure Susanoo. It cannot be anyone else. Is that brother's Susanoo? A voice filled with doubt echoed behind Qianjing. Qianjing, what is happening? Is that brother? Turning her profile, Qianjing noticed that Izuna had already drawn his blade, scanning their surroundings with a mix of wariness and confusion. Where are we? Why is this place shrouded in smoke? Is there a battle raging somewhere? I think. Izuna, doesn't that Madara seem a bit peculiar? Qianjing pointed towards the audacious Madara. Izuna scrutinized him for a moment before nodding. Yes, he appears to resemble brother, but he seems older, doesn't he? And what are those lines on his face, like cracks? His expression is somewhat stiff. That cannot be brother, can it? Yet his chakra is undeniably brother-esque. What is going on? Qianjing sighed. That should be Uchiha Madara, but not the one we know. This is the Madara who has been brought back through Edo Tensei. Edo-tensei? Izuna inquired, puzzled. Qianjing sighed again, understanding Izuna's confusion. After all, Tobirama had yet to develop the Edo-tensei technique. How could Izuna possibly know what Edo-tensei was? However, the appearance of this Madara was too deeply etched in Qianjing's memory. The armor of the battlefield rose. The visage of Edo-tensei, and that arrogant, bombastic demeanor. He had watched those animated segments countless times. There was no way he could be mistaken. The Madara he knew was closer to the character during the Konoha era. Though arrogant, he appeared gentler. Yet the one before him was utterly deranged, brimming with arrogance and pride. To an extreme degree, he was uncertain about the current circumstances, but he was certain they were on the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War. And the figure before him was the Edo-tensei Madara from the original narrative. However, despite being so close to Izuna, Edo Madara seemed oblivious to their presence. Qianjing glanced at Madara, then at Izuna, deep in thought as he stroked his chin. Madara wanted to use the infinite Tsukuyomi to create a new world for Izuna. Right? What if he were to see Izuna now? No one can escape the cycle of this world that creates garbage. Obito raised his hand, holding the wind shuriken towards Kakashi. That is why I must reshape this world. Xiaolin's eyes widened as she pointed at the two figures, one kneeling and the other standing. Aren't those two Kakashi and Obito? Indeed, Yakina nodded. It is Kakashi and Obito, but they are not the Kakashi and Obito we know. The original texts were not on him, perhaps lost after falling asleep. Given the current situation, Yakina wasn't sure how to explain it to Xiaolin. Nervously gripping Yakina's sleeve, Xiaolin asked, "What do they intend to do?" She shouted towards them, "Kakashi, Obito, stop fighting." But it was merely a desperate attempt. As she noticed that the two did not seem to see her at all. "What should we do, Yakina?" Xiaolin fretted. Kakashi and Obito did not appear to be playing. They looked ready to engage in earnest combat. Raikiri. Obito brandished an oversized wind shuriken, specially customized for his height. Kakashi summoned the last of his chakra to unleash the blinding Chidori. The two techniques clashed, poised to collide when Yakina could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Stop! Don't fight!" The sounds of Raikiri and Chidori fell silent. The two combatants suddenly found themselves immobile, as if their chakra had been severed. Their half-executed techniques interrupted by an unseen force. They both turned toward the source of the energy. What they saw was a long-haired, purple-eyed boy with a stoic expression, followed by a brown-haired girl whose face reflected both concern and fear. Obito gazed at the girl from his memories, his expression blank, murmuring, "Rin?" "Children are often impulsive and hasty," Madara remarked, observing Obito's perplexed demeanor with a shake of his head. Upon witnessing Naruto forming the hand seals for shadow clone jutsu, he scoffed, "Are you quite adept at shadow clones? Even if it is a forbidden technique, it merely multiplies the number of useless fools like yourself." "I am not a useless fool," Naruto bellowed. "You yourself are rather fond of employing that technique." Qianjing couldn't help but retort. Unexpectedly, Madara's attention was drawn to Qianjing's remark. His expression darkened as he turned sharply. "Who?" He discovered two individuals clad in Uchiha clan attire, standing in a position he had previously overlooked. The one in a defensive stance, blade drawn, bore an uncanny resemblance to Izuna from his memories. "Impossible," Madara's eyes widened. You can see us?" Qianjing queried with interest, pointing to herself and then to Izuna. "Do you remember who he is?" "This is Izuna." "Genjutsu?" Madara activated his Sharingan, only to find that the two individuals remained visible, standing firm before him. The one who looked exactly like Izuna held a defensive posture, shielding the other Uchiha behind him. "Who are you? Why are you protecting him?" Madara couldn't help but ask. Izuna frowned and replied, "You are indeed not brother. How could brother not know who Qianjing is?" Thus, the Fourth Great Ninja War was unlikely to commence. Additionally, I have created a group where one can join directly from the circle. Interested in joining the fun? Epilogue. Dual perspective interaction in the Fourth War 2, Yakina and Qianjing. Rin? Kakashi followed Obito's gaze, and upon seeing the newcomer, he too was struck dumb. Xiaolin felt a chill as she was stared at by two individuals in their 30s, as if they were gazing at a ghost. Shrinking behind Yakina, she wondered, "What is happening? Are those truly Kakashi and Obito? Why do they regard me with such eyes?" Yakina stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiaolin. Obito, feeling disgruntled, questioned, "Why is Rin hiding behind this unfamiliar brat? Is she afraid of me?" He hoarsely inquired of Yakina, "Who are you?" Yukina's expression darkened. Obito had never spoken to him in such a tone, not once in all their years. Even knowing this was not the Obito he was familiar with, their shared visage irked him greatly. Yakina lifted his chin, stating firmly, "Repeat that." Obito, uncertain of the situation, found himself repeating, "Who are you?" This time, his tone was tinged with suspicion. What a strange ability. It seems that once he made a request, I was compelled to comply. "Wow, Inogen?" Yakina was taken aback. Glancing to the side where a stranger donned in Uchiha clan attire, with a pair of spinning Sharingan, rode a massive, peculiar bird, observing him with wonder from the air. And in front of him stood a rather peculiar-looking individual, with a spinning disc hovering above his head. Meiho Shoujo? Yakaina exclaimed in shock. Isn't that from the original Fourth War? Why is Meiho Shoujo here? Isn't Meiho Shoujo the 10th Shikigami from the 10 Techniques of Jutsu? Who is this? What on earth is happening? Madara instinctively sensed that the Uchiha beside Izuna posed a threat. Izuna appeared exactly as he remembered, both in appearance and demeanor, as well as in the essence of his chakra. Madara was baffled by how Izuna had returned to life, pondering why he had not sought him out, and why he now seemed to have forgotten him entirely. Nevertheless, Madara trusted his own judgment. It had to be Izuna. Yet, Izuna did not recognize him and stood protectively beside a certain Uchiha, a figure Madara dismissed without concern. Regardless of the fact that this individual was his kin, he had no interest in the Uchiha clan, having felt betrayed by them all. Izuna, come here. I want tea. Izuna brandished his blade, unwavering in his stance. Madara found himself utterly powerless against his stubborn brother. After so many years apart, Izuna still possessed that infuriating temper. The brother he had longed for stood before him, and Madara felt his heart soften profoundly. He yearned to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, merely to create a peaceful world with Izuna in it. Yet, as he gazed upon Izuna, he realized that peace was a trivial matter. It was Izuna who truly mattered. His attention shifted to Chikage, who instinctively activated his eyes upon sensing the looming threat. The way Madara regarded him was akin to a guardian observing a mischievous child leading his beloved brother astray. Chikage thought to protest his innocence, but his expression turned serious as he formed hand seals and chanted a spell. A shadowy circle materialized behind Madara, and before the malevolent entity, Kagaya, could reveal itself. It struck a familiar figure, Black Zetsu, with a swift blow. Black Zetsu had never anticipated that. With the fourth great ninja war nearing its climax and victory within grasp for both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, the 10 tails already fused. The infinite Tsukuyomi on the verge of activation, Izuna would suddenly manifest out of thin air, just as Obito's cherished Rin inexplicably appeared as well. What was happening? How could they possibly continue fighting now? What would become of his infinite Tsukuyomi? How would his mother return home? Pondering this, Black Zetsu realized he needed to act quickly. While Madara had placed a curse on Obito's heart, what he did not know was that Black Zetsu had also tampered with Madara's heart. He now had no choice but to possess Madara and forcibly compel him to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Only then could he reclaim chakra to rescue his mother. Black Zetsu slithered underground, revealing only his head as he stealthily approached Madara, oblivious to Black Zetsu's proximity. Madara would not have set any defenses even if he had known, for he currently perceived Black Zetsu merely as a fragment of his own will. However, from his elevated vantage point, Chikage observed the scene with growing discontent, even though he was aware that this was not his brother Madara, but the reanimated Madara from the original narrative. The two shared the same physique, the same face, and the same voice. Chikage was unwilling to stand idly by as Black Zetsu ambushed the reanimated Madara. Makiro, Chikage shouted, pointing at Black Zetsu. Makiro swung his blade fiercely at Black Zetsu. Sensing imminent danger, Black Zetsu swiftly abandoned Madara and darted towards Obito. Madara was incapacitated, and Obito remained. Makiro pursued Black Zetsu, while Chikage called upon Nu, taking Izuna along as they soared towards the unfolding chaos, only to see Yakaina casting a spell to control Obito in midair. The figure bore a slight resemblance to someone familiar, but it was the symmetrical seals on his lips that piqued Chikage's recognition. Is that Inuzuka Tsubaki? He gasped. Makiro? Yakaina's eyes widened as they beheld the approaching Makiro, seemingly in pursuit of the shadowy figure. Was it Black Zetsu? Suddenly, Black Zetsu leaped from the ground, lunging at Obito. Get away! Yakaina shouted in anger. Mid-lunge, Black Zetsu was abruptly halted as if struck by an invisible force, hurtling back against the mountainside, causing a violent tremor. The tremors intensified, the ground shook violently, and debris cascaded down the mountainside, heralding an impending cataclysm. Wait! Chikage leaped from Nu's back and lunged towards Yakaina. Am I dreaming? Are you Inuzuka Tsubaki? Yakaina grasped Chikage's outstretched hand, affirming, Yakaina. Yakaina. Chikage nodded, introducing himself. I am Chikage, Uchiha Chikage. Yakaina awoke, startled by a blinding ray of sunlight. Upon regaining consciousness, he found Rin kneeling beside him, weaving grass ropes. You're awake? Yes. Yakaina sat up, still lingering on the peculiar scenes from his dream. The individual wielding Makiro, upon reflection, he realized the bird he had ridden must have been new from the 10 techniques of Shadow Jutsu. What was his name again? Uchiha something. Was there truly someone of that name in the Uchiha clan? Simultaneously, Chikage jolted awake from his slumber. Just then, Izuna arrived. As he reached out to pat Chikage on the shoulder, he noticed Chikage had opened his eyes and instead affectionately ruffled his hair. Stop being so awkward. I still have official duties to attend to, and you've monopolized my desk for an entire afternoon. You're always so busy. What is wrong with resting for an afternoon? Chikage yawned, rubbing his eyes, muttering, Izuna, I just had a strange dream. What was it about? I saw a pair of purple eyes flash through my mind. Chikage blinked, suddenly unable to recall. It's fine, it was just a dream. If you can't remember, don't dwell on it. Izuna gestured toward the doorway, where Uchiha Madara had just entered, leaning in to whisper, you can't stay here any longer. Look at your brother's expression. Chikage followed Izuna's cue, glancing over to see Madara's expression, which was as dark as the reanimated Madara's. Why did I suddenly think of the reanimated Madara? Chikage. Madara spoke in a low tone. Oh, even his voice is reminiscent of the reanimated Madara. Chikage beamed, resting one hand on Izuna's desk, while waving at Madara with the other, cheerfully greeting, Brother Madara, you've come. I've been waiting for you for so long. Extra. Tobirama 1, The Confession. Chikage awoke late, with the sun high in the sky. In truth, after dawn, he had remained in a state of drowsy half-consciousness. But he felt utterly exhausted and reluctant to rise. A few days prior, he had traveled with Madara and Tobirama on an expedition. After about a week, they returned. Having achieved an incredible feat, they had managed to defeat the hidden boss, Black Zetsu. Reflecting on it now felt surreal, almost dreamlike. However, it was undoubtedly a moment for celebration. Seizing the opportunity while Madara was away, he decided to invite Tobirama for a drink. Chikage rolled out of bed, still in his pajamas, and hurried to Madara's office, grabbing a sheet of white paper to jot down the time and place. He then summoned his canine messenger to deliver the message to Tobirama. Once everything was arranged, he arrived at the izakaya where he had agreed to meet Tobirama, only to find him already waiting at the entrance. The canine messenger lounged at Tobirama's feet, and upon spotting Chikage, it instantly perked up, wagging its tail furiously. Tobirama noticed the canine's excitement and turned to see Chikage waving from a distance. Tobirama's lazy posture became more upright, and a smile appeared on his otherwise expressionless face. Why aren't you coming in? Qianjing trotted over, her cheeks flushed. What are you doing standing at the door? Go inside and find a spot to sit while you wait for me. Oh, I just arrived too, Tobirama replied. He led Qianjing into the establishment and greeted the owner, who responded with a cheerful hey, and gestured towards a small private room. Tobirama walked over, lifted the curtain of the room, and said, I've already informed the owner about the seating arrangement. Here, come in. Ah, Tobirama, you're so considerate, Qianjing remarked, but she didn't enter, instead standing in front of him, gazing up with sincere admiration. You're always so thoughtful and caring, and tall too. If only you didn't wear that forehead protector, you'd be exceptionally handsome. Tobirama chuckled lightly, interrupting her flattery. My arm is getting tired from holding this up. What nonsense. A candidate for the third Hokage. And you can't even hold your hand up for a minute? You're so weak. Qianjing huffed, stepping into the private room. Tobirama followed her in, bowed his head, and coughed lightly, trying to suppress an uncontrollable smile at the corner of his lips. As Qianjing sat at the table, she raised her cup towards him and exclaimed, Come on, let us make a toast. Tobirama lifted his cup to clink against hers and drank it down, asking, What is the reason for the toast? Qianjing pondered after finishing her drink. Because we defeated Kuratsuki, avenging me. Don't you think that is worth a toast? Indeed, Tobirama filled his cup again, clinking it against hers once more before raising it to drink a second time. Wait. Qianjing immediately stood up, one hand on the table and the other swiftly covering the opening of Tobirama's cup, causing his lips to brush against her hand. Tobirama froze momentarily. Unfazed, Qianjing asked, Why do you want a second drink? You need a reason for the toast. Because I avenged you, Tobirama replied. No, that reason has already been used. You need to come up with another one. Tobirama lowered his gaze, observing the hand that was covering his cup. Can't you think of one? Let me help you. Qianjing chuckled, because, it's rumored in Konoha that we, Tobirama, are about to get engaged. Engaged? Tobirama's expression darkened. You've only had one drink and you're already spouting nonsense? Hey, that is not me. I'm just clarifying what everyone is saying. The whole town is buzzing about your impending marriage. Who am I supposed to be marrying? Isn't it your fault? Last time, you were wandering around in my clothes. And now everyone is spreading rumors that you're going to marry a Uchiha. What is wrong with that? Tobirama set down his cup, tracing the rim with his fingers. He was speaking to Qianjing but not looking at her. Given the current situation in Konoha, wouldn't it be more beneficial for the future of the village if I, from the Senju clan, were to unite with you, from the Uchiha clan? Qianjing was taken aback. What did Tobirama mean? Did he want to get married? Suddenly, Tobirama paused, fell silent for a moment, and then said, Forget what I just said. Let me restate it. I want to be with you simply because I have liked you since childhood. Huh. Qianjing's mind struggled to process this. What do you mean by since childhood? Since when exactly? Wait, is Tobarama being serious? Does he really like me? You like me? Qianjing asked, a bit dazed. You really didn't notice at all? Tobarama sighed lightly, looking at his cup as if speaking to himself. You seem so obedient. Yet you have so many little schemes in your heart. Why are you so slow to catch on when you should be clever? We grew up together. You depend on me for everything, and I can't let you go. Isn't that what liking someone is? Qianjing. Wait a moment, my mind is quite muddled. Let me think. But Tobarama didn't give her time to ponder and asked, what are you thinking about? You just said, who has little schemes? After all I've said, you only caught that one line? No, I heard everything. Qianjing grasped Tobarama's sleeve. I just didn't react when you suddenly said that. You know, you can be so prideful and awkward, unwilling to speak plainly. You say you've liked me since childhood, yet when you do like me, you often give me the cold shoulder. Sometimes, I genuinely can't guess what you're thinking. Tobarama frowned. Noticing his displeasure, Qianjing quickly added, but Tobarama remained expressionless, allowing her to continue. But you're not wrong. I have many flaws too. Seeing Qianjing trailing off, Tobarama prompted, and then? Then I was thinking, we absolutely cannot let Madara know about our situation. Our situation? What situation do we have? Tobarama suddenly realized she was referring to their relationship. Had Qianjing agreed to be with him? He couldn't help but smile, but then felt something was amiss. He grasped Qianjing's wrist and asked, why can't we tell Uchiha Madara about our relationship? Qianjing forced a smile. There's no reason. It's just that we can't say it. Why not? What could the reason be? Of course, it's because you can't beat him. If she told Madara today that she was with Tobarama, would he not rush to the Senju household tomorrow and break Tobarama's legs? We can't say it. We really can't say it. At least not all at once. Qianjing pondered how to handle it while taking a sip from her cup. Unbeknownst to her, Tobarama looked displeased. His crimson eyes fixed intently on her as he remarked, you and Uchiha Madara seem to have a great relationship. The Uchiha brothers are famously close, Qianjing replied casually. Closer than with me. Tobarama took a sip of his drink. Just as Qianjing was halfway through her sentence, she paused, tilting her head. Tobarama, are you jealous? Tobarama, insomnia. He remained silent, staring at his cup as if something magical was blooming within it. Qianjing couldn't help but laugh. Tobarama, what are you jealous of? That is my brother. Oh, Tobarama replied nonchalantly, the brother who sleeps in the same room every night. Qianjing suddenly felt a bit guilty, and her tone softened. I don't know why it's always been this way since childhood. I've just gotten used to it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep. You shouldn't sleep in the same room with him anymore. Qianjing eyed Tobarama suspiciously. You've been saying that quite smoothly. Have you been wanting to say this for a long time? Tobarama rubbed his fingers. Yes, I've wanted to say it for a long time. There are many things I've wanted to say, rehearsed in my mind over and over, but I didn't feel I had the right to say them. But now it's different. Tobarama said nothing further, simply curling the corners of his lips into a mysterious smile as he produced a small, exquisite gourd and handed it to Qianjing. The gourd looked familiar to Qianjing. It was typically used for storing medicine. She had previously used this kind of gourd for military food pills. Qianjing uncapped the gourd and peered inside, asking, what's in here? It's medicine for treating insomnia. Such a wonderful thing exists. Qianjing's eyes widened. When did you concoct this? She was aware that Tobarama had a laboratory, but she thought he was only researching forbidden techniques. Who knew he could even make medicine for insomnia? The notion had been brewing for quite some time, and I had been diligently studying it. Why didn't you present it to me sooner? I am uncertain whether you genuinely wish to remedy this ailment. In any case, you seem to sleep soundly despite not seeking treatment. Tobarama's expression remained impassive as he calmly stated that the bond between the Uchiha brothers was profound. Don't overexert yourself, Tobarama. Qianjing admonished. That is my brother. Tobarama said nothing, diverting his gaze. Lacking any blood relation and having shared a bed since childhood, the Uchiha family's fraternal dynamic had not seemed significant before. However, now that their identities had shifted, it only fueled her ire further. Will you come to my house tonight? Tobarama suddenly inquired. Qianjing looked up at him, amusement flickering in her eyes. What would I do at your house? Tobarama replied with utmost seriousness, before leaving. My sister-in-law asked me to invite you over for dinner. Qianjing nodded. Oh, is it Sister Mito who misses me? Tobarama added. Ryuka also mentioned he wanted to see you. Qianjing nodded again. Oh, little Ryuka. She then asked, is there anything else? Tobarama hesitated for a moment before saying, additionally, I forgot to bring the strawberries I promised you last time. Would you like to come over to eat them? Well, strawberries cannot be stored for long. They must be enjoyed fresh, or they spoil easily, Qianjing replied, resting her chin on her hand and shaking the small gourd she held, which produced no sound, likely containing only a single pill. She then shook the gourd towards Tobarama and asked, How do I consume this? Tobarama responded. Are you inquiring how to take the medicine or how to eat the strawberries? He added, you should take it after meals. Noticing Qianjing opening the gourd cap and appearing ready to take the medicine immediately, he instinctively reached out to stop her, taking the gourd from her hand. Since you've had alcohol, you shouldn't take it until after dinner. Oh, fine, Qianjing said nonchalantly. Then please keep it safe for me until after dinner. Tobarama could not suppress a smile. So, does this mean she agreed to come to his house tonight? He carefully put the medicine away and casually asked, do you trust me this much? You dare to take medicine you've never heard of? Qianjing thought to herself, Tobarama Senju, the deity of forbidden techniques, an academic prodigy. The epitome of excellence. How could the medicine you provided be deemed reckless? If I do not trust you, whom should I trust? Qianjing was immensely curious about this medicine capable of alleviating insomnia. After all, as modern technology has progressed, insomnia is regarded as a psychological issue, fundamentally untreatable, merely manageable. How could Tobarama be so competent as to concoct a remedy for sleeplessness? What is the principle behind this medicine? Qianjing inquired. Will I be able to sleep on my own after taking this medicine? Theoretically, yes, Tobarama replied. However, during the initial days of taking the medication, your body may not adjust well, leading to drowsiness and a tendency to fall asleep unexpectedly. How unexpectedly? You could be wide awake and suddenly drift off, Tobarama explained. But it will only last a day or two before returning to normal. I am exceedingly eager to try it, Qianjing said, extending her hands towards him. Why not let me take it now? I've only had a sip of alcohol and feel quite alert. I believe as long as I don't mix it with cephalosporins, I'll be fine. Cephalosporins? Tobarama asked, puzzled. Qianjing did not respond, instead gesturing for him to hand her the medicine. After contemplating, Tobarama realized that the medicine and alcohol indeed posed no conflict. Seeing Qianjing's eagerness, he retrieved the medicine bottle and handed it to her. Without hesitation, Qianjing uncorked the gourd and swallowed the pill, which was not small. She even chewed it slightly, finding its flavor reminiscent of milk tablets, pleasantly tasty. Tobarama gazed at her and asked, how does it feel? Not much sensation, she replied. Unsettled, Tobarama suggested. Perhaps we should return home. We can find a place to rest, and dinner can wait. Sounds good, Qianjing agreed, rising to her feet, only to sway slightly as if about to topple. Tobarama instinctively reached out to catch her, but Qianjing steadied herself, grinning, I was just teasing you. Tobarama, bemused, thought how childish she still was despite her age. Noticing his displeasure, Qianjing moved closer, playfully poking him in the side as she used to do in childhood. Tobarama seized her hand, holding it firmly. Qianjing attempted to shake free, saying, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Really, let go. I won't release you, Tobarama stated. Qianjing felt as if she had ensnared herself. She used her free hand to cover her forehead, closing her eyes with a pained expression. Oh dear, I'm dizzy, truly dizzy. Tobarama held her hand securely, silently observing her performance. Leaning one hand on the table, Qianjing rested her cheek against her wrist, looking pitifully at Tobarama. I feel unwell, Tobarama. I think I might vomit. Tobarama replied. The marble tabletop is too cold. Don't lean against it. You can rest your shoulder against mine. Qianjing huffed, shaking off Tobarama's hold, and leaned onto his shoulder, declaring, from this day forth, this shoulder belongs to me. What's wrong with using it? Why should I ask to borrow? Tobarama chuckled softly. Qianjing rested her head on Tobarama's shoulder. Compared to before, he had grown significantly taller, and his shoulders were broader, altering the sensation from their childhood. Tobarama wore only a snug black turtleneck, thin enough for his warmth to radiate through the fabric, providing a comforting heat. Qianjing reached out with her index finger to touch Tobarama's garment, inquiring, what material is this made of? However, Tobarama abruptly grasped her hand, asking, where are you touching? Qianjing looked closely and couldn't help but laugh, then feigned seriousness as she retorted, what's wrong with me touching your abs? If you don't want me to, who do you intend to reserve them for? Tobarama responded with a simple, strawberries. In truth, Tobarama was quite a passive individual. He had matured early. Even when he was just tall enough to reach an adult's waist, he had already discerned the essence of warfare. When his elder brother confronted their father, nearly facing punishment, and his younger brother trembled in fear at their father's wrath, only he dared to step forward, arms outstretched to shield Hashirama, rationally persuading their father to cease. Unlike Hashirama, who boasted a remarkable physique, or Madara Uchiha, who possessed an innate superior lineage, Tobarama was exceptionally intelligent and remarkably precocious. Long ago, he had begun to sense that his feelings toward the individual before him were distinct. Tobarama reached out, cupping Qianjing's cheek. She laughed and attempted to swat his hand away. But he suddenly bent down, gently brushing his lips against hers before pulling back. You, Qianjing exclaimed, covering her mouth in alarm. Tobarama, didn't we just solidify our relationship? But I have been waiting for a long time, Tobarama replied, grasping Qianjing's wrist, removing her obstructive hand, and leaning down once more, the unfinished words dissolving between their lips. However, to his dismay, the first kiss he had waited nearly 20 years to give was interrupted halfway, as his beloved fell asleep. Tobarama placed a gentle kiss on the corner of Qianjing's lips. She murmured softly, burying her head against his shoulder, appearing suddenly overwhelmed by exhaustion. Her eyes barely able to remain open. It was far from faint. Drawing a deep breath, Tobarama endeavored to compose himself. Even knowing this was due to the medication, the situation was still quite a blow to his pride. He hoisted Qianjing onto his back and carried her out the door. As they reached the entrance, the shopkeeper greeted them, asking, "Are you leaving already, Lord Tobarama?" "Not long after arriving. Is your friend intoxicated?" Tobarama nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "He is not my friend." "Huh." The shopkeeper seemed perplexed. Not a friend, yet so intimately close. Drinking together in the broad daylight. And then carrying him away when he has had too much? He glanced at Tobarama's silhouette as he departed with Senju. Senju's long hair swayed, revealing the conspicuous Uchiha fan emblazoned on his attire. An Uchiha, yet not a friend. Could it be that Lord Tobarama is indeed contemplating a union with the Uchiha? Is this the enigmatic betrothed? When Senju awoke, he found himself in a room that felt both familiar and strange. The sky outside had darkened, and the room was empty. On the table by the window lay a plate of strawberries, the very kind he adored, small and slightly tart. Senju sat up in the bedding, momentarily lost in thought, when suddenly his hair was pulled. Ouch! He gathered his hair up. Long hair was indeed a hassle. It often got caught on things. And washing and drying it was quite the ordeal. Perhaps a swift cut would be more convenient. Awake? Senju lifted his gaze at the sound. Tobarama stood at the door. The room dimly lit by the moonlight streaming in, casting a soft outline of his figure, making him appear less cold than usual, almost tender. Tobarama stepped inside. Moving directly behind Senju, he deftly pulled the long hair from Senju's hands, skillfully arranging it into a 3-strand braid and laying it across Senju's chest. Senju regarded him skeptically. "You seem rather adept at this." Tobarama replied, "I often help Izumi with her hair." "Oh, Izumi is it? What else would it be?" Tobarama playfully tapped Senju's forehead. Senju shook his head, chuckling. "I wouldn't know. I've slept for so long I might have missed some stories." As he shook his head, the ends of his hair clinked together, and when he looked down, he noticed that Tobarama had not used an ordinary hair tie, but rather a red string, the ends adorned with 2 peculiar objects. Senju picked it up to inspect the black and white small rabbits. "They are made of jade," Tobarama explained. "Your previous red string went missing, so I prepared this one for you." After a pause, he hesitantly added, "Do you remember? You once gifted me a pair of rabbit-shaped dango." "I do recall," Senju said. "I had Inuzuka deliver them to you. 2 rabbit-shaped dango, 1 black and 1 white, just like these." He shook the jade rabbits in his hand, and they lightly bumped against each other, producing a delicate sound. He remembered Tobarama had once given him a black pearl shaped like a rabbit. Did he have an affinity for rabbits? Tobarama smiled faintly, picking up a strawberry from the table and offering it to Senju. "Try it. The strawberries are washed and ready." Senju set down the jade rabbits, took a strawberry, and upon biting into it, instantly grimaced from the sourness. Tobarama, incredulous, remarked, "I tasted them before. They are a bit tart, but quite sweet." Senju, with a serious expression, countered, "This one I had is really sour. Why don't you try it yourself?" Tobarama, maintaining his stern demeanor, replied, "If it's sour, I want to try." Senju widened his eyes. "I've invited you to taste. You're not following the script." Yet Tobarama merely chuckled, moving closer to Senju, resting a hand on his shoulder, and leaning down to press his lips against Senju's neck. A sudden sharp pain shot through Senju's neck. Tobarama stated, "I don't like sour things." Senju, clutching his neck, cautiously stepped back, aware that he must now have a strawberry mark on his neck. It wasn't he that he found it distasteful. It's just, wasn't he that a bit obvious? How would he explain this to his brother Madara? What needs explaining? Tobarama stepped back, creating distance, arms crossed. Frowning as he countered, "Why bring up Uchiha Madara? What does this have to do with him?" Senju felt at a loss for words, feeling small, awkward, and helpless, and could only manage a polite smile. He couldn't just say, "I'm worried you might get killed by my brother." Tobarama continued to speak of his aversion to sour things, and Senju felt as though Tobarama had been inexplicably jealous all day. Changing the subject, Senju inquired, "Isn't it getting late? How long have I been asleep?" "Dinner has already been served," Tobarama replied. "You were sleeping, so I didn't wake you. Are you hungry? Should I have the kitchen prepare something for you?" Senju was startled and immediately stood up, exclaiming, "What? Dinner has passed? Then I want to eat. I must go home first." Tobarama grabbed him. "Why the rush? You didn't have lunch properly. You cannot skip dinner. I'll eat when I get home." Senju insisted. Shaking off Tobarama's grip. Let me put on my coat first. I really must leave quickly. Madara must have already returned home. Tobarama took a deep breath. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. This name comes up far too often. It's never-ending. I'll escort you, Tobarama declared. He accompanied Senju to the doorstep of Uchiha Madara's residence. Contemplating whether he should also move out of the Senju ancestral home. Having his own place would surely be more convenient. Senju said, I'm leaving now. Tobarama replied. Go ahead. Senju took a couple of steps before turning back to glance at Tobarama. Tobarama had been watching him, and upon noticing Senju looking back, he asked, What is it? Senju queried. In the past, every time I left, you would say, You can go now, yet I never turned back to look. Were you always watching me leave like this? Tobarama said nothing, neither affirming nor denying, but Senju knew he had guessed correctly. Senju approached again, tugging at Tobarama's sleeve. Please don't do this, it makes me feel guilty. Tobarama chuckled softly. Senju added, Next time, I'll apologize properly, okay? But now I truly must go. Tobarama replied. Yes, you may go. Walking backward, Senju kept his eyes on Tobarama, took 2 steps back, and couldn't he help but laugh. You shouldn't stare at me like that. How can I leave if you do? Tobarama chuckled too, yet he remained fixed on Senju. Senju returned once more, standing before Tobarama. You're still watching. Tobarama replied, Yes. I want to watch. Senju teased, Are you just going to watch me leave? I'm leaving now, why are you in a daze? Tobarama responded with a mere question mark. Senju, taking the initiative, leaned in and pecked Tobarama's cheek, a fleeting kiss, as he prepared to truly depart this time. Determined not to linger any longer. But Tobarama swiftly grasped Senju's wrist, using the other hand to hold his chin and ensure their proximity. Stepping forward to capture Senju's lips in a kiss. Those crimson eyes held a softness that seemed ready to spill over with emotion. In the office, recently, everyone who encountered Tobarama felt he was acting quite strangely. The Tobarama they once knew was calm, rational, expressionless, perpetually furrowing his brow. Every word he spoke capable of leaving others speechless. Now, however, he exhibited a gentle demeanor, courteous in his actions, and would suddenly break into a smile only to quickly suppress it. Moments later, the corners of his lips would rise once more. It was as if he had suddenly been possessed by an unfamiliar spirit. Lord Tobarama, a secretary approached, carrying a thick stack of documents. Placing them on his desk, and indicating, These are from the Hokage for you. The previously smiling expression on Tobarama's face swiftly crumbled, and he furrowed his brow as he inquired, What is Lord Hokage doing? Why are there so many documents left unreviewed? The secretary shrugged, stating that the Hokage had mentioned he was busy and had just jumped out of the window, presumably to spar with Lord Madara. At that moment, a knock echoed from the doorway, revealing the Deputy Minister of Education, who approached with a stack of documents. This is the implementation plan for the Chunin exam we devised earlier. Lord Tobarama, please have a look and see if the proposed questions for the first round of the exam are suitable. Following closely behind the Minister of Education was the Minister of Transportation, who similarly bore a hefty collection of papers. Tobarama's previously excellent mood had soured drastically. This troublesome elder brother of his, Lord Tobarama. Upon hearing another call, Tobarama glanced up to see Chikage standing at the entrance, grinning at him. You seem quite busy. Lord Tobarama, isn't it after hours? Do you still have so much work left to do? Tobarama sighed, his earlier frustration dissipating slightly. Hey, the secretary adjusted his glasses, curiously asking, Aren't you Lord Madara's? Hello, Uchiha Madara is my elder brother, Chikage cheerfully waved. Ah, so you are Lord Madara's younger brother. I had heard there was another sibling apart from clan Hedazuna, but I thought he was unwell and seldom seen. All right, Tobarama interjected, interrupting the chaotic chatter as he took the documents from their hands, ushering them toward the door. Leave the papers here and come back tomorrow. You all can leave now. Hey, the Minister of Education, lacking awareness, turned to Chikage and remarked, Then the younger brother should come with us. Chikage, stay? Tobarama pulled Chikage back into the room and promptly shut the office door with a decisive thud. Chikage, familiar with the surroundings, made his way to the sofa and poured himself a glass of water. Tobarama glanced at him, asking, What brings you to my office all of a sudden? I came to pick you up from work. Chikage replied with an air of certainty. It's my first time picking up my boyfriend from work. Tobarama felt a warmth creeping onto his cheeks. Oh, he murmured, taking a seat beside Chikage on the sofa. Chikage gestured toward the towering stack of documents on the desk. Are you still going to work late today? That's not an issue, Tobarama replied, tapping his knee with an air of dissatisfaction. Those are all tasks meant for my elder brother. He ran off, and now everyone has come looking for me. When he returns to work tomorrow, he should handle it himself. He has been informed of his busy schedule recently. How can he shirk his duties and leave everything to me? My time is consumed with work. There's hardly any room left for romance. It's all his fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be single at this age. My elder brother's own son is nearly walking. Can't he spare a thought for his younger brother in this regard? Chikage chuckled. You truly are the younger brother of Hashirama. Standing up, he brushed off some dust and headed towards the door. Shall we be going now? Not in a hurry, Tobirama said, pulling Chikage's arm, though he averted his gaze elsewhere. At last, we are alone, just the two of us. Chikage's eyes widened in surprise. Tobirama, have you progressed quite a bit? This is your office, and you're saying such things. What are you implying? Tobirama remained silent. Chikage teased, in the office? If you're here, then do you plan to skip work? What if you look up from your desk and see me on the sofa? He pointed first to the sofa, then to the coffee table before gesturing to Tobirama's desk. Or perhaps on the desk itself. How on earth can you work like that? Tobirama defended himself. I didn't say anything. Have you ever thought about it? No, I haven't really? You've never considered it? Tobirama remained silent, feeling flustered. Noticing the flush creeping onto Tobirama's pale cheeks due to Chikage's words, Chikage couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling a sense of accomplishment in teasing the typically proud Tobirama. Leaning forward, Chikage planted a quick kiss on Tobirama's cheek and playfully pinched his face. Let us go? My boyfriend. It's time to head back. Tobirama tugged on Chikage's arm, pulling him down, causing Chikage to instinctively wrap his arms around Tobirama's neck to maintain his balance, collapsing into Tobirama's embrace, with his knees resting on the sofa. One hand gripping the nape of Chikage's neck, Tobirama's other hand slipped beneath Chikage's shirt. Chikage exclaimed, wait, what? I've only said a couple of things. Have I stirred up too much excitement? Chikage shifted to evade. But Tobirama released the hem of his shirt and pulled him closer by the waist. Don't dodge. The sofa is narrow. You'll fall if you're not careful. Chikage thought, comparing Tobirama now to when they were younger. His hands had grown significantly larger, capable of steadying Chikage's waist with just one hand. Not only his hands but his strength had also increased tremendously. As Chikage gripped Tobirama's arm, he could distinctly feel the muscle beneath. Tobirama. I feel you. Are you? I'm not. You're mistaken. Chikage quickly lifted himself away from Tobirama, adding, and besides, you're my boyfriend, so even if I did. What is wrong with that? Tobirama couldn't suppress a chuckle. Chikage, feeling disgruntled, swatted Tobirama's hand away. Let us go back. We need to leave. How will you manage to go back like this? Your body will feel uncomfortable, Tobirama remarked, regrasping Chikage's waist, gently urging him closer. There's no need to hide it from me. It's perfectly normal. It makes me quite happy, in fact. Let me help you. Chikage's voice, as he responded, seemed a bit weary, tinged with a hint of distress. Tobirama tenderly stroked his hair. Given the circumstances, how can you expect me to wait? But this is your office. No. Chikage immediately shook his head, unprepared for such an encounter today. This was already too far out of bounds. Chikage stepped on Tobirama's shoulder, attempting to push him back and rise. However, Tobirama seized Chikage's ankle, lifting it onto his shoulder with a grin. Stepping on me? Yet I feel like you're not putting any effort into it. I just lack strength in my legs. It's not that I don't want to. Chikage insisted, pulling his leg back. Tobirama, let us just forget it for today. Your office is too public. What if someone sees us? Tobirama leaned down, whispering, it's all right. No one will come in. I've locked the office door. Chikage did not return home that evening. The following day, upon awakening to the bright morning light outside, he sat up abruptly in alarm. Tobirama, cradling a sphere of green light in his palm, had been warming Chikage's waist. He had intended to express his affection and inquire if Chikage felt any discomfort. However, before he could say anything, Chikage, without a second thought, leaned over and carelessly pecked Tobirama's cheek before hastily throwing on his clothes and heading for the door. I didn't come home last night. Brother Madara must be worried sick. Tobirama, I'll head back now. Tobirama stared at Chikage's retreating figure, his expression gradually darkening. With such fluid movements and eloquent speech, I trembled in his embrace last night, my cries rendering my voice hoarse. Tobirama lowered his head, sensing the vibrant green light in his palm, which now seemed to hover above his head. Meanwhile, Hashirama was a guest at the Uchiha household, or more accurately, acting as a mediator. Last night, when Chikage failed to return home, Madara first contacted Izuna, only to discover that Chikage had not returned to the clan, prompting him to inquire with Hashirama. Hashirama's hesitant responses only urged Madara to wait at home, as he had matters to discuss with him. Their conversation stretched from dusk until dawn. Tobirama's behavior during this period had been exceedingly conspicuous. Anyone with experience, except Hashirama, could easily discern the situation. Mito, while delighted that the two children had finally come together, harbored concerns for Tobirama, particularly regarding Madara. The Uchiha clan possessed an inherent obsession with brotherhood, and Madara regarded Chikage as his younger brother. The relationship between Madara and Tobarama had always been rather indifferent, so now that Chikage was with Tobarama, what would happen on Madara's end? That night, while lying in bed, Mito engaged in conversation with Hashirama, broaching this very topic. She contemplated that since Hashirama had a good relationship with Madara, he might be able to persuade him. Hashirama, however, felt that he could not rely solely on his younger brother. He too needed to be a pillar of support for his sibling. Chikage cannot remain single forever, Madara. He earnestly advised. Consider this. If little Chikage were to find someone unfamiliar, wouldn't it be better if he were with Tobarama? Someone you've known since childhood and whose character you understand? Madara felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. He had indeed contemplated such matters. Chikage and Izuna were destined to form a union, and he had mentally prepared himself for that eventuality. Yet, when faced with the reality of it, he couldn't help but frown. It felt as if a part of him was missing. The little tail that had always followed him would no longer be by his side and would, like last night, often be absent from home. Quietly returning home, Chikage assumed that Madara would be at work at this hour, expecting the house to be empty. However, upon pushing the door open, he found both Madara and Hashirama in the living room, who turned to look at him upon hearing the noise. Embarrassed, Chikage chuckled, "Oh, you're both home?" Madara, initially softened by Hashirama's persuasion, merely acknowledged Chikage with a grunt before averting his gaze. Suddenly, his attention snapped back. "What happened to your neck?" Chikage quickly realized it was Tobarama's doing, but as he opened his mouth to respond, he hesitated. Was it appropriate to place the blame on Tobarama right now? "Oh, Madara, I just remembered. Come here, I have something important to tell you." Hashirama suddenly displayed remarkable intelligence, leading Madara in a circle, turning his back to Chikage and gesturing for him to leave. Chikage hesitated. After all, he couldn't avoid Madara forever. If he left now, wouldn't Madara be even angrier later? Just then, Tobarama appeared beside Chikage, his hand gently caressing the nape of Chikage's neck as he addressed his two older brothers. "Chikage and I are together now." Chikage felt as if struck by lightning, his mouth agape as he stared at Tobarama, utterly bewildered. How had Tobarama appeared out of nowhere? And how dare he say it so directly without any preamble? Madara, already anticipating the situation, struggled to suppress his anger and was attempting to convince himself not to be furious. However, with the culprit suddenly present, he could no longer contain himself, his fury flaring as he pointed at Tobarama and shouted, "Come out and fight." Tobarama unsheathed his kunai in response. "All right." Chikage hesitated, inching toward Hashirama. "Is it really okay for them to be like this?" Hashirama glanced at Chikage. The Uchiha clan's attire was particularly large, and from Hashirama's height, he could see Chikage's entire neck, including his collarbone. Initially, Hashirama thought Madara might be a bit too harsh. After all, it was merely two brothers coming together. A positive development for both families. Besides, Tobarama was not lacking. He could potentially become Hokage in the future. However, upon seeing the marks on Chikage's neck, Hashirama's expression turned serious. "It's fine. Madara is gentle enough. He needs to activate Susanoo just to fight me." "Chikage, huh? Is that really your brother?" In the end, Tobarama appeared quite worse for wear after the altercation. Madara was pulled inside the house by Hashirama for consolation, while Chikage tended to Tobarama's wounds in the yard. As he wrapped the bandage, he couldn't help but hiss in pain. The injury, while not large, appeared quite deep, given the Senju clan's physical constitution. It required bandaging to staunch the bleeding, indicating it was somewhat serious and undoubtedly painful. Tobarama leaned against a tree, extending his hand as he watched Chikage bandage him. His crimson eyes filled with tenderness. He glanced at the two indistinct figures in the house. One seemed to be gesturing, perhaps trying to persuade the other, who stood still with arms crossed, seemingly gazing out the window at them. Tobarama then lowered his gaze back to Chikage. Just as Chikage finished bandaging, tying a neat bow, he looked up to meet Tobarama's eyes. Clearing his throat, he began, "I need to ask you something. I clearly didn't have your flying thunder god kunai on me, so how did you suddenly appear?" Tobarama smirked. "It's evident you haven't been paying attention in my lessons. I've told you that the flying thunder god seal can be inscribed not just on ninja tools, but also on the flesh." Chikage blinked. "You marked me? When?" "Last night." Tobarama confirmed with a nod. Chikage, anger flaring, retorted, "Did you have my permission to mark me?" Tobarama replied calmly, "You did agree." Chikage. Even Chikage, recalling the events of the previous night, couldn't help but blush. He wanted to explain that he hadn't intended for Tobarama to mark him so hastily, but he feared that such an explanation would only lead to more questions, complicating matters further. Grinding his teeth, Chikage turned to leave. Yet, Tobarama swiftly grasped Chikage's wrist, pulling him back and cupping his face before leaning down to kiss him. During this moment, he glanced back at the figure inside the house, who had initially been standing still but now seemed eager to rush out, only to be restrained by another. This was intentional. to let him see that Chikage was now his. The end of the text. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.